Here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, of course, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, I might go floating off into that deep, dark void, never to be seen again. Well, Space Fams, beautiful to see you here on this Sunday. Yes, indeed, Sunday Fun Day. And it's Easter, and also Passover. Oh, the celebrations. My gosh, everybody must be having a hell of a time out there. You know, aside from the fact that the world is going to shit. Anyway, a lot to talk about here tonight, but first some shout-outs. Shakespeare, Sean L. Kearns, and Pitchfork Striking. 123 in the YouTube chat for his little close fourth. Bane Fess, also here. Cyclopticon, HBX, Hermetologist, Mozart, Glitchmaster, Uncle Simric, Randy Terpstra, Joe 47771, and Young Chris over on the Vertical. I'm seeing the Green New Deal, Moanoa, Paige Larson, Ducky, and Omegastar, and Konami Goon over on Twitch. Beautiful to see all of you people here tonight. Hope you're having a fantastic Sunday, wherever you are. Or perhaps you're already Monday. Depends. I know we have some European and other viewers. Anyways, everybody, I guess we better get started. In the United States.
This Holy Week, I'm proud to join with Christians across the country and around the world to celebrate the most glorious miracle in all of time, the resurrection of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. This Holy Week, I'm proud to join with Christians across the country and around the world to celebrate the most glorious miracle in all of time, the resurrection of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. In his life, Christ displayed true humility. In his death, he modeled true love. And in his resurrection from the tomb, he proved that even death itself will not silence those who place their trust in Almighty God. As it says in Gospel of John, for God so loved the world.
As it says in the Gospel of John. Yo, this guy is falling apart, man. He can barely say words. As it says in Gospel of John. That's how you say that word. That's how you say that word. You says it. Okay, that's how you say it. Everyone is... As
he gave his only Son, for whoever believes in him should not perish, but have eternal life. Eternal life, such beautiful words. This Easter, millions of Christians...
Such beautiful words, eternal life. You notice how that got Donald Trump excited? You can tell he did not write this speech. He's like, eternal life. Oh, that's exciting. That's exciting. What? Nobody told me about that. Eternal life? Tell me more. Tell me more. I'm interested.
For whoever believes in him should not perish, but have eternal life. Eternal life, such beautiful words. This Easter, millions of Christians all over the globe will be reminded that because of what Jesus did on the cross, all of us can live every day with hope in God's promise knowing that in the end, evil and wickedness will not prevail. In the spirit
Coming from a dude who's like literally never been in a church. In the last like 4 years, the only times Donald Trump has been in a church was at that one mass where at the end of it, all he had was complaints. He was like, very woke mass. Woke priest. Not good. Not a good mass. That's like the only time he's been in a fucking church. And he's talking about the Bible. The Bible says things. It says things that are here in front of me that somebody else wrote. Jesus Christ,
in the end,
he's a very
evil
special
and
guy.
wickedness will not prevail. In the spirit
Evil and wickedness will not prevail. Like, you can tell he didn't write this because he is an evil and wicked man. Evil and wickedness actually sometimes prevail.
of joy and renewal this Easter, we also celebrate the extraordinary resurrection of faith and religion in America. As I have often said, to be a great nation, you must have religion and you must have God. In churches across the nation on Sunday, the pews will be fuller, younger, and more faithful than they have at any time in many, many years. Religion is growing again in our country for the first time in decades. Happy Easter to all. May God bless you. May
God bless you. Praise be to Allah. Oh, I'm sorry,
bless
wrong
the United
clip.
States of America. Our country is doing so well, like never.
Like never before. Doing so good. Operation Epstein Fury is actually going great. Oh my God, what a fucking idiot. Anyway, that was Donald Trump's message to America yesterday, ahead of Easter. Now, strange.
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 100 bits. All hail the Easter Bunny, the one true God.
Omega Star, thank you for the bits. Or, as the robot says, Omega 5 Tar, thank you. Hermit Horologist on an unprecedented 105 stream streak. 105, that's a lot. That's a lot of streams. A lot of streams, pal. Now, what's really weird is that Donald Trump is not holding the Easter egg roll, the 49th. I mean, this is a fairly long-standing tradition. He will not be holding it on Easter. Instead, he will be doing it tomorrow. Why? I don't know. It's very weird.
Thank you.
But it will be supposedly happening on Monday.
On Monday, President Donald Trump and First Lady Melania Trump will host the 49th Easter egg roll at the White House. The egg roll is one of the oldest White House traditions, dating back to 1878 and the presidency of Rutherford B. Hayes. This year's egg roll is themed America 250, which honors the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. Wooden spoon-wielding children will compete against each other to guide dyed hard-boiled eggs across a patch of the lawn toward a finish line. Over 40,000 eggs were donated by a North Carolina farmer for the event. Alongside the traditional egg roll and egg hunt, there will also be a card writing station, a cookie decorating station, and story time with the First Lady, among other events.
Oh, story time with the First Lady. Very excited. Very excited. Oh, I cannot wait. Everybody write down for later. First Lady. Now, here's a question. Is that grooming the kids if the First Lady does story time? Is First Lady Melania Story Hour grooming the kids, or is it only when trans people, or when when drag queens do it. Anyways, everybody just remember to be best. Can't forget this Easter, better be best. You better be best. God damn it. Now, one of the best ways to be best, I suppose, is to celebrate yourself. Everyone's saying it. And that's exactly what Donald Trump is going to be doing with his library, his presidential library down in Miami. Oh, yeah.
I'm out in Miami, ho.
Here is Donald Trump explaining what his presidential library is going to look like. I mean, incidentally, we're at war. Now, he would say, like, I'm not allowed to say we're at war. I'm saying we just have military things, because then there's laws, apparently, that kick in.
Just a thing.
Yesterday, well, you know what? Let's talk about this, and then I want to get to some actual news.
I got one. Your son Eric posted a photo of what will be the Trump Presidential Library. Yeah. It's a huge skyscraper. Is that all a library? What else is going in there?
Well, it's a library. It's a museum, a library. It's a presidential, but I wouldn't start it till I'm out of office. I don't believe in building libraries or museums. It's really like the Barack Hussein Obama one in Chicago. In not a good location, and it's a very unattractive building that's
not a good location
and seriously over budget.
Oh my God! Thank you, Joe. I need the tinfoil. Terrible location for the Barack Hussein Obama Presidential Library. Very nasty. Terrible location.
Very Barack Hussein Obama one in Chicago. In not a good location, and it's a very unattractive building that's seriously late and seriously over budget. I think you're going to see a great one here, and it'll go up on time, on budget, best location in Miami. Best. They say it's the best block in Miami. And the
very best.
Will people live in the floors?
No, it's going to be most likely a hotel.
Perfect block.
This concept could be office, but it's most likely going to be a hotel with a beautiful building underneath.
Part library, part museum, part hotel. We're innovating.
A 747 Air Force One in the lobby, which is going to be a trick.
Okay, so let me explain to you what's going on here. He's going to funnel tax-free donations into the library, build the entire tower, and then operate the hotel there at a profit. You understand? Like that's what the scam is.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
A 747 in the lobby?
Well, it'll be a replica. It doesn't matter. The point is,
weird.
I will buy and I get a free 747.
There'll be a replica of the free. There will be a perfect replica of the $400 million jet that I received from Qatar, which is mine. Which is mine, rightfully, and I will be flying in it. You wouldn't want a real plane sitting in a lobby. That doesn't make sense, okay? You wouldn't want that to go to waste. So, it will be a replica. Sam is right.
It'll be a replica. It doesn't matter. The point is, I will buy and I get a free 747. Okay, we couldn't fit the 747 in there, so what we'll do is I'll keep the 747 and charge the hotel, the museum, a licensing fee on the image of the 747 that we'll put in there. It is all a scam. He's already planning how he's going to soak people with his hotel.
I'm staying in the race.
Remember when people, Republicans, were having conniptions over the Hunter Biden laptop and Burisma. I know I bring it up a lot, but it's fascinating to me. Just, the level of corruption Donald Trump can sort of just flagrantly do in front of absolutely everyone. Zero research required. Don't have to go on any sort of laptop hunt. It's all right in front of everybody for all to see. And yet they just pass. They give him a pass. It's fine. That's fine.
Oh,
that is an attractive
the
building.
hottest block in Miami.
All right, two things I want to just talk about what Trump did. We don't have any video or audio about it. One is, and we'll, in the coming days, we'll talk about this more. Trump sat in on the oral arguments around the case involving naturalized citizenship. Birthright citizenship. And his executive...
Oh. Joan Spoon. I'd never seen you in the chat, but thank you for the tier 1 sub. Much appreciated. It's fascinating. Did that happen last night, too? Didn't somebody donate out of the blue that's never chatted before? I feel like that happened. I can't remember. What do I know? Either way. Welcome in, Joan. Welcome.
Order that he wrote. First off, it's a joke that the Supreme Court is hearing this. It's a joke. Birthright citizenship. Well, we can start with the Constitution. 14th Amendment, Section 1. All persons born or naturalized in the United States. I don't know how clear you can be that. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, and property without due process of law, nor deny any person within its jurisdiction of the equal protection of the laws. There was a debate at the time of the 14th Amendment about that provision, and specifically the issue of because one of the things that the Trump administration is arguing, this only applies to freed slaves. But there was a debate in Congress as to this provision, this Reconstruction Amendment, and multiple senators, I believe, or House members were afraid that it might allow Chinese people to get citizenship, or other people whose parents are from a different country to get citizenship. And yet the 14th Amendment passed. You have multiple cases over the years. One specifically, I had mentioned it before. I don't have it right in front of me now. Person whose parents were Chinese, born in the country. I can't remember his name. Where the Supreme Court held that the 14th Amendment.
Is that Wong Kim Mark?
Yes, sorry. All of this is settled law. It's a joke that is even being entertained by the Supreme Court. All of this is settled law. Trump went there. I presume why Trump is there is just to make it clear to his people, I did this.
Yep. Yeah, I feel like he's literally trying to signal to the Supreme Court. He's literally like a mafia boss. He shows up, sits there in the courtroom, say the wrong thing. You say one wrong word, I tell you. You'd be sleeping with the vicious. Now, many immigrant populations over the years have, of course, celebrated Easter, as we are today. Italians, Irish, also many in Latin America. All people who should be part of our beautiful tapestry here in America. But you know what you can't have on Easter? Without Americans. Without Americans, you can't have Easter. But also, you can't have Easter without chocolate. That's right. Can't have Easter without chocolate. Everybody's saying it. Everybody's saying it. We need the chocolate here on Easter.
In today's Neighborhood Eats, we're taking you to a spot that's been around for more than a century. And they're pretty popular this time of year because it's a chocolate shop that has an Easter specialty you have to see to believe. We headed to their factory in Brooklyn to check out Lilac Chocolates.
Hi, my name is Chris. Welcome to Lilac Chocolates. My
What is
pride
happening?
and joy and New York City's oldest chocolate company. Right after World War I, Demetrios, who was a Greek immigrant, he came to New York and he opened up this little chocolate store, 400 square feet or something. And so a lot of these recipes are still Demetrios' recipes from 103 years ago. In 2011, we bought the company. It was just a neighborhood business. I thought it'd be fun to get involved with, and we never realized the potential. When I moved to the village 30 years ago, there were a lot of locally owned neighborhood type businesses, and they all seem to have disappeared. I think.
Well, there you go. One local business is still running 103 years later. You can get yourself some century-old chocolate here at what's it called, Lilac in New York. All right. Now, while we're talking about Easter, we should talk about the Christian cult behind Donald Trump. Paula White, Donald Trump's faith advisor. Spiritual faith advisor? I can't remember exactly what her title is. It's something weird. Paula went to the White House. And who better to talk about that than the ladies over at iHip. Jennifer Pumps.
While the MAGA government is committing war crimes abroad, bombing little girls in schools in Iran, they are having the biggest freak show Christian ceremony in the White House. It is off the chain bananas. And you guys are probably familiar with Trump's spiritual advisor, the woman who speaks in tongues quite frequently. And she's also a grifter, Paula White. Here she is in the White House yesterday. Play the clip.
And Mr. President, no one has paid the price like you have paid the price. It almost cost you your life. You were betrayed and arrested and falsely accused.
Right away.
It's a familiar pattern that our Lord and Savior showed us. But it didn't end there for him, and it didn't end there for you. God always had a plan. On the third day, he rose, he defeated evil, he conquered death, hell, and the grave. And because he rose, we all know that we can rise.
Okay. All right. I've heard enough.
Where my
Spoiler
unstable
alert,
girlies
listener.
at?
Donald Trump will not rise. he will not be risen. It's not going to happen. I hate to break it to you, but that is not going to happen. When this man dies, which he already looks half dead,
Right.
it's over. He's fucking dead. He can build all the memorials to himself. He can build bunkers. He can Liberace the entire United States of America. But when he is dead, it will be limp dick dead. It will be over.
Thank you, Jennifer. Very much appreciated. Good God. Oh, God. True, though. That is true. Write that down. Liberace need the United States. Oh, God. Honestly, though, now that this is Liberace's mansion. Just for God. She's right. She's 100. It never occurred to me that is Donald Trump's aesthetic. Liberace. Oh, boy. Liberace was a very, very masculine dude. I mean, look at this guy. Oh, yeah. Look at that cape. That's a powerful cape. Oh.
Every single person on this planet is gay? Yeah.
Oh, wait, nobody can see the pictures. Oh, no, I forgot I went to the office. Nobody can see the pictures of Liberace. Oh, that's a disappointment. That's a real disappointment. I wasn't paying attention. Nobody can see Liberace. Oh, this is a disaster. Okay, hold on. Just for everybody else. Just for... Spent all that time. This is Liberace's mansion. Do you see the resemblance? I mean, it's basically... This is absolutely... This is what the White House looks like now. Is this not what the White House looks like right now? Are you telling me... Are you telling me that this is not verbatim? Like, Donald Trump isn't... Like, doesn't... Like, has, like, a Liberace scrapbook somewhere? You're telling me this isn't the literal aesthetic Donald Trump isn't shooting for? Shut up. You shut up.
What? Shut up.
You shut up. And just to show you just how masculine and powerful Liberace was. I mean, look at this guy. Look at this cape. I mean...
Every single person on this planet is gay? Yeah.
When do you figure Donald Trump's going to whip out the capes and start playing organ? When do you figure? How long? How long until we get the capes? Oh, look at that. That's a glorious cape. Look, look at that thing. That is it. That is quite a cape. Liberace had more style, that's fair. That's fair. He was more original, certainly. It's clear Donald Trump is just trying to do an imitation, a bad imitation. Design-wise. No capes, though, which is really a disappointment. I feel like the capes would really... I feel like the capes would make things more fun. Can you imagine Donald Trump coming out in a giant pink fedora and the cape? Matching sequined cape? Well... While we're talking about sequins and all that stuff, we should talk about The women of the Christian nationalist trad wife movement just got done listening to Paula White. Why not listen to the women listening to Paula White? Paula White. Honestly, whenever I hear Paula, all I can think of is that song. I'm like trying to restrain myself from listening to that song. You all know what song I'm talking about. To CNN 2 hours ago, talking about the trad wives, the Christian nationalist movement.
You were the trad wife before trad wives became a thing online. So I was very much like isolated at home. I kept having babies. I was pregnant and or nursing for 13 years. Wow. And then when my oldest was around 4, we started like loosely homeschooling. That was one of the things that I argued with my husband a lot about. I'm a very like, I like very free, creative, like that kind of educational model. And my husband is much more academically minded. So I was expected to do it his way.
Daddies,
of course,
daddies are more
because...
stronger than mommies.
Okay, I'm sorry, I can't restrain myself any longer. Please forgive me.
Strike and strike and strike and strike until you have victory. For every enemy that is aligned against you, let there be that we would strike the ground, for you will give us victory. I hear a sound of abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. I hear a sound of abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. Angels are being released right now. Angels are being dispatched right now.
What now?
They're coming here. They're coming here from Africa, from South America.
Okay, there we go. I scratched the itch. I'm fine. Everything's fine.
And
Paula.
it was incredibly difficult.
Paula White.
And never went well. But I persisted because that's the Christian thing to do. I would also say that a lot of these things are, the system teaches you to moralize everything. Everything that you do is life or death, all the decisions that you make. So like healthcare for, are you gonna vaccinate your kids, which we were anti-vax and we're not anymore. That's a life or death decision because your children could be permanently harmed from vaccines. So you better make the right decision.
This is ridiculous. Oh my god, I mean, the amount of pressure. I mean, oh my god, the amount of pressure these women are internalizing that they have coming at them from all angles is insane. It's a cult. Yeah, you're right, Schmegley. What the fuck is this? The song, that song. If you're wondering what that song was, that was Paula White, Donald Trump's spiritual faith advisor. She keeps showing up lately to pray over him. She prayed over him for the war in Iran. That was a remix of an actual sermon she was giving, where she was saying that angels were coming from Africa and South America to help Donald Trump win the election in 2020. I don't know where those angels ever got to, but it's just sort of an example of just how crazy she is. She's like one of these speaking in tongues, sort of, televangelists.
And so everything is high.
Like, I think she started in the black church and then sort of, I think, brought it out into televangelicism. It's hard to remember her whole backstory. She's got a very strange, she's a very strange
this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
That too.
In that way. And as someone who's like trying to be a good person, trying to follow God, trying to be a good Christian, that was one of the reasons that I was so bought in, because I want to be a good wife. I want to be a good support person for my husband. I want to serve God well by being a good wife, and that is how I serve God. So that affects everything. You want to do these things, and when the system tells you this is how you can be a good person.
So here's the thing about this I found fascinating. When you listen to these women, they sound like they're in a cult. I mean, what they are is they are indoctrinated. They're religious zealots, right? They've been brought up in a religiously, like, it's not even, it's like, it's quite clear to me that, like, it's zealotry that's focused on mostly the worst parts of the Bible. But, like, if this was a group of women in Iran speaking like this right now, instead of saying Jesus and God, saying Allah and Muhammad or whatever, people like these women and the people that they're talking about, their husbands and such, they would be like, oh, look at this, they're repressing the women. Look at them repressing the women. I mean, make me a sandwich, bitch. I'm watching the Iranian women being repressed. You know, it's like the exact same thing. Like, this is like, you know, this is full on religious indoctrination. And these are the people in our government right now. We're basically living under a theocracy. This is how you can be a good
wife. You're like, okay, I will do it. And it does, it simplifies it.
But it must be so stressful to every day think, these decisions I'm making are life or death, and such high stakes, and God is judging me, and am I being pure enough? And
you're literally so in your head the whole time, making sure that you're right, and there's so many rules to do, and the standard is so high, you're constantly working, that you're literally too busy to have thoughts outside of just keeping up with your life, with your obedience. You're literally performing obedience so much every day, there isn't room for you to start to be like, oh, and reflect, and, you know, did that feel right? Did that have a good outcome? Was that even effective, you know?
Now you're deconstructing from that life.
Absolutely, yeah. Now my husband jokes that he's the trad wife.
My family was a small family, actually. We had 5 kids.
That's considered small, 5 kids.
That's very small. I had friends and connections throughout, like, all.
This shit is wild. Why are these women, like, reduced to being like baby-making machines? 12 children is the average? It's fucking crazy. That is fucking nonsense. Nobody needs or should have 12 children. There is no argument that you can make to me that would ever prove to me that you need 12. Anybody, I don't think. It's a real dumb. It's a real dumb thing. It's like, oh, that's just normal. We just do 12. Because we're in a cult. And dear leader tells us to make as many babies as possible. Second I turned breeding age, I just sort of chained myself to the bed next to the hot plate, start making skillets and popping babies out for my
Conservative
husband.
evangelicalism, not any one group, and oh my goodness, everybody had like 8 to 12 kids at least. You know, there's the occasional family that they could only have 2 kids, and so they did, but almost everybody was 8 to 12 kids or more. More was not uncommon either. So my options with the Reformed groups were maybe become a midwife, but get married to a guy who's like 8 years older than you, have a bunch of children, live at home forever and ever. And I love education. I love learning. I love science, especially. And I really like grabbed onto that in our homeschool group. That was my thing. That was what I enjoyed. Science, chemistry especially. And my best friend's family started going, you know, you can go to college. You can learn more.
Because you didn't think you would have that option, going to college?
No,
And going on. Really?
College wasn't an option, no.
You were just to get married.
So silly.
These women are literally like living in like a different time, almost. They're like living back before we decided women weren't chattel. You know, like it's insane. Like for me, like the level of indoctrinated thinking going on here is truly like just baffling to me. Like I struggle to some degree to like to actually put myself in like in that sort of what do you like call like I like in the place like of somebody like living in that religious of a community. Like it's so wild. It is fucking bonkers to me. It's 2026, but these women have been living in communities that it seems like it's more like 1826.
Married and then just become a trad wife.
Exactly, yeah.
And have as many kids as possible.
Yeah, and that was not my favorite option. But what the more charismatic groups were kind of pulling me in for was more of a Christian nationalist leader type. Because women could actually be leadership in Christian nationalism if you were the right strain. And that was better.
A what now?
That was a better option. So I went to the college that essentially that family picked out for me. I would not have chosen that for myself, I don't think. But I compromised with my parents and didn't burn bridges, and I went for music instead of science or something like that. So in a lot of ways, like even if it's not the most...
That is so depressing. So the reason that she goes to college is because she shows an interest in science, but to please her parents doesn't go to school for science. It's insane. It's insane. What a waste of potential.
Even if my family was not the ones who were driving every step of my path, like everything I did was for other people and for other people's expectations. I didn't really have autonomy. I didn't have choices. I made the best choices that I could without completely burning my life down around me.
Could you have gone to make your own money and that kind of thing and have your own?
That was a constant fight. I didn't.
Did they believe that girls and women shouldn't work outside the home, basically?
Yeah, it was not super even heard of. Like,
Daddies are more stronger than mommies.
You can become a midwife. Those are kind of your options if you're a woman. You can't go out and do much else.
I'm curious how you were treated differently from like how your brothers were treated versus you.
So I actually had probably the best experience as this goes because I only had a younger brother. I didn't have a ton of younger siblings. But even that, with just one brother who was 2.5 years younger than me, the work that I was responsible to do versus him, like I was cooking all of the meals, like Danny said earlier, I was cooking all of the meals every weekend. My brother wasn't responsible to do any of that. I was working a full-time job all through nannying other people's kids, all through middle school and high school, and I was still being punished for not keeping the house clean enough, even though I wasn't there. I was.
Dude, this sounds like fucking child slavery. You have a middle schooler cooking all of your meals and like sending them off to work and like watch the children in like your community, and like that's, I mean, it's kind of wild, like the level to which that goes. What are you talking? Middle? She should be, I don't know, learning?
Living at a different house 4 days a week. Boys were supposed to be educated, but girls were supposed to learn to be keepers at home. And so it was not just help your mom, it was actually like perform being a wife now, perform being a housewife now, learn all the skills on the level that you'll need when you are a mother and need to.
This is grooming. Okay, the word grooming is tossed around a lot. This is grooming. Okay, you are grooming a child to become a specific thing from a young age. You are preparing this woman to be a baby factory. As from a girl, from being from a child. Okay, that is grooming. You know, all these right-wingers love throwing that word around. They're the ones who are doing the grooming. This is textbook. It's actually really disturbing when you think about it. Some borderline Epstein shit.
These people are perverts.
Your own whole family's wardrobe, make food from scratch. So they were literally going out of their way to find more things for us to do, to find more projects and skills for us to learn. So we were busy and tired. Just in our country as it is right now, girls' access to leisure time, even outside of these circles, is greatly reduced from boys. But in these circles, I've heard you talk about how the boys would be outside playing for hours and hours when you guys were still inside doing chores.
Yeah, my older sisters were waking up with babies at night.
I had the 4 a.m. shift.
I was changing diapers when I was 7, 8 years old of younger siblings, feeding them, taking care of them.
And not just once in a while for fun.
No, as a general rule. Yeah.
You got in trouble if you didn't do it.
Yeah, who was going to watch the baby if you don't take care of the baby?
What was the hierarchy in your households?
Well, God, Jesus, pastor, elders, dad, wife, kids.
Older brothers.
Oh yeah, older brothers.
Older brothers go
true.
Before the
Yeah, there was
girls.
sibling hierarchy as well. So the older siblings could discipline, aka spank the younger kids.
The siblings could punish each other.
Mm-hmm.
Like corporal punishment.
Yeah, we were told to. As the oldest kid, I was told to. That's how I was told to handle things.
I was the black sheep. I wasn't
You
allowed.
have 10, 12, 14 children. You can't possibly keep track of all of them. And so you have to...
So encouraging literal physical abuse between siblings. That's good.
Illegal.
Enlist your older children to look out for their younger siblings. It's very isolated, and so your entire community, your entire world is the church. You are homeschooled almost exclusively, and so there's no other basis. It's all within the church. If you have extracurriculars, you're being taught piano by someone in the church. You're being taught another language by someone in the church. It's just very insulated. So if you leave everything. You leave everything that you've ever known.
And it really does come down to a focus on purity. It's just everybody's purity is a little different. But you have to be, it's not just within the sexual context that we usually would say purity culture around, but it's also within the books that you're reading and the types of Christians you're associating with and the music you're listening to. You have to be pure in all of it.
Definitely a direct demonization of intuition and your feelings. So you're just walking through life, following what you're being told to do when it doesn't feel right. And I think that the impact of that on maybe especially women and our bodies, the way that so many of our bodies have broken down and there's so much chronic illness, has to be part of that, because you are required to ignore your natural instincts. How many of us disciplined our children in a way that felt wrong? And we knew that it felt wrong and it went against our intuition. And we did it anyway because we were required to do it to fit in. That's one example of a grief that you just ignored for the sake of doing what you were told to do.
What made you finally leave?
I had a daughter. I found out I was pregnant with a daughter, and I immediately knew that what hadn't been safe for me for 30 years, but I had ignored, it hadn't been important enough, I suddenly realized how important it was for her. And I didn't want her to grow up
Immediately, if not sooner.
in that environment and in that church, because it's not safe. They have a really good way of making it sound like really nice. You know, like the owner of the home, she has these children, she gets to, like, what a privilege, because it is a privilege to be a mother, right? We all agree with that.
Privilege to stay at home.
And it's a privilege to get to stay at home, and it's a privilege to homeschool if that's
It's a privilege to bake sourdough.
But it's not a privilege if you're forced to do it, and it's not a privilege if you don't get to make decisions about your children without your husband vetoing it. It's not a privilege if you don't have a choice. It's a privilege if you have a choice.
Yeah, and from all these stories, from what I can tell, and from all these women's ages, like, they were all basically child brides, right? Like, near child brides, from what I can tell, considering, right? Like they all seem to be, like, they're bred. They are bred as children. Like they were saying, the girls being forced to do all of the housework and all these sorts of activities intended to literally turn them into reproductive machines for a man. And then they're like basically just sort of given off. I mean, it feels like, almost. Like, I'm not saying they're doing like arranged marriages. I have no idea. They didn't say anything like that. But what I'm saying is like, these girls are indoctrinated to literally seek that out from childhood. They know nothing else. They're not allowed to know anything else. And then they're, you know, like that woman says, that, you know, they realize as a result of some situation, like having a daughter and suddenly having a new perspective on the patriarchal world that you've been living in. And unfortunately, sometimes, you know, I mean, that honestly, in a way, that's almost a success story, that she at least figured it out when, you know, she was still relatively young, still had much of her life ahead of her, 30 years old. But like she said, she spent 3 decades living that one way. Actually, I just want to scoop to the very, very end. I think
anything negative about the group or about certain theologies or beliefs about the Bible. And so you can make a lot of people upset very easily.
I think a lot of our viewers would be curious. I mean, how many of you are still Christians? Do you still consider yourself Christian? You do? You do? Katie, no?
Yes, but I don't think, I feel like other people are starting to question it, you know, like I think
Exactly.
in some ways I feel like deconstructing was the only thing that got me back there, but that's...
I would certainly say that some people would think that none of us are Christians.
And that's the thing, is like, when people ask me if I'm a Christian, I don't know how to answer because I don't know what people mean by that anymore. And in a way I am, but in a way I'm absolutely not. Because if you think that's Christianity, if you think empathy is a sin, and that's your Christianity, that's not my Christianity.
Well, there we go. I felt this was an important conversation to have, generally speaking, but since today is a religious holiday that we happen to be talking about, that we just sort of, you know, mindlessly celebrate, talking about eggs and bunnies and chocolate, does, of course, have the whole point, the whole reason for it is religion, Christianity. And unfortunately, Christians in this country are much too problematic, broadly speaking. Perhaps not every Christian on a singular individual level. But like those women said, what does Christianity even mean now? The people representing it seem to only report hate and bigotry. And in many ways, it feels like it's become completely political. To be Christian, right? Like, when you think of Christians, do you not think of Republicans? Because that's what I think of. That is literally what I think of immediately. You say Christians, I immediately start thinking about red hats. Speaking of Christians, let's talk about pastors getting weird. Getting weird about women. Shock of shocks.
Couple leaders from Hegseth's church.
Women need to shut up. They need to be quiet. They don't get to call shots. They don't get to rule because they do stupid things like this.
Pete Hegseth just fired the chief of staff of the Army because apparently Hegseth wanted 2 black and 2 female officers stricken from the promotion list. In fact, didn't even want them there in the first place. Pop this up there. I don't have this piece right in front of me. Scroll down, you'll see. At one point, Hegseth was pressing Army senior leaders, including the Army secretary, for months to remove the officer's name, but they wouldn't do it. Earlier this month, Hegseth broke the logjam by unilaterally striking the officers' names from the list, though it's not clear he has the legal authority to do so. And a few female and black officers remain on the list, says military officials. It is exceedingly rare that a 1-star list draws such intense scrutiny. Hegseth has said repeatedly he wants to change this culture that's been corrupted by foolish and reckless woke leaders. Keep coming down. And the frustrations with Hegseth's approach came to a boil last summer. Keep coming down. Buria, okay, so Buria is, okay, here it is, yeah. Mr. Buria told Mr. Driscoll was the Army guy. Buria is a representative, that President Trump would not want to stand next to a black female officer at military events. Driscoll was shocked. The president is not racist or sexist, he told Buria. And
I mean,
Yes,
but
his dad's a Klansman.
Can you pause
What are you
first?
talking about?
Can we just go back to the?
Don't you defame me.
Mr. Trump would not want to stand next to black female officers at military events. It's why he likes Hegseth too. He's obsessed with the kind of fascist aesthetic of the military.
Here is Hegseth's, here are a couple leaders from Hegseth's church that he belongs to.
His denomination.
His denomination, sorry. And so just to give you a sense of like where Hegseth may stand on this, just as in case you're asking, like, why wouldn't Hegseth have any pushback on this?
These are the guys that also said that James Tallarico, right, his faith leader, the guys that James Tallarico should die.
Yeah, same church.
Okay.
Different guy, same denomination.
Horrible
or congregation or whatever.
Yeah.
And that's why God in his word, God in nature that he made said, women need to shut up. They need to be quiet. They don't get to call shots. They don't get to rule because they do stupid things like this.
So true, King. Women need to shut up. And that's hard.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is his name King?
No, it is.
No.
He said so true, King, unironically?
Yep.
Let me ask you, like...
That's powerful. That's muscular
class.
Every single person on this planet is gay.
Yeah.
things like this.
So true, King. Women need to shut up. That's hard.
Wait,
That's
I'm sorry.
mean.
Is
That's
his
not
name
Christian.
King?
No, it is.
No.
He said "so true, King" unironically.
Yep.
Let me ask you, like,
usually Christians are less corny than that.
there's
exactly.
well, he's trying to appeal to the kids. You know that, right? I mean, that's what's
This will
going
get
on
the
here.
Fuentes audience. Yeah.
He's trying to appeal to the junior high kids, but there is definitely a quality of like, I'm trying to be something I'm not.
Yep.
And I don't know exactly what it is that he feels he's not. It could be I'm not as young as I want to be, and I'm not speaking to the kids, or it could be other things.
It's women. I just have no interest in them in any capacity.
women.
You mean the guy in the quarter zip under the suit jacket?
Yeah, that moves his
How
hand
much
like that.
layer? I mean, come on. Does straight men layer like this?
Steve Bannon does.
Well,
Look at that. Look at that with the halves, the collared shirt underneath the half zip underneath the jacket. This underneath the suit jacket. It's an interesting comment. It must be cold. Must be cold in there or something.
Though. Shots. They don't get to rule because they do stupid things like this.
So true, King. Women need to shut up. That's harsh. That's mean. That's not Christian. No, it is so biblical and.
That is so biblical, King. So biblical. Ah, King, you're getting so biblical with me.
Shut up.
Oh, King, why are you
that's
getting so
harsh.
biblical?
That's mean. That's not Christian. No, it is so biblical and so pleasing to God. Your daughter needs to shut up in the home when she's talking to her. You know that's not what we're saying in the public square, in ruling civil positions of government, in the church, in ecclesiastical positions of authority, and when it comes to making decisions in the household as the federal head for the family. In that arena, right? There's the disclaimer. In that arena, absolutely, Wes is right. Women, shut up. Of course.
This is the least masculine.
It is offense to God.
And that's
women. Shut up.
Shut up, ladies.
Thank you. Thank you.
God.
Ladies, come on now.
Every time a woman shuts up, I have a mini orgasm.
That's right. Yes, I love it. When the ladies are
Jesus
quiet.
I want to focus on the men.
These guys need fucking help.
You have a mental health problem.
Come on!
You can't tell me I can't go out to that rest stop.
Shut up.
I need to go to the park and think about Jesus with my friends.
I just realized what Sam is saying. I listened to this earlier and I did not pick up on that joke. I was listening to it in 2x and I did not catch that.
Every single person on this planet is gay? Yeah.
Prisla.
Oh my God.
Thank you for the super chat.
Oh my God.
Thank you for the super chat, pal. I thought Christ is king. What the fuck is going on? I don't know. I don't know, Prisla. It's very confusing to me. Yeah, I wish I could explain to you what the hell is going on. But there is no rational possible explanation why he would call him king. Knowing what we all know, as you've pointed out here, it's crazy.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
It's weird.
Hey, I can't go out to that rest stop.
Shut up.
I need to go to the park and think about Jesus with my friends.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
It's shocking to the degree how much of like the extreme misogynistic right is men who have trouble with themselves deep down.
Well, because women represent something to them that like is a more feminine side to them that they feel like they need to
I've been in bed with probably 300
and
women.
that often
Panic about.
and comes in the form of like violent misogyny. I mean, sexuality is a spectrum, right? And like I there are men that are fully gay, there are men that are fully straight, but there are some men that are like in the middle or have thoughts about it or wish that they could experiment. And they're not as represented as bi women.
From backgrounds that were told you that's not enough.
Says you, Emma. Says you.
Says me.
Come on.
So in that gray area, if you are in a fundamentalist background, it allows for like this kind of violent these viewpoints to promulgate and to, I don't know, fester.
It's a way in which I mean, I don't know about these guys, but where self-hate gets to be turned outward. That's all.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, that type of like
women are throwing themselves
just
at
the
me.
idea that you are so deeply insecure at some level that you need to make it a proclamation that the women shut up. Like, I don't even have I'm not going to say it personally. It needs to be a proclamation. So I don't have to actually even engage in this. The misogyny is supposed to be there just structurally. I don't even have to articulate misogynistic things.
Come on.
Because I shouldn't have to. It should be, the structure should be such that I don't even bother.
Exactly. Why should men have to even assert their dominance over women? I mean, it's 2026. Why should a man have to drag a woman from a cave by the hair and get her to cook him a sandwich? Okay? There should be structural, the government should get involved. The government should get involved. There should be structural frameworks in place to ensure this so men aren't inconvenienced by this.
Ridiculous.
I don't have to say these things. It should just be the way.
That's what real masculinity is just like having to hide yourself from any tension in the home. Sorry, Brian.
Well, no, I was just going to say, and it's just interesting that Pete Hegseth is a member of this congregation, and he's trying to liberate the women of Iran from Sharia law.
I mean, that's what...
Yeah, exactly.
And he liberated all those girls before they could even become women. Yeah. From their lives, right. Yeah.
Yeah, that radical Sharia law is very scary.
The ladies of the view.
Let's not forget that he also liberated that conservative woman who accused him of was it a rape? I think at a conservative.
Said he took her phone and blocked her from leaving his hotel room, physically blocking the door, and she went to the hospital after.
Yep.
Wow.
All right, let's couple IMs and then wrap things up. Owen from Wisconsin, it's almost like crypto-fascist means separatist movement.
Yes, indeed. These Christian nationalists have some very disturbing beliefs about women. Not solely, but good God. All right, now, of course, Easter falls every springtime. Blossoms on trees many places. People taking in the sunshine after a long, cold winter in the United States. I forget where this is. Hold on, I can figure this out. Hold on. You deserve to know where this is. I don't know. Hold on. Please hold. Please hold. Georgia. Macon, Georgia. Whoopsies. Macon, Georgia. Georgia. Oh my God, look at this dog.
The same, but
Wait, what was she gonna say? What was she gonna say? Look at this dog. Oh my God. Oh my God, that's the pinkest dog I've ever seen. Look at the look on the dog's face. They're a beautiful couple. Look at those two. All right, everybody enjoying the springtime coming out and Macon, Georgia. Now, one thing you can't go without on Easter. We've already covered one thing, of course, chocolate. Christianity, technically. And, of course, eggs. Which have, in fact, subsided in cost since last Easter. One of the only things.
Egg prices in the US have fallen 60% from last year's record highs, making it easier for you to fill your Easter baskets.
The average price of eggs was $2.50 per dozen in February this year, compared to $6.23 per dozen in March 2025.
Bird flu was to blame for the higher retail prices during the first 5 months of 2025. An outbreak forced farmers and commercial producers to slaughter entire broods of egg-laying hens. The cases dwindled in the second half of the year, which helped restore egg supplies. Experts say the Trump administration's decision to import nearly 1 billion eggs last year also helped lower prices.
We solved the egg crisis. Now, unfortunately for everyone else, everyone in America, eggs are one of the only items in your grocery store that have come down in price. Sad but true. However, cheaper eggs means cheaper, or it would mean cheaper Easter celebrations for people if chocolate weren't much, much more expensive. I think it's actually, you know what? I think chocolate prices came down, didn't they? I take it back. I don't know how far. Hold on. At one time, they were sky high, but they actually, I think they came down since the end of last year, slightly. And that's, yeah, we talked about this earlier this year. They started coming down, and I don't know if that's hit. I don't know if that people, honestly, I don't buy chocolate, so I don't. I have zero frame of reference for this item. I actually couldn't tell you whether or not chocolate prices have gone up or down in my real life. Chocolate prices. I'm just looking it up. Oh no, I take it back. Chocolate prices have gone back up in March. Oh, probably because of, oh yeah. Right. Operation Epstein. So who knows? Who knows what what a bunny of chocolate costs? I have no fucking idea. Who knows? They were going down. At one point, they were going down. It was putting a massive amount of pressure on suppliers. We were talking about it at one point. Because they had been hoarding chocolate, and when it started going down, people started losing their socks. But they're back up. because of Epstein Fury. Operation Epstein Fury. Okay. Well, let's go here to a message from Senator Raphael Warnock. I meant to put this in the, this is in the wrong place. I was gonna do this after the Georgia one. I screwed this up.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Look, I'm doing my best, okay?
Happy Easter, Georgia. Our Christ has risen. Today we celebrate the resurrection of Jesus Christ and the redemption that God brings to humankind. Easter reminds us that no matter how dark the night, morning comes. No matter how tragic the Friday, every bad Friday becomes a good Friday in light of Easter Sunday morning. It is a story of sacrifice, but also the promise that death is not the end, that despair does not have the final word, and that God is always working for our good, even when we cannot see it. It is the reminder that truth, crushed to earth, will rise again. In difficult and uncertain times like these, the message of Easter matters more than ever.
Thank you, Senator Reverend Warnock. Is Raphael Warnock a reverend? That actually checks out now that I think about all the speeches he's ever given. Somehow I did not know that. Not the fact that was logged in my brain. It was slightly out of order, but, not that bad. All right. On to this next fascinating story. To the Rational National. From earlier today.
Oh joy, another reminder as to why I don't talk about American politics as much as I used to. That is because there is very little left to say. So here is Donald Trump's Easter message this morning, putting out this saying Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the fucking straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah, President Donald J. Trump. There should be an immediate rush for the 25th Amendment to get this man out of the presidency. He has lost his mind. This is just one of 1,000 messages just like this. This is his Truth Social message. I
gotta say, it's one of the, I mean, it's one of the funniest things Donald Trump has said, combined with one of the most disturbing things he said. David makes a fair point. I mean, Power Plant and Bridge Day. Power Plant Day and Bridge Day. Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day. There's a declaration of war crimes. Of course, the destruction of civilian infrastructure like bridges and power plants would be collective punishment, also known as a war crime against humanity. But then, praise be to Allah. Praise be to Allah, Almighty Allah, and the great Prophet Muhammad, inshallah. Praise be. God is good. It's incredible. Like, what was he on? What was... Who approved that Trump tweet? That one was definitely Trump. Like, no, there's no way. There's no way somebody brought that to Trump to sign off on. There is no fucking way. That is Trump on the toilet saying, praise be to, they'll love this. They'll love this. Praise be to Allah. All of those Iranians, they'll start protesting when they know I'm on their side. When they know I like Allah too. I hear he's a great guy.
Messages just like this. This is his Truth Social message. What do I say to this? How do I cover this? How do I try to, what is there left for me to say? What is there left for anyone to say? I'm glad there are, I want to be clear. It's important that he's still talked about, that the president of the United States, the most powerful position in the world, is still covered in the mainstream press. It's important that he's covered. But in terms of the commentary, in terms of trying to assess what needs to be done, this man should have been removed a year ago, let alone what's happening now. So, it goes without saying, he's just outright stating, I'm going to be committing more war crimes. Hitting civilian infrastructure is a war crime. So this video is going to be probably 2 minutes long because there's nothing left to say, but I had to just.
I don't know. I think it's incredible. And I think there is more to say. Me personally, I think there is slightly more to say. What in the hell are Trump supporters thinking right now? What are people? When I saw this, all I could think about was Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes just fuming. Like I can just imagine. On Easter? This is on Easter. On Easter Sunday, of all days, Donald Trump says, praise be to Allah, the great and almighty Allah, in all of his glory. It's incredible. By the way, did everybody see the thumbnail for the stream? The horizontal stream, you can still see the thumbnail. And I may have done a little bit of photoshopping. I took the photo of Donald Trump holding the Bible upside down, and instead I replaced it with the Quran. I felt it was apt, perhaps necessary alteration. Slight, small, but fitting. Allah Akbar. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Praise be to Allah. Thank you for your attention to this message. Donald J. Trump. I can't wait for what he's going to say next. I just can't wait. I'm just imagining all the possible things he's going to say next. Truth to power. What's next? What is next? Okay, oh god, I almost forgot. I did forget. For half an hour I forgot. I completely forgot. And I can't decide, I can't go between, I have to pick 2 or 3 hours. I'm gonna give you 3. I'll give you 3. We're gonna do a half goal, like I said yesterday, because we didn't get a full stream yesterday, of course. Whoopsies, that's not what I meant to do. That's not how you type. Why is typing so difficult? It's a question we should all ask ourselves. No, that's still somehow wrong. I don't understand. Okay. Galactic half goal. Content goal live in the YouTube chat. Technically, I think we already have made some progress on it. Technically. don't know how much. Not a lot, but some. There you go, everybody. Happy Easter. Praise be to Allah. Praise be to Allah. May
Kristi
the
Noem.
IRGC strike down the infidels. Strike down the nasty infidels. Praise be. I mean, I feel like he might as well have ended it with that. All right. Wow, we're talking about the women's a lot today. Let's talk about another woman. Terrible woman, unfortunately. Kristi Noem. Kristi Puppy Killer Noem. R.I.P. Cricket. Oh, you were taken from us too soon. Should have been Kristi.
Kristi Noem has responded to the leaked photos of her husband who has a kink. He likes to, I don't know how you would describe the kink. I'm sure there's a specific terminology for it. But he likes to.
I was going to have this right.
Cross-dress.
Damn it. I screwed up. I had plans. Pretend like Sam didn't start answering that question. How do you describe what it is that Byron, is that his first name? Mr. Noem. Just call him Mr. Noem. How do you describe? What do you call that? What was he? I'm trying to think. It's like I can almost hear it.
Giant redwood.
It's right in the back.
Larch. The fir. The mighty Scots pine. What about my bloody parrot? The smell of fresh cut timber. The crash of mighty trees.
Can you smell it? I can smell it. Oh, I can smell it. Oh, God. It's beautiful. Oh, it smells lovely.
With
Just
my
think
best
about it.
girl by my side, we'd sing, sing, sing.
I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. I sleep all night and I work all day.
He's a lumberjack and he's okay. He sleeps all night and he works all day.
I cut down trees, I eat my lunch, I go to the lavatory. On Wednesday I go shopping and have buttered scones for tea.
He cuts down trees, he eats his lunch, he goes to the lavatory. On Wednesday he goes shopping and has buttered scones for tea. He's a lumberjack and he's okay. He sleeps all night and he works all day.
I cut down trees, I skip and jump, I like to press wildflowers. I put on women's clothing and hang around in bars.
He cuts down.
Would also wear like fake breasts, and I've seen some folks online who are sex workers who have claimed like he was a client. I didn't blow the whistle on him. I didn't know who he was, but he was a client, and he was apparently a little bit annoying to some of these folks. But nevertheless, there's a lot of question as to who leaked this. And the first story was that it was a sex worker who leaked it because she had immigrant family members, but the timing doesn't make any sense at all. Kristi Noem is out of power. You're doing far more damage to her husband than to her. apparently this story was shopped around over the past year. Mark Caputo, a reporter, said on, I think it was on Twitter, that he had been shopped at but couldn't confirm the story. Others claim that Kristi Noem would tell people that her husband was gay, or, you know, there were whispers to that effect. My guess is still on Kristi Noem or Corey Lewandowski leaking it so that she has an easy exit from her relationship and they have an opportunity to be together and enjoy all the money that they stole from the government or got kickbacks or whatever it is. That's just my working theory. But Fox is onto something else.
What? Oh my God, his name is Brian. Is Brian, but spelled Bryon. Brian Noem. What kind of fucking name is that? That's a stupid name. I hate that. Yeah, you know, here's the thing. I'm fine. If Brian wants to put on women's clothing and hang around in bars, I support him. Okay? I just think it's unfortunate that Brian, I assume, is a fascist and is married to a fascist who's, you know, part of a regime that's repressing people who want to put on women's clothing and hang around in bars. You know, just like Brian wants to do. And it's just one of those things. It's like, what's the... God, I can't think of the term. It's unfortunate that he... You know? He's living this sort of double life like that.
Former Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem has asked...
Wait, his name is Brian Talmy? Talmy? But Brian is, but Kristi, and I don't understand. I'm sorry. This is Trump's America. I mean, what are you trying to tell me? Trying to tell me that Kristi didn't take her husband's last name? Oh boy.
That is really weird.
I'm shocked. This is the first time I'm learning of this. It's incredibly woke. That's incredibly woke. I'm confused. Wait, people in chat are saying tell me. Is it tell me or is it no? Now I have to Google it for myself. I can't do this. We can't play this game. No, it is no. It is no. Isn't it? It is no. You're all making things up. Everybody's just lying to me now on the stream. Is that the new thing to try and convince me, like to try and trick me? Is the new? Is that I'm just gonna stop believing you, chat? Is that what you want? You want? Is that sort of the relationship you want? Trying to trick me all the time. It's not very nice.
Former Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is asking for privacy and prayers tonight. She's said to be devastated by a report alleging her husband has been what is being called a cross-dressing double life. Senior national correspondent Rich Edson has details tonight. Good evening, Rich.
Good evening, Brett. Well, former Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem and now President Trump are responding to a report regarding Noem's husband's alleged online activities. A spokesperson tells the Daily Mail that she's devastated and that, quote, the family was blindsided by this, and they ask for privacy and prayers at the time. President Trump tells the outlet he knew nothing about it, adding, "Wow, I feel badly for the family. If that's the case, that's too bad." The Daily Mail alleges it obtained...
Pause it for 1 second. He also said, "I don't know anything about it."
Which is reflexive
weird.
for him at
Yeah,
the
it's like-
What? Jeffrey, who? Oh, you what? You wanna talk about him? Weird. You wanna take up Pam's time with that right now? That's what you wanna do? Very weird. No, I just think that's weird of you to want to do that. And you could ask about the Dow or something like that. You know?
The Dow.
Just
the
say.
Dow right now is over. The Dow is over 50.
It's weird.
Exactly, Pam. Exactly. It's weird.
Told this story before, and I'm gonna go on to another show, but and talk about I'm with Busey, but there was a fire in our studio, in our office, in Beverly Hills, and apparently when somebody called Gary Busey to tell him that this had happened, we were going to have to suspend production. He goes, "I didn't do it." You're like, "Yeah, no, we didn't.
I don't know anything about it."
That's weird. I don't know anything about it. I certainly don't know anything about dressing up with breasts and bimbo.
Is Sam alluding to Gary Busey attempting to burn down the Air America studios in California?
Illegal.
That sounds illegal. I can't tell if he's being serious. Gary Busey is a pretty unhinged guy, but trying to burn down the studios? Come on. That's just unprofessional.
Don't know anything about dressing up with breasts and bimboification on camera. I don't know anything about that.
I believe they call it bimboification.
Yes, but I don't know.
About it, adding, "Wow, I feel badly for the family. If that's the case, that's too bad." The Daily Mail alleges it obtained hundreds of messages between Brian Noem and 3 women involved in a site where men cross-dress. The Mail posted several of these photos and writes, Brian Noem allegedly sent women in the community $25,000 in virtual payments. The publication says Brian Noem did not deny the explicit conversations, but says he never put national security at risk while his wife was secretary, setting up a potential blackmail situation. Quote, "Yeah, I made no comments like that. That would lead to that." Brian Noem operates a crop insurance agency. He and Kristi Noem married in 1992. They have 3 adult-age children. Earlier this month, President Trump ousted Secretary Noem from her role leading the Homeland Security Department after congressional hearings
He just turned his
where
back
she had
on me.
difficulty
The way
answering
reality
whether
turned
she
its
was
back on
having an
Gary
affair
Busey.
with top aide
How am I
Corey
doing
Lewandowski.
today, Gary
With her
Busey?
husband seated
You're
behind her,
doing
she
great.
also faced questions about more than $200 million in DHS ad campaigns that featured Noem. Democrats are investigating that businesses that received money on that contract. The president named Noem as special envoy to the Shield the Americas bread.
All kinds of stories today. Rich,
Awesome.
thank you.
I mean,
It's not the worst thing you could do, okay? Look, you can't be at ICE anymore. I think probably not the best fit. But you get a new job. You can still get a new great job at the very prestigious and newly created Shield of America. You can work with Captain Planet and the Wonder Twins. They're in S.H.I.E.L.D., right? I think I know my DC Marvel universe. My DC Marvel universe, I know it very well. Huckleberry Hound, I think, is also in S.H.I.E.L.D. with Kristi. They'll be keeping America safe. Keeping it safe. So they both cosplay. You know what? Manda is making a fantastic point. It's clear that they're actually, when you think about it, even though Corey and what we really need, I mean, honestly, we need them to open up about the fact that there should be some sort of a throuple situation with Corey Lewandowski. Brian, we're going to call him Byron. We're going to Byron, Corey, and Kristi, right? Even saying it out loud, they sound made for each other, you know? Like, I think they need to consider like a polycule situation, right? It only makes sense. They're made for each other. Kristi likes dressing up in costumes. Clearly, Byron likes dressing up in costumes. And like I said, while Kristi may have more sexual chemistry with Corey, I feel like they can all make it work together. You know, for the kids. For the adult kids. I'm not gonna lie, I don't watch any of the Marvel movies. Like I stopped watching those a long time ago. When I realized that they were gonna just start making endless Marvel movies, I was like, no, I think I'm okay. You know, at some point, I think I decided, you know, when I'm on my deathbed and I literally can't go anywhere and I've run out of everything to watch, at that point, I'll be like, you know what? I think I'll watch all those Marvel movies in chronological order. That seems like a good plan. And then I'll die.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay, I can't remember exactly at which point I realized that they were going to do that, but I mean it's pretty clear that that's the plan, right? I'm not off base here, right? Anybody disagree with me that that's their plan, to make endless movies into infinitum, regardless of necessity or compelling stories to tell? just you know. All right. From one scandal to the next, both actually involving the president in one way or the other, from Kristi Noem and Byron Byron's hobby, I guess you'd call it, to the extracurricular activities of pro athlete Tiger Woods, a close friend of the president. Body cam footage was released of his arrest after crashing his car.
Down my phone. Yeah, I was just talking to the president.
Okay, so Deputy,
just talking to the president.
Here to conduct a DUI.
I'm just talking to the president. I'm just talking to the president. Okay. I love how he peppered that in there. Like in the middle of the arrest. He just calls the president.
DUI investigation on you, just to ensure that you're safe to operate the motor vehicle at the time of the crash, okay? Can you tell me what happened with the crash?
I was looking down on my phone.
Okay.
I already changed the radio station, and I hit.
Right?
2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1.
So at this time, I do believe your normal faculties are impaired, okay? And you're under the unknown substance, okay? So at this time, you're under arrest for DUI. Yes, sir.
Right to jail, right away.
Well, there you go. I think the only reason why I decided to watch this one is because it happened to relate to Donald Trump. The fact that he did, in fact, call President Trump in front of the police and then was like, hey, I just got done calling the president. It didn't prevent him from getting arrested, unfortunately for him. But I'm sure he'll get a pardon. Now, didn't he get the Presidential Medal of Freedom? Am I forgetting something? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, 6 years back in 2019. Donald Trump gave Tiger Woods the Medal of Freedom. Well, he's being super free.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry. I thought
Tiger,
this was
we
America.
are inspired by everything you've become and attained. The job you've done is incredible. Your spectacular achievements on the golf course, your triumph over physical adversity, and your relentless will to win.
The United States is now proud to honor Tiger Woods, whose tenacity,
Whoopsies, what did I just do?
willpower, and unyielding drive inspire us all.
So free. Freest man, he needs a medal. So free.
I just want to say this has been...
You'll also notice most of his hair is also free as well. If you take a look at the top of his head, most of Tiger's hair is also free from the top of his head. It has gone to better places. Better places. There he is, getting the medal. Wait, did everybody see it? Did I forget to switch over? Whoopsies, what did I just do? I did not mean to do that. Why did I do that? No. Why? Why have you done this? Press 1 in chat if you saw the clip. Or 2 if you did not. Screw it. Screw it. We've gone too far. We've gone too far. Suffice to say, there was Donald Trump giving the freest man, Tiger Woods, the Medal of Freedom back in 2019. Two, you didn't see the clip. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We're not going back. It's too late. We've gone too far. We've gone much, much too far. I mean, they're longtime friends. I mean, I'm sure Tiger has golfed at Trump's golf courses dozens and dozens, maybe hundreds of times. Who knows? Yeah, and they're close personal friends. Tiger's got his phone number, and he got the Medal of Freedom from him. He'll probably get a pardon. He was just being very free. Now, If Tiger loses his license, he'll be riding a bike. And in Rochester, New York, they were giving away bikes to the youths. That's right. Free bikes for the youths. On Easter.
Many kids across Rochester went home with something special with their Easter baskets, brand new bikes. People's Choice Kitchen hosted their 5th annual Easter bike giveaway today, giving out around 600 bikes to those in need across the community. Organizers with PCK say they always want to spread Easter cheer by giving back, along with the organization giving back in many other ways for more than 20 years. Many during the event say it's seeing joy continue to be invested into the Rochester youth that makes them happy.
It takes a village. It takes a lot of like-minded business owners to come together and see our vision. Thank God I'm able to reach so many people to say, hey, you want to help buy a bike for a kid in need? You want to help a family out that would not be able to purchase a bike? You know, times are hard. It's extremely hard right now. And if we do not come together, it's going to be tough. So we got to lean on each other.
They partner with several other organizations and agencies like the Monroe County Sheriff's Office, Wegmans, and more.
Well, there we go. Bunch of youths getting bikes. Brand new bikes on Easter. A beautiful act of generosity. Well, with spring comes not just Easter and biking, it also brings with it opening day, the beginning of baseball season. That's right. Click on Detroit, Local 4, from Friday, with the scoop on opening day for the Detroit Tigers.
All right, if you're going to come downtown today, you can expect, of course, a lot of crowds and a lot of traffic. Detroit Police encouraging people to use public transit like the Q line. If you are planning on parking in a lot, Detroit Police say you should, of course, lock your car, store your valuables out of view. Also, expect those lot prices to be really inflated. But there is some good news about metered spots.
If you are driving down here, city's parking department is closed for Good Friday. So the Park Detroit street parking is free. So make sure you're following the signage just to park legally, but you don't have to pay for the meter parking.
Okay. Now I'm afraid I don't think that that's probably relevant to anybody now, because I think opening day was today. So this would have been helpful information yesterday. I'm now just realizing that. I feel bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
That's my bad. That's my bad. But hey, in theory, you could have gotten free street parking for opening day at whatever Detroit's field is called. At something corporate field, you could have gotten free parking. Now to Chicago. South Chicago.
Hey there, Tanya. Yeah, the gates are about to open any second now as fans head inside for the White Sox home opener. Still about 2 hours away from first pitch, but that has not stopped fans from showing up and tailgating early. Baseball is back on the South Side.
Feeling great, yeah. Hope we get a W today.
The libations flowing. Fans started tailgating shenanigans early today, a tradition for many.
It's always fun.
You got to enjoy it. The food, people.
This happens to be my 46th home opener in a row. Came here with my great-grandmother. Started off, and we used to ride the bus for 25 cents and go to Yokominski.
Hopeful fans energized and some in papal garb, a nod to the perhaps most famous Sox fan in the world, Pope Leo.
We've got 25 people showing up and then the thousands other here in the best tailgate lot in sports. Only on one side of town can you tailgate like this, and it's on the south side.
In one fellow sweep, the grounds crew removed the tarp this morning, protecting the field from rain overnight, and away they went, preparing the rate for opening day. This man, known as the Sod Father, leads the crew. This is his 60th home opener with the Sox, a Vietnam War veteran.
The Sod Father, because he takes care of the grass. Get it?
You are not funny.
Look,
He will be honored as the hero of the game today.
Roger Bossard is an icon when it comes to keeping fields pristine. So he's just a legend within the White Sox baseball community.
The team is pulling out all the stops for the first home game with endless entertainment, a slew of great giveaways, over a dozen new food items, and awesome theme nights ahead.
Chance the Rapper is throwing the ceremonial first pitch. It's been 10 years since he was on the bump throwing the ceremonial first pitch for us 10 years ago. So very cool. And then the national anthem is going to be performed by Chicago's very own Leo High School Choir. Fans just excited to be back to experience it all.
Oh my God.
Leo High School Choir.
Fans.
Look at these guys.
Illegal.
They have an entire bar. Out of control. Out of control. They are they are dug in over there. All right. That was from Chicago White Sox's home opener on Friday. People having a good time this weekend, even though for many the spring weather hasn't fully set in northern states like Illinois. Let's go to the south. Speaking of warm, Nolans. That's right. New Orleans celebrated Easter Sunday with a rainy French Quarter parade. Undeterred by the weather, dancing and marching through the storm.
Well, it's Easter, and it's New Orleans, and we're always looking for a reason to celebrate life, and what
Look at
better
that
way
poncho.
to celebrate life.
I can't believe she found a poncho shaped like that.
It's New Orleans, and we're always looking for a reason to celebrate life, and what better way to celebrate life than when Jesus came back.
Well, there's always a need to dress up and have a little fun and show creativity. It's New Orleans.
This is what Elvis would do. You know, you got to look good.
Now that I think about it, I guess ponchos are really just shaped like nothing. They're just like, they're basically just garbage bags with hoods. So really they can fit to any shape. They have really no form. They're formless. Look at this guy though. My God. Where did he get that jacket?
We're here for the people. We're doing
China.
You get to see the vibrancy of the locals and the crews. They all come together. Like we have the Dolly crew, we have the Elvis crew. All of these people that just pull everything together and put their heart and soul into it all year long. And it's just a beautiful city and a beautiful parade to be a part of.
You know, I'm not I'm not at all in any way official on this particular subject, but I think that might be somehow both the smallest and most decorated. Like, it only covers like a tiny portion of her head. Like, it's huge, actually. Like, it's quite a large hat, but like it only covers like a tiny section of her head. Like 5% of her head is covered by that hat.
This is ridiculous.
It is fun, though. It is fun. I will give her that. It is happening. I'm feeling it. I'm not gonna lie. I just find it fascinating. How does it even stay on? That's the thing that I'm questioning. Physics-wise, how does that thing stay on? It's mostly, like I said, it's a fairly large hat. How does it stay on when almost none of it's on her head? It's so confusing to my brain. Young Chris with a sweet, sweet super chat. Happy Easter, everyone. Aww. Thank you, young Chris. Getting us started on the galactic content goal. Okay. One more clip from New Orleans. WWL-TV, a local Louisiana station. From 2 hours
It has been
ago.
a rainy Easter Sunday here in southeast Louisiana, but when parades say rain or shine, they actually mean it here. Now this morning, the first of New Orleans' 3 parades got it going. This is the historic French Quarter Easter Parade led by horse-drawn carriages and convertibles. The parade kicks off a whole morning of events.
We're the ladies that started it over 70 years ago. We wear our chapeaus, which is your hat, and we wear our Easter finery, and we parade around the quarter, and then we go to St. Louis Cathedral for Easter Mass.
And up next, the French Quarter Easter Parade. This was its 41st year, started by...
Oh, it's a clip. I see. So it's not witchcraft. See, I was thinking it was some kind of witchcraft. But you're telling me it's some sort of mechanical device. Fascinating.
Owens, a legendary French Quarter entertainer and club owner. It made a loop through the quarter, crossing Bourbon Street. Then it ended with a brunch. And then the gay Easter parade started within the last 2 hours. We do have a crew there. Organizers call it a way to showcase the fashion and creativity.
The second the regular Easter parade gets done, the gay Easter parade gets started. There's 2 different Easter parades in New Orleans. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Okay. Yes. Now let's go from big gatherings down in New Orleans for Easter to a big gathering that was happening in... Actually, I can't remember where CPAC was this year. Is it in DC? I can't remember.
Local LGBTQ...
Anyway, in some place... Let's go to CPAC. See what's going on over there. Quick clip here from the Majority Report.
Here's a short interview with Greg Bovino by Jason from The Good Liars. Jason Selvig from The Good Liars. This is a short interview.
Tell me your previous job and your first and last name, please.
Well, sure. It's Gregory Bovino. Previous job was Chief Patrol Agent, U.S. Border Patrol.
And how long were you working there at ICE?
Approximately 30 years.
All right. Thank you so much for talking with us. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So that was my interview with Greg Bovino.
so fantastic.
Who's a big boy?
He's a big boy. You look at you. Look at you.
You're
look
a little
at
baby.
You.
You're,
Big,
you're,
strong
you're a little
boy.
baby.
They were out in front of CPAC. I think it could be from where it's from. They were out in front of CPAC.
What was he doing at CPAC? Bovino.
Last hurrah.
Getting shot spot for
Seldig was handing out Epstein files. And a lot of people were like, this is fake.
Talking about Jeffrey Epstein.
It's crazy the generational divide on that. Like everyone over like 45 is like, well, you know, Bill Clinton was also in the files. It's like, well, first of all, not as much because most of his time with Epstein was in the 90s.
Throw him in a cell with Trump.
But yeah, like what do you? How is
Of course.
that? But Bill Clinton did it.
Lock him up. Lock him up.
Got me.
Lock him
can't
up.
be against sex trafficking now.
Lock him up. All right, let's keep the Easter Sunday fun day stream moving. You know what? I think now is a good time, actually, for us to take a quick intermission. It's been about a little bit more than 2 hours. Feels like a good time now. We've made it through like a fifth of the videos I have prepared for tonight. Boy, oh boy. Wow, I have a full Sunday Fun Day list. All right, let's see. Yes, break. Galactic intermission, everybody. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right. I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit that follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. Without your support, we would cease to exist. Thankfully, in a lot of great ways for you to do just that. Things like YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch. Just got the bits, the power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google and/or Amazon. Of course, we have Throne, and the very best way to get the most space benefits, everybody's saying it, for your Earth dollars, Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. We are back. Break is over. Stream's about to begin once again, so you're gonna want to get yourselves back in those seats. Otherwise, you might miss it. Okay, everybody, we're back. Second half of the show. Getting on the road. Back to talking about Easter. Back to talking about Easter, last in New Orleans on that topic. Now to Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love.
Today, of course, is Easter Sunday, and all day long, Christians around the world are celebrating the resurrection of Jesus Christ. That includes right here in the heart of Philadelphia. Our Ray Strickland joining us live again from Enon Tabernacle Baptist Church with much more on today's services. Good morning and happy Easter, Ray.
Good morning to you, Jen, and happy Easter to you as well. The service just wrapped up about 15 minutes ago, but as you can see, many people are still leaving the service as we speak. It was really quite the turnout here at Enon Tabernacle Baptist Church. Take a look at the video that we got from inside the church. You can see, again, well attended. About 5,000 people attended the service this morning. Now, the service, which started at 6 o'clock, began with a prayer and performance, as you saw by the church's choir, before the pastor gave his sermon. Of course, everyone here coming together to celebrate the resurrection of Jesus Christ. Now, the people we spoke with here say it was important to start their day here at the church.
Got me pretty reflective. So, I mean, I'm 40 plus years old, we'll say, and I can just remember Easter and Resurrection Sunday being such a staple in my family and the importance of coming and celebrating the risen King. And so now that I'm a parent and a wife, being able to do and have this same experience with my family, it's not just performative, it really is a part of the fellowship and the culture that.
Oh, there you go. Part of the fellowship and culture, according to one woman. This celebration. Wait, I've done this. This is in the wrong order. Son of a bitch. Hold on. All right, from Philly to New York with CBS New York from 12 hours ago. Easter Sunday 2026. Bringing with it the annual Bonnet Festival. Let's find out.
It's the first Easter Sunday under new leadership for the Archdiocese of New York.
Noelle Lilly joins us live outside St. Patrick's Cathedral in Midtown, where it's going to be a very busy morning, but I have a feeling there are already plenty of people out there. Hey, Noelle.
Hey guys, no one could rain on this parade here in Midtown as folks have been lined up since early this morning when it was still dark outside of St. Patrick's Cathedral for this Easter Mass. Now today is going to be extra special because it will be the first Easter Mass led by the new Archbishop Ronald Hicks since Cardinal Timothy Dolan retired. Now that Mass will be at 10:15 a.m. today. We know folks have been in and out of the building all day today. And as you would expect, Archbishop Hicks has been very involved all week in Holy Week services, including yesterday for Holy Saturday. One part of the holiday that many look forward to, the Easter Parade and Bonnet Festival. Every year on Easter, you'll see folks put on their best bonnets and caps for a city tradition that dates back to the 1870s. Bonnets and caps.
A little wig. Oh my God, this is so cute. Oh no, it's unbearably cute. Oh God.
A city tradition that dates back to the 1870s. For this event, the bigger your hat, the better, so come with your Sunday best. We see those classic church hats and plenty of Easter-themed styles. I always like to see what the little kids are wearing. The parade kicks off at 10 a.m. on 5th Avenue from 49th to 57th Street, then wraps up at 4 p.m. If you're heading into Midtown, we're already seeing streets closed and MTA routes redone like the M1, M2, and M3 bus.
My God, look at those hats.
So keep that in mind. The NYC.
I take it back. Look at that hat. Jesus Christ. Interactive diorama on a hat.
Done like the M1, M2, and M3.
Anything quite like it.
Keep that in mind.
If there's a bonnet competition, the hat with the moving traffic and street signs, that should win. That's the winner.
NYC Tourism Council says the cathedral is one of the best spots to view the parade. This morning, we've met people from all over who came out early to celebrate Easter, from Italy to Spain to right here in New York City.
Just because of the history of it and the tradition of it, and it's just so, it's the closest thing to being in the Vatican in New York.
There's beautiful cathedrals there, but I guess it's beautiful to see all the ones around the world, so yeah.
Now,
okay, we're not done. We're not done. We're going back to the hats. More footage from New York's Easter parade with Reuters. Oh, Jesus. I'm fine. Everything's fine. Is there a Mamdani hat?
Oh, it's really awesome right here. When I came, when I came to the station, everybody started to take my pictures, and this is my first time. I'm really, proud, and I'm really so excited to be here.
Oh, look at that rabbit. That's the best.
Easter Sunday 2000.
Wait a second. That's a fake rabbit. Oh my! For 1 second, I saw that rabbit move and I thought it was real. Then I realized, actually, no. That's a man with a puppet.
This is a human man.
Look at that rabbit. That's the best.
Easter Sunday 2026. It is the place to be every Easter Sunday here in New York. The vibe is amazing. The costumes that people put on, the traditional Easter outfits. No other place is like this anywhere in the world.
Traditional Easter outfits. Is that a traditional Easter outfit? Is this a traditional Easter outfit? Really? What tradition of wearing an ice cream cone on your head? Or just ice cream with sprinkles? I'll give you that much, sprinkles, but ice cream hat nonetheless. Since when is that a tradition? What is this guy talking about? Oh, look at the incredibly traditional vestments of the parade goers. Man wearing a man made of balloons in a tweed suit. It's incredibly traditional. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. That's incredibly traditional. Write that down. Actually, I'm just realizing that's not a man. That's a bunny. A man wearing a bunny made of balloons and then when I said it, actually the bunny's not in the tweed suit. The way I said it, the way I phrased it, it could have been interpreted as such, but it's the man. The man's wearing the tweed suit. The bunny appears to be wearing like a leprechaun costume of some sort. I'm not sure how that's relevant. It's incredibly traditional. That's a tradition, okay? Everybody write that down. Everybody write that down for later. Traditional bunny balloon costume. Next Easter, you should be wearing one. It's a tradition, which means you can do it every year. Not just 1 year. Okay, well, without leaving New York, going to another video. Oh no, this one's no good.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
You've actually correctly identified the sound shot to segue us into the next video here. Oh, wow. I don't even know what to say. I'm just gonna go here. I'm no run up, no segue. NBC New York. Friday.
The controversy over a new security gate that is frustrating tourists and residents in Battery Park City. Apparently, it's blocking the scenic views of the Statue of Liberty. Let's get out to News 4's Erica Byfield, who's in Battery Park City. Tell us more, Erica.
Yeah, David, here it is behind me. It is quite tall. I can't even see over it myself. I'm about 5'7", 5'9", if I'm, pretending to myself. Regardless, I can't see over it. Some people around here are asking, can it be removed, shifted? Maybe.
You don't see much, though.
Lady Liberty just got blocked by a fence along the Battery Park waterfront.
If there's a fence, you can't get a good shot. You can't see anything.
The National Park Service and United States Park Police call the metal gate a critical security element to protect the millions of people who visit the Statue of Liberty each year. Yet some think it's forcing sightseers to pay to catch a glimpse.
The irony is that you're getting on this ship to go see the Statue of Liberty, which represents freedom, right?
We were even planning a party that we had called The View is... And what we were not expecting was that a fence.
Paula Ricard is the president of the Battery Conservancy. Her group designs and maintains the 25-acre historic parkland, and she's among the neighbors who want their unobstructed view back.
We believe it's too tall, too long. It doesn't need to be all the way through.
Yeah, this seems unnecessary. Like, incredibly repressive fence. A repressive capitalist fence, what it is. Okay. Speaking of repressive capitalists, perfect story. Let's go talking about the president and another wall that's been put up for him regarding the
Are
Epstein
you still
ballroom.
talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Reuters from yesterday. Trump administration files emergency motion to resume Epstein ballroom construction.
Immediately, if not sooner.
A judge's order to halt construction on a new White House ballroom is drawing sharp pushback from the Trump administration, which says the ruling puts presidential security at risk. In an emergency motion filed Friday with the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia, the administration argued that the pause leaves the executive mansion, quote, open and exposed, warning of what it calls grave national security harms. U.S. District Judge Richard Leon earlier this week ordered construction to stop while a lawsuit challenging the project moves forward. The lawsuit seeks to block the roughly $400 million ballroom planned for the site of the recently demolished East Wing, arguing the project required congressional approval. Leon temporarily delayed enforcement of his order for 14 days to allow the Trump administration to appeal. In its filing, the administration says the court lacks constitutional authority to hear the case, as it, quote, rests on a single pedestrian's subjective architectural feelings. The initial lawsuit was brought by the National Trust for Historic Preservation.
There you go. A metaphorical wall put up on Donald Trump's Epstein ballroom construction by a judge preventing him from making his gilded what do you want to call it? I mean, it keeps developing. I keep wanting to call it one thing, and then it keeps developing. Like, now it's going to have, what, missile-proof, not wind, rocket-proof windows and a bunker and a health center. At this point, it's becoming the Epstein Center. The White House Epstein Center. Equipped with pool and gym facilities. And bug-out room for the president. In case the nasty people, in case all of the peons start rising up, might have to go to the Epstein Center safe room. Can't have that. Gotta keep building it. I'm unsafe. It's a Vault-Tec doomsday shelter. God. It's a Vault-Tec shelter with the Liberace theme. With the Liberace theme. That's what it is. Well, while we're talking about the Epstein ballroom, we should talk about a guy who helped Jeffrey Epstein, at least his company, the company that he runs, helped Jeffrey Epstein with all of his many of his banking needs, facilitating numerous crimes in the process. I'm sure he'll be making an appearance at the Epstein Ballroom Center, Vault-Tec bunker. I am, of course, talking about Jamie Dimon. JP Morgan Chase CEO and Wall Street Ghoul.
JP Morgan chair, Jamie Dimon, he's confused. Bernie Sanders is proposing a wealth tax. There's two arguments for the tax, right? One is we need wealthy people to pay their share of what burden society has. That's what Jamie Dimon is confused by. There's another argument for a wealth tax, and that is, particularly in light of the fact that money is political speech, is that we want to maintain a democracy. And when we have this type of wealth disparity, it creates a political power disparity that destabilizes our society. In addition to making things materially worse for people, because it creates an affordability crisis, you'll hear, we have a K-shaped economy, and it really is like actually a small K, because that top part that goes like this is much smaller than the bottom part that goes down. And it basically means that the economy and our democracy is increasingly responsive to a smaller and smaller group of people.
I thought this was America.
Consumer products are aimed at the ultra wealthy because that's where the money is. Why do I have to make a bunch of products on low volume when I can make a smaller amount of products on very, very high markup? Rather, I should say, why should I do a large volume with a small markup when I can do small volume with a huge markup? I'm going to sell to the wealthy people.
It's science.
So all of a sudden, the base Subaru is costing close to $35,000, $40,000 because they're like, we don't want to sell to the people who are looking for a $24,000 car because our markup is not as much. I'm a little sensitive to that, but I look occasionally. Here's Jamie Dimon on Hannity.
And so, what do people say? What do you say to people?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's no, it's not Hannity. It's who is it?
It's Brian Kilmeade.
Oh, Brian Kilmeade. This is Fox and Friends. Sorry.
Yes, Brian.
What do people say? What do you say to people like Bernie Sanders, who says it every day, 20 times a day? Billionaires and millionaires don't pay their fair share.
I don't know what he means by fair share. I've listened to that my whole life, and I don't know what he means. I mean, I think that we could acknowledge there are flaws and attack the flaws. I don't think just taxing someone is going to attack the flaws. As a matter of fact, I don't think most American citizens believe that if we taxed $1 trillion more and sent it down to Washington, D.C., that the country would be worse off. I think what they believe is that money be given out to special interest groups and the friends of this politician, that politician. We need policy that drives growth, and that's regulatory policy. I think immigration policy, that we should allow more merit-based and, path to citizenship. I think we should double the earned income tax credit. Like literally, if you are making $14,000 or $15,000 a year, that the government give you 12, not just 6. And I think that would put money in the hands of people working. It would be better social outcomes, more home ownership, less crime, less recidivism. First rung will allow at least the second rung, and the money would be spent in their local communities.
Do you like the idea of Trump accounts?
Yes, I think it's a great idea. And
all right, you know what? The first thing that strikes me is just to watch how all.
I'm sorry, but before I can allow Sam to get in here, can we talk about how fucking tight Jamie Dimon's goddamn jeans are? First off, why? Why sneakers, jeans, pressed shirt, and jacket? What is this look? I hate this look. And why are those jeans so tight and short? I don't understand. It's bothering me. I know it's not a big deal, and the things he's saying are more problematic than the things he's wearing, but I don't know. It's weird. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying right now.
It's weird.
What was I saying? Oh, right.
First thing that strikes me is just to watch how all of these wealthy people, like, you know, like, regardless of who they are, they suck up to power. Like, there's no amount of money.
Yep.
I was having a conversation with a reporter from the Philadelphia Inquirer who was like, you know, I thought, like, when Bezos bought the Post, he doesn't care about losing money. And yet he's doing all these cuts. And he's like, I feel like I was naive. And, like, the bottom line is, Bezos isn't cutting to save money. Bezos wants to be able to control that paper and have it just basically be an opinion broadsheet. And the more reporters are there, the more difficult it is to control the reporting and what the newspaper comes out with, and the more likely you're going to offend those in power. And it's like, for people like us, like, how much money do you need?
Yep.
Yeah. Like, how much money do you need to amass that you are still trying to play, I've got to appease whoever's in power so that I don't have any type of regulatory pressure that keeps me from earning $200 billion or whatever it is. Like, this is the same dude who was like, I don't know, maybe I got to go to Mars. I'm going to figure out what to do with my money.
Well, first of all,
and Diamond's the same way. First off, just the incoherence of what he's suggesting. He wants to double the earned income tax credit. Well, where's that going to come from? That's a payment, incidentally. We call it the earned income tax credit because we're so allergic to the idea of saying a government payment. But it's a government payment. It's a government payment, incidentally, that kept a half of children living in poverty. It took them out of poverty in a year during the Biden years when we passed the American Rescue Act. Half. Well, 45% of children living in poverty were raised out of poverty in a year.
Immediately, if not
by
sooner.
increasing the earned income tax credit. Now, I don't know where he expects that money to come from, if not taxes. But aside from his being completely incoherent and that giving away the game that he's really just kissing ass, right? He's just kissing ass. He doesn't know what.
I guess we could deficit finance it. I'm sure Jamie would love that. Just deficit spending. Right? I'm sure he's not the sort of guy who, you know, talks about things like fiscal conservatism and the deficit or whatever.
Fair share means? It means that the Social Security tax used to capture 91% of income made in this country because wages were dispersed amongst enough people that even if you there was fewer people who had money above the cap.
Follow the rich white man.
Social Security taxes, the first, I think it's $180,000 now. And then anything after that, you don't pay a Social Security tax on it. And now we capture about 85, 86% of income. That's a huge difference. And that's because so much of the money is being hoarded by such a smaller group of people on the higher end. That's unfair. But forget fairness. Because fairness is completely subjective. That's why he doesn't understand what it means.
Yeah.
Some people think it's fair to have everyone have access to health care. And by access, I mean get it. Guaranteed access. Not subject to how much money you make. Some people think that's fair. Some people think it's fair that everyone has guaranteed access to a place to live. Some people think it's fair that everyone has guaranteed access to enough food so that they're not malnourished. Some people think, no, it should be just a function of, like, your merit, even though we don't live in a society that really values merit. Because if it did, you wouldn't be able to inherit money from your parents. Because a lot of times the kids have less merit than the parents did. Maybe they have more.
Daddies are more stronger than moms.
But in terms of a functioning society, you cannot have an increasingly narrow band of people controlling all the resources, both in terms of spending power and in terms of political power.
Yep. Sam is absolutely right. And while we have all the underlying extreme inequality in our society, of course, things are getting even more difficult for the non-ultra wealthy as a result of Operation Epstein Fury, which is causing gas prices to rise. All across the planet, of course. And it's affecting, well, everybody who drives or buys things. People's gas tanks looking real empty lately. Now, one thing that brings people a great deal of fun in their lives, at least many people, are their pets. And not only are pets expensive, but taking care of pets, for the people getting paid to take care of the pets, is getting more expensive.
Could you jump up?
I'm talking about the dog walkers.
The rising gas prices have been brutal for dog walkers. I think most people don't realize that we do so much driving to walk dogs.
Lordy. Wait, guys. Keep going down there. Oh, you're so cute and sweet. You're so cute and sweet. Okay, everybody, Bobby, come here. ready. Come here. Come on, guys. Sit.
So I've owned a doggy llama for 21 years, and right now I have about 25 employees. Most of them are dog walkers. Into going on hikes and having adventures in the outdoors, but they're not necessarily turkeys everywhere. Yeah, who's a good girl? You're so... Dog is coming. For a group dog walker, somebody who's taking out a group of up to 6 dogs, we spend an hour picking the dogs up at their homes, an hour hiking, and then an hour driving around to drop them off at home again. So it's a lot of time in the car.
Well, there you go, dog walkers struggling to pay to fill up the tank to walk your dogs. It's a result of Operation Epstein Fury and the increase in gas prices. Now, to another thing that's causing our energy consumption costs to go up. AI, which is sucking up energy and water like never seen before.
Yeah, the recent surge in AI development has driven a massive build out and need for data centers. And these aren't the data centers that we've had throughout the country, throughout the world over the last decades. These are entirely new simply because of scale and speed at which they're being developed. We're talking about data center developments that are coming online, needing electricity, the magnitude of entire cities, just one data center. And so we're talking an enormous change in electricity demand in a very short period of time.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Yep. As a result of the need for computation from the AI oligarchs. And all of these data centers being built. We are using more energy than we can make. And it's going to be bad. It's going to continue to get worse if we don't stop this nonsense. If we don't shut it down, we're going to be in trouble. For multiple reasons, actually. Not only is it going to cost people a fortune, it's also going to be incredibly detrimental to the planet. Since we're not powering most of these are being powered with non-renewable energy. So, like methane gas tends to be the thing. Now, another thing which AI data centers are using up in huge quantities is water, not just energy. And this next story is not got to do with AI data centers necessarily. Although I'll bet you money, if I had the money to bet, and in fact, I don't even need a bet. Let's just really quickly. I'll bet you this is related, actually. Oh, wow. Well, I can't say for sure that this is AI related, but let's go to Houston, where the map of data centers looks like this, and the water companies, or at least one water company, seems to be charging its customers exorbitant fees. Look at that. There's like a dozen data centers in this one location. Now, this is correlation is not causation. I can't say with certainty that this is related. It could be happening completely unattached. But hard not to at least to look at that, right? To bring it into the equation, if you will. Right? If you got like a dozen AI data centers in the area, they might be using a little bit of the water. And that might in turn incentivize water companies.
Texans across the state
this.
are trying to stop a private water company, theirs, from tacking on another monthly fee to their bill.
And now they say the company is trying to silence them.
Our 13 Investigates team has reported on Texas water utilities several times in the past, including from customers who say they were blindsided by the company's high fees when they moved into a new home. And this woman who told us she was hauling jugs of water to her home after cutting off her service because she says she couldn't afford it anymore.
Now, some neighbors are fighting the company over water fees they say cost too much. 13 Investigates' Micah Hadfield looks at how far they're going to keep costs down.
Do you feel like the little guy up against the giant?
David and Goliath.
Is that what it feels like?
Yes, ma'am.
Across the state, Texas water utilities customers are locked in a fight where they feel like they're the underdog. The opponent? A multi-million-dollar utility company. The stakes? An extra fee tacked onto every single monthly bill. And leading the charge?
So every time there's a document...
Anna Miller. She's running a statewide resistance from a small desk just off her kitchen in Cleveland.
The thing is, these fees are not... This is not a one-off occurrence. And in fact, we've covered some of these stories in the past. But people have been seeing these sorts of increases on their bills. Electricity companies across the country. Mysterious fees popping up whenever AI data centers seem to show up in the area. Once again, it's a little weird how that seems to happen.
This is where I spend just about my entire day and evening. The rising prices, it's devastating.
Texas water
Essentially, what the problem is they can't create enough at peak hours, enough, water and or in some electricity in the cases of the electric companies doing this sort of thing. So they're just trying to literally deal with the scarcity problem by like disenfranchising people from basic necessities like water and electricity, so that they can make money by servicing businesses, specifically data centers, which are huge customers, using a fuck ton of electricity. Like that one woman said in the video before, they're using a city's worth of electricity. And not in all cases, but in many cases, they're using a hell of a lot of water. I don't know the exact figures. I don't have it off the top of my head, but it's not good. I can't remember what the was. I think it was like a bottle of fresh water for every like AI photo generator, like every AI video, like every like 30-second AI. Maybe it might be less, might be shorter. I can't remember the exact. Like there was like a figure that was quoted a long time ago. I just can't think of. I can't think of it off the top of my head. All right. Now. People aren't just struggling to pay the electric bills or the water bill or to fill up their tanks. They're also struggling to just put food on the table. And unfortunately, in Minnesota, one food pantry is closing at a time when people seemingly need it most. WCCO Minnesota from Thursday.
New at 5, a new hit to Minnesota's hunger crisis. A pop-up food shelf suddenly shuttered after serving communities for more than 2 decades. It comes as demand is higher than ever. A recent report found Minnesotans turned to food shelves more than 9 million times last year. That was the 4th straight record year. Now more families are scrambling after Ruby's Pantry shut down. Photojournalists Ray Campos and Adam Duxter show us how other food banks are trying to step up.
For more than 20 years, Ruby's Pantry provided food through what it called a blessing box, 37 locations across Minnesota, Iowa, and Wisconsin, in nearly 200,000 people served every year. Now that blessing is gone. The organization saying it's decided to end operations effective immediately. At the open door in Eagan.
All of Hunger Relief just went through back-to-back jolts between the shutdown and immigration enforcement situation.
They're already planning on absorbing the impact.
We've been serving people that don't normally need food, so that puts a lot of pressure on the hunger relief system. Losing food access right after that with Ruby's Pantry, that just puts more pressure on a system that was already stressed.
That doesn't sound good. It sounds downright awful. Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit that follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Don't forget to hit the like button as well. Really helps out. And of course, we still have to complete the galactic content goal right now. It's only a half a goal, but we're slowly running out of time, second by second. Run through over half of the clock. It's fine. I'm sure we'll get through it. Anyway, I hope everybody's fully value-tained so far. I know that there's some tough stories in here. I'm trying to keep it sort of half and half. Fact is times are tough. So we should be talking about the difficult things. And the fact is you know, this probably represents the more fun part. The back half of the stream is going to get a lot less fun when we move to talking about Iran. Yeah, suffice to say, it's going to be significantly less fun when we get there. I've lost my place. All right, yes. Now, if you're struggling with any of the things mentioned previously, or you're sick of watching others struggle with those things, maybe you should consider getting involved. Politically, I mean. I'm not saying you have to run for office or anything, but you could certainly vote. You could go as far as, say, joining your local DSA, of which there are many chapters across the nation. The Majority Report with Sam Cedar had on a couple of DSA representatives. Actually, I don't think this is the, now I think about it, I don't think this is, no, yeah, this isn't the Majority Report with Sam Cedar. Nope, I'm sorry. I misread this. This says the Majority Report with Vigland? With the boys, I think, actually? Yeah. The Majority Report with the boys.
We are back, and we are joined now by Ashik Sadiq and Megan Romer, the two elected co-chairs of Democratic Socialists of America, here to talk about a major milestone in membership, 100,000.
By the way, I'm not referring to these two as the boys. Just in case everybody is wondering. I feel like many people here are Majority Report heads, but it's an inside joke.
Strong. Welcome to the show, you guys.
Thanks so much for having us.
Yeah, thanks so much. Thanks so much for coming on.
By inside joke, I mean like hundreds of thousands of people know.
Megan, I'll turn to you first. Just speak a little bit about the surge in membership and how significant it is that DSA is at 100,000 members at this point.
Yeah, DSA 100K. This is something we've been working towards for a long time. It's extremely exciting. and just sort of seeing, it's not just members in big cities, right? We have over 200 chapters across the country, over 100 YDSA chapters. And so, yeah, the surge, it's kind of a push factor, pull factor situation, right? There's a lot of excitement about Zoran Mamdani, obviously, but also some of our other candidates. We have lots of folks who've won office in municipal races and in state houses across the country, and those have really driven membership. But then, of course, there's the push factor also, which is the reelection of Trump and him being just an absolute ghoul for the last stretch of time for Trump too.
And Ashik, how about the genocide in Gaza? Do you find that when you speak to members that have joined since October 2023, that was a motivating factor as well?
Yeah, absolutely. And even before that, Palestine organizing has been a critical factor that's brought people in, just anti-imperialism. I myself was really activated to pay attention more to politics through the Iraq.
I'll be right back. I gotta grab a drink.
War and just the global war on terror expanding. So I think a lot of us have been coming to a left, a socialist analysis and anti-imperialist analysis of, what the United States has been doing all over the world. So since October 2023, it's been extremely activating. The anti-war movement has grown a lot, and DSA has been a core part of that. So we're really proud to be helping deepen the struggle for Palestine. It's brought a lot of people in. And just in the past 2 months, just to see the ways that the Trump administration is expanding the Monroe Doctrine, calling it the Donroe Doctrine, that's been extremely activating. And we've had a whole analysis about why this is happening, why the United States is expanding this even further. It isn't starting with Trump. Trump is just exposing what has been happening for, over a century now.
And Megan, when we're also looking at union membership ticking up slightly, even in spite of the Trump administration kind of just grinding the National Labor Relations Board to a halt. I saw there was a piece in Jacobin about that increase kind of being a bit disproportionate in the South, which is very exciting. Like, how do you see DSA's role in fitting into and supporting union drives and workers organizing across the country, and how that fits into the increase in membership?
Yeah, so it's, we touch on labor from a bunch of different points. We have an organization that's a coalition of DSA and UE, the electricians union, United Electricians, and it's called EWOC. So cute, right? We love it. It's Emergency Workplace Organizing Committee, and EWOC trains people to take on sort of new organizing. So you can kind of call into EWOC and say, hey, I'm having this problem in my workplace. What can I do? And they can coach you through a variety of options, whether, if it makes sense to reach out to an existing union right now and unionize your shop from the jump, whether it makes sense to sort of think about escalating demands. And we're really able to train a lot of people through that program. And it's been really exciting. And we're seeing chapters take on and create local EWOCs, where they're able to do that just really directly with folks in their city, get the kind of the labor knowers to transfer their knowledge to people who would like to learn. We also have coalition work with, unions at a national level. And one of our priority campaigns right now is supporting Starbucks workers, which is it's a great way for chapters that are maybe smaller, maybe chapters in the South that have really low union density, that don't already have a bunch of union members in them, to get out and connect with folks who are trying to unionize, because there's a Starbucks everywhere, literally everywhere. So.
Yes, exactly right. Ashik, can you speak a little bit about how ICE's attacks on Minnesota and other areas of the country have impacted DSA membership too? Because we're seeing how essential organizing is, and kind of community connection and these networks it's actually the only thing that is effective. Our politicians, the Democrats, are neutered, to put it mildly, and even the tools at their disposal are insufficient with this kind of federal government crackdown. So I feel like more than ever, the central kind of community message of DSA is very, very poignant and fits the moment.
Yeah, for sure. So it's very clear that the capacities that DSA chapters all over the country have been building up for the better part of a decade now are really powerfully situating our chapters to respond against ICE. Our Minneapolis is a great example with our Twin Cities DSA chapter. Our Los Angeles DSA chapter was there when ICE started occupying last year. Chicago chapters like North New Jersey DSA, North Texas DSA are chapters that have built up capacities with labor unions, having workers in core unions and helping activate them to be involved in community organizing. Our community defense networks that have spun up in chapters like this. Our socialists in office have been front and center using their platforms to advocate against collaboration with ICE. So what our chapters have been able to do in places like this, especially the past 2 months in Minneapolis, we've had rapid response networks, ICE Watch, organizing to stop local police departments from collaborating officially with ICE. We're doing know your rights trainings, canvases of local businesses where people can be vulnerable to ICE detentions and deportations, organizing to prevent new ICE facilities and economic disruptions, working.
Yeah, DSA is a great way to get involved in organizing. There is some cost to it, but not very much. But right now we got a lot of organizing that we have to be doing, of course, this year with regards to the midterms, the primaries ongoing right now as we speak. Ohio and Indiana happening first on the, well, not first, but up next, May 5th, almost 1 month to the day, excuse me. And I'm working on compiling a list of basically the Galactic primary candidate recommendation list. So if you've got recommends, throw them in the chat for Ohio and Indiana's up first. Although I will accept other recommendations, but I am trying to focus sort of on those races first. I got a lot of work to do. Another thing I've been wanting to do is, like, I created a spreadsheet. I uploaded to Google. I'm trying to come up with a good way to add, like, contributors, like what I need to do for that, for the people that want to be contributors. I guess let me know on the Discord, because I think I'm gonna have people like claim different districts from different states as we go, or like up front, as like ahead of time. Start working on them separately, because we can tackle a lot more together. And since we got, like, you know, approaching 200 people in the Discord, I feel like we can get stuff done. You know, that's, I mean, a little more than one seat in the House per person. If each person were to find, you know, to like find a candidate, you know, do you see what I'm saying here? It really cuts things down. And even if I wind up, you know, say finding a better candidate, or do you see what I'm saying here? It would all just be very helpful, I think, to me. Well, unfortunately, we still have the leaders that we have, and gas prices are what they are, and people are continuing to struggle. That includes the people mowing your lawns, cutting your bushes. Of course, talking about the landscapers.
Every time Pablo Miranda fires up his leaf blower, it means he's burning gasoline. You see, not only does he need fuel for his truck, his tools also run on gas, and it's costing him roughly $40 more per fill-up.
To pass along the prices?
No quieren pagar.
Pablo says customers struggling with their own economic challenges don't want to pay more for his services. He's already lost some clients because they themselves can't afford the extra expense. So Pablo does what Maria Valenzuela does.
Because I'm not in this area or not live in this area, I need to drive. So I try to get in more work done during the day.
That means 11-hour workdays, landscaping the same number of homes in 3 days that he used to do in 5, just to save gas. Maria is not ready to raise her prices.
I don't want it because a lot of my customers, they are retired people and they have their own issues, and for them they have the exact money every month.
Jose Cruz is in the same boat. He used to pay $40 to fill up his truck and tools. Now he says it costs nearly twice as much.
I feel bad because I don't have no money.
Pablo says it's simply blowing him away, so he's going to plan B.
Electric. You want to go electric? El eléctrico, voy a cambiar todo.
Pablo says electric might be his only way to make a decent profit these days as gas prices continue to climb.
Only way to make a profit these days is to go electric. One thing I've been saying this whole time, it would be a nice silver lining to Operation Epstein Fury and all the fucking terrible things we're having to endure as a result of it. The planet's having to endure as a result of it. If people were to make a push for electric, that would be nice. One, can it be asked? Is that too much to ask? One thing? Can we have anything nice? Huh? What do we have to do? What do we have to do in life to deserve one nice thing that we can keep? Something for the future.
We've been wandering the back roads for the better part of 15 years now, and we've been to a few places we'll never forget. This was one of them, on Route 10, Surry County, Virginia. We rolled in here on a day in spring 1972, thinking this was another of those little roadside rest stops. But there were flowers on the picnic tables. That was the first surprise. And beyond the tables, we found a paradise, a beautiful garden of 13 acres, bright with azaleas, thousands of them, and bordered by dogwoods in bloom, and laced by a mile of paths in the shade of tall pines. In all our travels, it was the loveliest garden I've ever seen. It made me wonder how large a battalion of state-employed gardeners it took to keep the place up. The answer was, it took one old man, and he was nobody's employee. Walter Meisenheimer, a retired nurseryman, created all this in the woods next to his house. Created it alone after he retired at the age of 70. He was 83 when I met him, and spending every day tending his garden for the pleasure of strangers who happened to stop.
I like people. And this is my way of following out some of the teaching of my parents when I was a youngster. One of the things they said, if you don't try to make the world just a little bit nicer, when you leave here, what is the reason for a man's existence in the first place?
What's going to happen to this place after you're gone?
Well, I imagine that within a very few years, the undergrowth or nature will take it over again.
You mean it's not going to survive?
Well, I doubt it.
Well, that's a terribly discouraging thing, isn't it?
Well, that's the way I see it now.
We watched for a while as people enjoyed the beauty of Walter Meisenheimer's garden, and we left. And a few years later, somebody sent me a clipping from the Surry County paper. It said Walter Meisenheimer had died. I wondered what would happen to his garden. I wondered whether the Virginia sun still lights the branches of the dogwood which he planted there. Well, it does. Some stories have happy endings. Walter Meisenheimer's garden does survive, and so does his spirit in Heja Nam Kun. It seems that she stopped by the garden just a few months after we did, 11 years ago.
We slowed down and saw sign of picnic tables and a lot of flowers blooming. But anyhow, we pulled out and came to the picnic table here, and we found the water spigot here. And we just help ourselves and drink water. And sort of, curious of what this place was all about, And finally we saw, the old man sort of wobbling around and coming across the lawn, say hello and hello, just waving to us to stop, instead of, I guess he was afraid that we're gonna leave.
To please the old man and herself, Heja Nam Kun stayed the afternoon with him, walking in his garden. It made her remember, she says, something she wanted once.
I grew up in sort of a large city in Korea, and I have really never seen rice grow, and the country is, I always dreamed about the living country, and, always really thought about, it's a small little cabin in the wilderness, with a lot of flowers. That's what I dreamed about it, but I guess that was just childhood dreams.
When the sun went down that day, the young woman said goodbye to the old man and headed home to Boston. But the roadside Eden called her back. That is, Walter Meisenheimer did. He phoned her long distance and asked her to come for a little while and help in the garden.
He was sort of pleading with me, please come, then just help me just for a couple of weeks.
A couple of weeks only. And then a few more. And then it was Christmas. Heja Nam Kun was 26. She had no family. Neither did Walter Meisenheimer and his wife.
From wildflowers to the, the man-grown shrubberies, he taught me, and I was interested in learning the whole things. So I was out here just about almost every day with him.
They became as father and daughter working in the garden, and in time, Heja Nam Kun was married in the garden.
He was very proud to give me away. I guess he never thought, since he didn't have any, child of his own, and he never thought that he would give somebody away.
Brown earth coaxed by a gentle old man into green growth and flowering red and pink and white. The earth rewards every loving attention it is paid. People repay such love too, in memory.
I was very, very close to my mother, but after my mother, other than my mother, I can't remember that anybody loved me so much and cared for me so much, that Mr. Meisenheimer have.
The garden is still here. Walter Meisenheimer died in 1979 and left it to Heja Nam Kun. She pays a caretaker, Ed Tribble, to help keep it beautiful for anybody who passes by. Heja and her husband and their children live in Richmond now, but they return on weekends to work in the garden.
So knowing him, how much this garden meant to him, I want to keep it up and carry on.
Walter Meisenheimer told me that he expected when he was gone the garden would soon be overgrown. He might have known better. His garden shows that something grows from seeds and cultivation. And if what you plant is love and kindness, something grows from that too.
Look at this purple one.
I like the
Aren't they pretty?
I don't know. I just felt like we needed that one today. But we all need to find a way to plant seeds of love in this terrible world we find ourselves right now living in. Speaking of seeds, let's go to PBS SoCal from yesterday, where we can talk about communal composting. Well, there we go. A community that composts together grows together. See what I did there? Because then you, with the compost, then you, okay, never mind. That's the last agricultural joke I will be making today. Moving along to other spring activities. Well, one activity parents are getting up to right now is preparing their kids for summer already. One thing kids can get into is summer camps. CBS New York has got the breakdown on what parents should be looking for.
You're hurting the kids.
Welcome back. Spring might have just sprung, but summer's around the corner. And if you haven't found plans for your kid, time is running out, but there are still options.
Joining us now to talk about all summer camp is Lisa Gittleson, the CEO of the Fresh Air Fund, a nearly 150-year-old program hosting 6 free summer camps for kids living in New York City. Welcome to the show, Lisa.
Thank you.
It's good to have you here right at this moment because we are on the brink of like that season beginning where families need to start registering their children for summer camp.
We're there.
Immediately,
so tell
if
us more
not
about
sooner.
the Fresh Air Fund.
Sure. The Fresh Air Fund, like you said, is about 150 years old. We provide outdoor experiences for the youth of New York City that wouldn't otherwise have access to them. We make sure they're equity-based and they are without fee to all of the children that come to any of our programs.
That's amazing. So what should parents look out for? I'm sure there are some red flags when it comes to picking camps.
Sure, your camp should be accredited by the ACA organization, which is the American Camping Association. You should certainly check with your camp to see what their safety plans are. And you want to talk to other families who have sent their kids there and make sure that it's a wonderful experience. I think that's one of the best ways to find out a good camp.
And what are some of the benefits of a camp of this sort? Because when I was a kid, I loved a dance camp or something that allowed me to continue to do some of the activities that I already like to do. But for kids in the city, what are the benefits?
Sure. So you're going to get a tremendous amount of outdoor exposure if you come to a Fresh Air Fund camp. At camp, you learn a tremendous amount about who you are away from home. You learn about independence. You learn about building community. You make new friends. And building friends is one of those muscles you want to always continue to flex. If you come from a community where you have a lot of friends, it's this great opportunity to meet all different people. And at the Fresh Air Fund camps, you're going to meet kids from New York City. So you can come home and get on the 7 train and go visit that friend who lives in Queens when maybe you're in another neighborhood. So
Well, there you go, summer camp. Huge opportunity for kids to meet new friends from other places, have new experiences. Now, unfortunately, not everybody can afford a summer camp. And there are some that have programs to like subsidize and or give underprivileged kids access to camps, but not enough. Trying to think if I can give away if I can get away with describing the camp that I went to without completely giving away the camp. I don't think I can actually. Damn it. Nope. I'm sorry. I can't. Nope.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
I see people talking about their camp stuff, and I said, well, yeah, this got me wanting to talk about that, but not going to do it. Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be Britain. You can do all of that in your current neighborhood, says Attack the Block. Too good for camp. Too good for the camp, says Attack the Block. Okay, fine. Just kidding. Just teasing you. Well, one woman who loved the outdoors, whom we lost earlier this year, if I'm not mistaken. Wait, no, I'm sorry. We're 2026. Earlier in 2025. Jesus Christ. I am, of course, talking about Jane Goodall. And apparently we missed it, but 3 days ago. Friday, I believe, was in fact Jane Goodall Day. It's official. Here is a quick clip from Forbes.
Hi, everyone. I'm Maggie McGrath, editor of Forbes Women. In October, the world lost what was one of the world's greatest advocates for animals and the environment, Jane Goodall. As what would have been her 92nd birthday approaches on April 3rd, the Jane Goodall Institute is announcing a very special holiday in her honor. So joining us to discuss is the executive director of JGI, Anna Rathman. Anna, thank you so much for being here.
Oh, thank you, Maggie, and a very happy birthday to Jane.
Very happy birthday to Jane. I want to reflect on her legacy, but because we are in early April, this holiday is upon us. Can you talk about what is Jane Goodall Day? What is the goal? How did it come about?
Yeah, thanks. Well, as you mentioned, Jane's birthday, what would have been her 92nd birthday, is quickly approaching. It's April 3rd. And so we thought, what a wonderful way to commemorate, to honor, to celebrate Jane, than to have it be Jane Goodall Day. And when we say Jane Goodall Day, what we would love to do is, just as Jane inspired countless people to take positive action, we at the Jane Goodall Institute would love to inspire people to take action for people, other animals, and the planet.
Okay. Well, with that prompting from the Jane Goodall Institute, let's try and talk about taking action. Let's talk about taking action with Hawaii News Now from last week on protecting the land in Hawaii.
All week long, Hawaii News Now has been sharing the story of Kaho'olawe's restoration, a mission led by the Protect Kaho'olawe Ohana, and it's all part of an Aloha Aina movement that spanned generations with no signs of slowing down. Kaho'olawe at dawn. The rising sun welcomed by the sound of Ealae. An ole composed for the island by revered Kumuhula Pualani Kanakaole. She, her late sister Nalani, and mother Edith crafted many of the cultural protocols practiced by the Protect Kaho'olawe Ohana. The ceremonies honoring the land are at the heart of the PKO's identity.
The kupuna came and kahuna as well.
mandated that we have ceremony. Brought ho'okupu, brought, you know, pua'a and other things, ava and those things, and offered that to the aina to acknowledge the kapu of this place, this island Kaho'olawe, that is named not only Kaho'olawe but also Kanaloa. And Kanaloa is one of our 4 major deities.
And they say, well, this is a hell. Somebody say it's a workshop. I say, no, since we get grindstone inside here, most time kahuna, they go to the hell, prepare medicine.
That spiritual reverence is woven into the Ohana's hands-on restoration, and it's the blueprint for its future. To mark its 50th anniversary, the PKO unveiled principles for a coming year of celebration. La'a, ma'a, pa'a.
Sanctify, revitalize, and perpetuate. 2026 will be a year of celebration and activation for all those who live in Hawaii to recommit and rededicate ourselves to aloha aina, air, and the protection and rehabilitation of Hawaiian lands from military and other destruction. When Kanaloa flourishes, we thrive.
We make sacred our relationship to the aina and the kupuna who dwell within it, and then we become accustomed to being subservient to this higher sacred being that is the aina. And we find that when we aloha the aina in this way with such reverence, we become pa'a, we become solidified, we become sustained, we become satiated.
Yola Kanaloa, Yola Kako, Yola Kanaloa, Yola Kako, Yola Kanaloa, Yola Kako. Haniko.
Well, there you go. Hawaii News Now. Hawaiian locals talking about the protecting of the land. I need to protect my lungs over here, Jesus Christ. All right. Now to a place that's a lot less warm than Hawaii. Alaska. Where in at least some areas it's cold enough to have the World Ice Art Championships. At least it was as of 2 days ago. Here is Alaska's news source from Friday.
We are also having a Easter egg hunt at 3 p.m. on Easter in the kids park. So that is if we continue to stay open.
Look at that giraffe. Wow, wow, wow. Ice Championships, World Ice Championships, apparently, here in Alaska. Although it looks like it's warming up. But I wonder how long those things are going to last. The Aina, yes. Aloha the Aina. Jabo. Well, from the Ice World Championships to the slopes, where people were celebrating Easter.
Well, we're back here, and if you're looking for a very Alaskan way to celebrate spring, how about skiing right into an icy pond? Danny Tompkins joins us live from Hilltop Ski Area with more on this weekend's big event. Danny.
That's right, Ariane. Here we are, and behind us, we've got some preparation going on for the Toyota Sink or Skim here at Hilltop Ski Area. I'm here with Trevor Bird, who's going to tell us a little bit about what it looks like to prepare for this event.
Yeah, so event's tomorrow, and we started building on Wednesday. We've got to push all the snow in the base area up to make this big pond. We're thinking it's going to take about 108,000 gallons of water to fill it up. It's a little bit bigger this year because we've added some extra features, as you can see in the back.
Yeah, that is so much water. I can't even fathom the amount of water that is. But what does it feel like to watch people try and make it across this body of water?
Oh, every year it's fun. Everybody throws all kinds of tricks, and it's big splashes. Some people make it across, and we just have a ton of fun with it.
Yeah, for sure. Is there any like fun costumes, or what does that look like?
Yeah, so this year's theme is Party Animal, which is going to be fun. We don't know what people are going to show up, but we do have a costume contest in the beginning, so, you know, dress to impress.
Yes, if you come by, definitely make sure you're wearing something fun.
Absolutely.
Okay, we've got this big, giant egg right here. Tell me about what this is for.
So this is for Sunday. So on Sunday at noon, we're going to have a big Easter egg hunt on the hill. Our team has stuffed over 3,000 eggs to hide all over the hill, and we have some of these golden eggs that have extra special prizes like seasons passes and other things to get people out to the hill this summer and next winter. So
Wow, wow, wow. Weekend craziness on the slopes in Alaska. Pond skimming and jumbo Easter egg hunt. Free ski passes on the possibilities list for those doing the scavenger hunt. You found the egg? Wow, impressive. Insane behavior. That's the sort of thing I would have done like 15 years ago. It's exactly the sort of dumb thing I would have done back in the day. All right, down the coast to California. Big news on the Pipping Watch. Jackie and Shadow welcoming in a new egg on Easter weekend. KTLA 5 with the scoop.
Well, this is my favorite Easter egg story of the day. Congratulations to our beloved bald eagle couple. Jackie and Shadow's first eaglet of 2026 has now hatched.
Oh, yes. Major development from yesterday. Here was a live look at their nest from the Friends of Big Bear Valley camera, who we want to thank so much for allowing us the opportunity to stream live and watch this whole process. Still a little dark out there, as you can imagine, but the newborn is resting with Mama and Dada. Oh, the eaglet hatched around 9:30 last night. The second egg appears to have a pip, so we're keeping an eye on that one too. The hatching process can take 24 to 40.
The way she said pip, pip.
And Dada.
Hold on,
Oh,
say that one more
The eaglet
time.
hatched around 9:30 last night. The second egg appears to have a pip, so we're
Pip. Yes. It almost sounds like a baby eagle when you say it like that. Well, there you go. There's your Eagle Watch update. First eaglet hatching. Pip Watch continues. Now, all the way across the country. In Western New York, people got a soggy start to the first day of trout fishing. Syracuse.com. Up next. From Friday. What's a pip? A pip is when, like, a beak, like when the baby, like the little baby bird starts, like, pecking at the egg, like, with its beak, or scratching with its claws. Usually the beak. It's like it's like basically when they're like attacking their own shell to try and get out and breathe sweet freedom. Sweet, sweet bird freedom.
It's opening day of trout season, and there's nobody here. Look it, this is the reason why. Chocolate milk running really fast. Not the best conditions for fishing, and there's nobody here. All right, so there's no one down at the town hall in Fayetteville at Limestone Creek, so we went to number 2 road, which is closer to Pompey, and look at this stream. It is absolutely blown out and near almost flood. This is flood stage. We've only got a couple of feet to where it's washing over this bridge that we're standing on, which normally would have a couple of anglers on it on opening day of trout season. Nobody here today. So we stopped here at a crossing on Butternut Creek where it comes over Wahlberger Road, which is right off of Peoria Road. And normally this little spot is 30 feet wide. Take a look at it now. It's about running 10 times above normal. We just talked to a couple guys from the U.S. Geological Survey who were out measuring it. It's pretty crazy.
We measured about 550 CFS, and usually it's down or below 100.
What does CFS mean?
Sorry, cubic feet per second.
Yeah. Is that a lot of water?
But we'll see what we can do.
I came out because...
Tradition. Every opening day for the past 20 plus years, I take work off and fish.
I love how Syracuse.com has nothing better to do than track down trout fishermen. Is there nothing else going on, Syracuse.com? Come on.
Come on!
Come on. Just kidding. I appreciate you.
Well, first time in 30 years I've ever seen it this bad. So,
you were here before that. But, hey.
Still fun getting out. Still, you know, better than being at work.
It was really bad conditions. We've had a lot of rain.
It's awful.
Water's just, churning, and the fish can't see the worms. They can't smell because the water's so fast.
So you use...
God. How are you supposed to deal with this madness? Churning waters, mud. Oh, God. Unacceptable. Ruined. Fishing ruined on the first day. It's okay. There will be other days, I'm sure. But the recent rains led to soggy ground, and therefore not a good time for the fishing, apparently. Now, in Connecticut, the outdoors came to the city. Came to the city to do crimes.
Illegal.
And a reminder that as temperatures get warmer, bears are emerging from hibernation and they are hungry. You're about to see why. Look at this video out of Connecticut showing a mama bear trying to secure food for her cubs by rolling away the whole dumpster. This happened at a condo parking lot in Farmington, about 15 minutes outside Hartford. Environmental experts advise storing your trash in secure, bear-resistant locations and recommend people avoid placing bins curbside the night before collection. That mom.
Yes. Okay. The bears are evolving. This is bad. This is bad. The bears are evolving and they're stealing our food.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Although I guess we weren't using any of that food. But still, this is a troubling development. Next, what next? Bears driving away with trucks filled with honey? Come on! Hey, boo-boo. That's a mighty fine-looking semi-truck right there. What? No, Mr. Officer, sir. Mr. Park Ranger, we would never do such a thing. All right, let's keep making our way down the coast here to the Outer Banks, to a fascinating trend as coastal erosion continues to happen, as ocean levels continue to rise due to climate change.
Climate and everything are the same word.
People are physically moving their entire homes, one foot at a time, on the beach. This is wild. This is so dystopian. Like, because the fact, like, I don't know how many of these homes in the Outer Banks we have seen on this live stream literally fall into the ocean, and now people are just like, rather than us as a civilization like addressing climate change, although I guess in some cases it's already set in stone, like people are physically moving their entire homes. Oh my god, this is so dystopian. What the fuck? Oh god. Well, there you go. You just literally watched a house get moved from one spot on the beach to the next, which will, if we don't solve climate change, have to be switched again. It's gonna be a slow moving race of like who can get the property behind their neighbor as their property goes underwater. Yeah, that was stupid. I'm not saying that people shouldn't do this if they can afford it. I'm just saying this is not a long-term solution. This is clearly not a long-term solution. You can't do this on a mass scale. It's just not, it's just not replicable in that way for most homes, I don't think. The Outer Banks homes have a particular benefit. They're all on stilts. All right, let's go across the Atlantic to the wild of the United Kingdom, where beavers are now thriving after being reintroduced to British forests. Caught on trail cam, this beaver plays with an otter as part of a project. The semi-aquatic rodents were hunted to extinction in the 16th century, but a groundbreaking project released 4 Eurasian beavers into the Dorset wild last year. Since then, they have built a 35-meter dam, giving the local ecosystem a new lease on life. And conservationists hope that this is just the beginning. Okay, great, thank you, Guardian. Thank you for that informative beaver video. Well, excuse me, not there yet. Okay. I'm trying to put some valutating and optimistic and positive stories in here tonight, Space Fams. It's spring, it's Easter, it's Passover, the time of rebirth, renewal, future. Look to the future, everyone. 2026 is our year, Space Fams. I believe us. I believe in us. I believe that we will win. So much winning, in fact, you're going to be telling me, StreamLord, less winning. And I'm going to say, nope. We're going to keep winning. All right, to Kazakhstan. We're in the Central Asian nation that we never talk about. They are, too, attempting to release an endangered species into the wild in an attempt to restore their own native populations. Kazakhstan is releasing dozens of endangered soccer falcons into a Saudi-backed reservation.
We know that in the 1980s and the 1990s, there was a certain number of falcons in Kazakhstan. Currently, perhaps 20 to 30% remain. That means 70 to 80% need to be restored somehow.
The program aims to release up to 40 birds over the next year. Well, there you go, people. People continuing across the planet to make efforts to restore the environment that we have decimated with our human activity over the years. But of course, our human activities are not limited to this plan. God damn it. God damn it. 4 hours in. Well, actually, I shouldn't say we're technically perfect timing on the stream. I'm really making great time right now. We are theoretically about halfway through the stream, however. The goal is about to end in 23 minutes. We actually have an extra half hour on the goal timer because I started it late. But we are only 2 of 5, 40% of the way through it. Meaning, we're like $15 short of ensuring that we get the entire stream tonight. Otherwise, it could end suddenly, abruptly.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Thankfully, there's a lot of great ways for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, Prime subs. But right now, we are, of course, running a galactic deficit, which needs financing. Great ways for you to do that as well. Things like Cash App, PayPal, And of course, Patreon, where for $3 a month you get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, we are going to skip the second break. We'll take a break at 6 hours. We'll take a break at 6 hours if we ever make it there. Echios with the sweet super chat, helping us make progress on that galactic content goal. Thanks for the chill stream. Hope you had a great Easter weekend. Wow. Ep Silver Art also with a super chat. Completing the galactic content goal.
Illegal. Immediately, if not sooner.
Wow, that's incredible.
Wow.
Wasn't expecting that. That was a lot faster. That's a lot faster than I imagined that going. Great job, everybody. Anyways, Echios, thank you for the super chat. I hope everybody's having a great Easter weekend. I, too, hope everybody's having a great weekend. And that Silver with the super chat as well. Pizza Balla Squad. What's your deal with Pizza Balla? You're always bringing this guy up. And I know next to nothing about him. Jesus Christ, people. You've already completed the goal, and yet you continue super chatting PerfXL with another chat. Another stream saved. Wait a second, we have no confetti. What's happening? There we go. Can't have a confetti party without confetti. It doesn't even make sense. It doesn't even make sense. Physically, it's impossible. You can't do it. Another stream saved, says PerfXL. Using one of those sweet galactic emotes as well. And Pitchforks Dragon. Also, with a super chat of epic proportions. Fuck it. I'm already broke. I can be more broke. Ooh. Technically that's true, although I would prefer you not send yourself into financial despair over funding the stream, no matter how much I appreciate it, which I certainly do. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, Uncle Simric with a great super chat. You people
I
are
feel like I'm
crazy.
taking crazy pills!
Everyone, did you exercise today? The fascist did. Why haven't you? Good point. Good point from Uncle Simric. Exercise. It's important. You know, you guys are just so incredibly generous. I really appreciate you. I hope you all know that. Your generosity, overwhelming, never ceases to amaze me. And without you, Galactic News Network would cease to exist, thankfully. Doesn't look like that's going to be happening anytime soon. You beautiful space fams, you. Alright, people. Ending the confetti party of epic proportions. Perhaps the very best confetti party ever seen. That's what everybody's saying. Saying, sir, this confetti party is ridiculous.
Illegal.
Wow, it went so long that the music ended, and just the sound shot just ended. Crazy. What is that? Oh, barking. because puppy wants treats. That makes sense. Thank you, Manda. All right, to space, to infinity and beyond. Oh, you know what I just realized I need? I need this. How do I not have this as a sound shot? Since we're doing space and it's Sunday Fun Day, I'm sure this isn't fun for you necessarily, but it is for me. Does that count? Does that count as does that count as fun? If I'm having fun? Because I need a sound shot. This is gonna be fun for you later though. Think about it this way. Even if it's not fun for you waiting for me to make a sound shot. You're like, Jesus Christ, StreamLord, how many times have I had to wait for you to make a sound shot? Well, I don't know. I'm not counting. I'm not here for that. If that's important to you, you should be keeping track of that. Okay. What was I doing? Oh, right. I need this. I'm just going to keep cycling through all your super chats since you all super chatted simultaneously over here. So incredibly generous. Okay, I need this sound shot. How do I not have this? I don't understand. Do I have this as a sound shot? I should have this. I don't see it. I know it's not on the board. No, it's not over there either. Okay. I don't know why, but saying to infinity and beyond, like, triggered a thought in my brain. Made me want a particular sound shot. Not infinity and beyond, although maybe that would be a good one. But, what is happening? Why am I being repressed? And what? I don't understand why you're being stupid. How hard is this to open this software? Can't be hard. Can't be difficult. Okay, I just need a sound shot. Here we go. Sound shot thing.
Never give up.
Never give up.
Never surrender.
Never surrender.
Never give up. 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 Never surrender.
Oh, shut up.
No. Never give up. Never surrender. Never give up. Never surrender. Damn the resonance cannons. Full speed ahead.
Okay, I don't know how that's not already a sound shot. But clearly it should be. I think everybody can agree on that. All right, people, to space. At least one of those deserves to be a sound shot, right? Am I wrong? Am I wrong about this? Like, in my opinion, that's a classic. All right, God damn it. Except sometimes just give up. Oh. Lefty, don't say that. All right, to space, where NASA is speeding, has been speeding towards the moon. I think they very well may be more than... They might be actually almost at the moon right now, I think. I don't think I have the live stream. I should have the live stream.
There is no part store in space to go fix things, so it must be right when it leaves here. My role is project manager and system manager for the Orion crew survival system. I've been working on Orion since 2005. We use all acronyms here at NASA all the time, and so it's OCSS. One day we realized it kind of spells ox, so we just call it the ox, and we call it the ox suit. This is an engineering lab, and so it's kind of weird. While we have this lab, we also have, you know, people are people. You gotta wash your clothes, and it's the same with spacesuits. We wash them, we have drying racks, we do our own sewing, we do our own glue work. The main thing about the Orion spacesuit is it's designed to keep the crew safe not only at launch and landing, but if something were to go wrong while you're in transit to the moon or in lunar orbit, they're designed to sustain you for that full duration of return. So they become your own personal-sized spacecraft that can last up to 6 days. In effect, the spacesuit is a body-shaped balloon that holds your personal atmosphere. That is in the past, that is in the current, that will be in every spacesuit in the future. Now, in Apollo, that suit was built for launch, for landing, for survival, and for the mission on the moon itself. With Orion, we're not trying to build a jack-of-all-trades suit. When we walk on the surface, that also will have a purpose-built suit that does that one job and one job only. If everything goes to plan, we will wear them for launch. We will doff the suits, meaning take them off. That's our cool NASA word for takeoff. And then we will don the suit just prior to...
This guy is such a nerd. He's so excited about this. Did you see his face? Wait, hold on. Wait.
Them off. That's our
Look at
cool
his
NASA word.
face. Look at him. Oh my god, he's so thrilled. And I mean, to be fair, he designed a spacesuit. It's going to the moon. I'd probably be pretty stoked too. I'm not gonna lie. It's a life accomplishment. I'll give him one of these.
For takeoff, and then we will don the suits just prior to re-entry. Now, if things were to go unplanned, we've designed them so that they can put their full ensemble on, not just the suit, but all the gear underneath that makes the suit do what it has to do within an hour. So it's kind of weird. You're hooked up effectively.
Okay, all right. I think that's a good place to probably keep this moving. Oh, God. We were about to talk about how astronauts go to the bathroom. However, actually, maybe we should. I take it back. Maybe we should. You know what? Let's tell us, man. Tell us, spacesuit man. Tell us how astronauts go to the bathroom in their spacesuits. This is actually very relevant to the next video we have.
We were all a little bit uncomfortable with the idea of attaching directly up to the vacuum of space, and so this gives us a barrier in between that we can fill it and we can cycle it as it fills up. It continuously allows for the dumping of urine into space. The phenomena that happens is it instantly turns to ice, and then over time that ice turns to gas.
No kidding. People were uncomfortable with the thought of attaching directly to space. Everybody understands what he's saying there, right? Yeah, no kidding, pal. No kidding.
Come on! It's going to be a protein shake, for lack of better terminology. But a straw is inserted in here. As the straw is inserted, it seals on an O-ring before it opens the flapper inside that allows it to penetrate through. So the seal is never broken. And then, you know, it's off on the side of the head for visibility's sake, but the helmet rotates, so I can rotate it to be at my mouth location when I want to drink.
Okay, well, thank you, Associated Press, for the in-depth breakdown. The making of the precision spacesuits being worn by the Artemis II astronauts An inside look inside the lab. Space lab.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up.
Okay, space fams. Now let's talk about this situation the astronauts have been dealing with. We now know at least some information regarding their equipment vis-a-vis going to the bathroom. Unfortunately for the astronauts, they encountered something of a problem. Currently are encountering something of a problem, from my understanding, regarding their ability to discharge waste into the vacuum of space. And without that ability, poop is literally piling up. Here's the AP from yesterday.
We tried to vent the wastewater tank that's attached to the toilet. We had problems with that due to suspected blockage, we think probably due to ice. So we directed the crew overnight to use their collapsible contingency urine devices, just like they did on flight day 1. The toilet is...
that might be the worst. It might be one of the worst grouping of words I've ever heard. And that may very well be the fanciest way to say plastic piss bag. Plastic collapsible urinary devices. You're talking about a bag. Okay, just say it. Okay, just say what it is. It's literally a bag. Collapsible. I just want to hear that one more time.
To use their collapsible contingency urine devices, just like they did on flight day 1. The toilet it technically will work with number 1 right now, but we just want to keep the tanks half full right now until we figure out what's going on with the vent line. Absolutely, it'd still go for number 2.
Bathrooms is something everybody can really understand, and we're flying it for the first time. Apollo didn't have that kind of technology in the vehicle, so it's always a challenge. They still have challenges on space station with toilets. It's just a very complicated thing to accomplish.
Very complicated thing to accomplish. Oh boy. This is one of the big issues aboard Artemis 2 is that it's getting very stinky. On that spaceship as it hurtles towards the moon. Possibly weighing them down unexpectedly. In a way, was not expected. Which is what unexpectedly mean, of course. Let's keep this moving now. Of course, in the past, moon missions have seen astronauts defacing the surface of the moon with their bags of excrement. So really, it's something of a tradition when you think about it, dealing with poop in space.
Today I learned that there
really
are bags
quite a
of
task.
on the moon. Let me explain. When astronauts went to the moon, they brought tools, experiments, and personal stuff. Some of it's still up there. For the first time in over 50 years, NASA is sending astronauts around the moon. They won't be making a landing on this trip, but here are some things that were left behind from the Apollo missions. Astronauts left stuff on the moon to run experiments, for sentimental reasons, and to save space for the return trip. So what's with the bags of poop?
And you think, well, why would we leave that behind? Well, every ounce, every bit and thing that had to be lifted off the surface needed an inordinate amount of fuel to get it off the surface. We wanted to bring back the humans, the astronauts. We wanted to bring back the samples, and really that was it.
There's no wind, water, or erosion on the moon to stir things up, so those bags are probably still there. 2 golf balls. Astronaut Alan Shepard whacked them across the moon's surface during the Apollo 14 mission in 1971. He created his own makeshift golf club by attaching a 6-iron head he brought on board to the handle of a lunar tool. A family photo. Astronaut Charles Duke left behind a photo with his wife and 2 sons during Apollo 16. By now, radiation from the sun has probably bleached away all the colors, but it's still a very literal example of humans leaving their mark on the moon. Finally, something that's been to the moon and back, the AP logo. Apollo 15 astronauts carried this flag to the moon with them in 1971 as a favor to the AP space writer at the time.
Oh, Jesus. The AP beat me to the moon long, long ago. Space journalism. I thought I was a pioneer in space journalism. AP got themselves a flag on the moon decades ago, and I'm just finding out about it.
This is ridiculous!
Who is in charge of informing me of this information? Jeffrey Smalls, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Anyway, how to deal with the poop has been a problem for astronauts since the beginning of space travel.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Yep, it's true. However, it's not all poop. Space travel. Let's go here to France 24. Talk about the romanticism of sending humans into space.
This is apropos. The landmark Odyssey has been more than 50 years in the making. In just a couple of hours' time, 3 men and 1 woman will be embarking on the first crewed journey to the moon since the 1970s, marking a series of historic accomplishments. Over the next week and a half, the astronauts will hurtle several thousand kilometres beyond the moon, hang a U-turn before coming straight back to Earth. Ellen Gainsford has the story.
It's the first time that man is heading back to the moon in more than 50 years. The Artemis 2 mission is set to take off from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida this Wednesday. It aims to travel close to the satellite, offering opportunities for study, but it won't be landing on the surface.
Jeffrey Smalls, first time chat. I like this place. Well, I like you liking this place. Write that down.
We're going to be about 5,000 miles away from the moon for several hours on flyby day. And in doing so, they'll have a unique perspective that we haven't had since 1972. It's been that long since we've had humans up close and personal to the moon. And so they're going to be making observations of the lunar surface as they fly by.
For a
Okay. Well, actually, you know, I'll let them go. I'll let them go longer. I was going to cut them off. It's Sunday Fun Day. It's Sunday Fun Day. We might as well talk about the romanticism of space. What if not today, then what day? You tell me. Come on! Come on.
successful launch, the moon must be at a particular phase in its orbit, meaning there's a window of opportunity of around a week per month. Weather conditions are also taken under consideration. The Artemis II will mark the first time a woman, a person of color, and a non-American will be sent on a NASA moon mission. The trip is viewed as paving the way for other ambitions, including future moonwalks and establishing a permanent base on the moon, which could act as a stepping stone for trips to Mars. In Florida, excitement is building.
We know that they're going around the moon, and it's happening right over there, so we're going to come down about 3 p.m. and hopefully get to watch it.
It has humans on it, and it's exciting for them to go up and go around the moon and come back. And later on, then they learn more.
Preparation for the launch hasn't all been smooth sailing. The program has been plagued by delays and cost overruns. Several previous launch dates had to be cancelled due to technical setbacks.
For more on what to expect and the significance of the mission, we're joined by Dr. David Brown, Senior Research Fellow in the Astronomy and Astrophysics Group at Warwick University. Thanks so much for being with us on the programme. We touched on it there at the end of that report. There have been a series of setbacks in the run-up to launch day. Do you expect things to go smoothly? So far, everything is looking good.
Okay, we clearly don't need this because we saw the launch. Now, one of the setbacks had nothing to do with the launch itself, but was merely a reason to delay the launch, and was not at all affecting the launch, is the heat shield, which on the way back to Earth is going to be incredibly important. And we on the stream saw 2 different NASA engineers, like veteran NASA engineers, former ones, like old guys, right? Who had looked it over and said that they would not get on, they wouldn't get on the shuttle because they were so concerned about the heat shield. Which comes into play, around the time you hit critical velocity, when you're cranking down. That doesn't sound right. When you're, God damn it, you get what I'm saying. When the capsule is glowing literally red hot, traveling literally as fast as physically possible on the planet, it's best to have that heat shield working so that you don't get literally cooked to death. Now, supposedly that's been fixed. But that would be, suffice to say, a terrible way to die. And nobody wants that. So hopefully they fixed it. All right. We got 2 more clips on the Artemis mission. It's big space news. I hope you can all deal with the fact that believe me, you should be happy. You should be thanking me right now, because any minute now we're going to be done with Sunday Fun Day talk. And it's going to be all Iran for basically the rest of the night. So there's that. Be a lot of Iran coming up any minute now. You're going to be asking me back for this next clip. CBC News, the future. The future of space. The children.
You're hurting the kids.
And the Artemis II mission really is creating excitement, not here in Canada only, but also around the world, inspiring the next generation of space enthusiasts. We do have a 13-year-old, Siddharth Patel, already breaking ground in his own right, our next guest here. Last year, he discovered 2 new asteroids. This morning, as we've reached him in London, Ontario, so much more exciting things to talk about, including the launch earlier this week. Siddharth, thank you so much for talking to us this morning.
Thank you for having me today.
My colleague Mark and I have been talking about just how exciting this mission is. How exciting was it for you to see that rocket on the launch pad and see it take off to outer space?
It was really thrilling when the rocket was on the pad and when the boosters when the boosters actually ignited, the force of it, 8.8 million pounds of thrust. It was so cool, so much power. It's basically like lifting a whole football field 100 kilometers in the air, and there's so much thrust and so much excitement in the air. It was just truly amazing, and a mission like this hasn't happened in over 50 years, and it's a really historical mission of Artemis 2, and
This kid is hilarious. Oh my god. He's clearly a super genius. Not quite ready for on camera, but boy oh boy. A lot of facts he's rattling off over there. Little science nerd is what that is right there. All right, for the latest update on the Artemis 2 mission. The live stream from the Associated Press. Icy Zine with a sweet, sweet super chat. Thank you for another proletariat classic.
Help! I'm being repressed!
You're quite welcome. You're quite welcome.
The communist. China.
Traveling at 1,300 miles an hour right now. Currently 234,000 miles away from Earth with 36,000 miles of the way left to go. A little more than 10% of the distance left. Boy, oh boy, at that rate, they will be there in about, let me think, 1,300 miles an hour, 36,000 miles. That's what? A little over a day? A little over a day. They're getting close. Hurtling through space. All right. Well. While we're talking space, I figured this is probably the perfect clip to transition to talking Earth news. Bringing it back down to Earth with some bombshell allegations or claims made on the Benny Johnson show. To the Majority Report with Sam Cedar.
This is Matt Gaetz.
The military ran a very secret program where aliens that were living were in forced breeding programs with humans that had been abducted from war zones and from even the caravans of.
Look at Benny's face.
Would you jump up?
of migrants.
Imagine you were in a position where you could be a congressperson.
I love how he blinked. I love how he blinked when he realized he was making the face. Like, he's clearly stuck on his face for a good couple seconds. And then he realizes,
of migrants.
Shit.
Imagine you were in
I'm making a face. I'm making a face at former Congressman Gates, who is making some outlandish claims about alien breathing. Look, that one's even funnier. Oh my God, the Benny Johnson side eye over here is hilarious. Oh, wow. He looks really concerned about this. Oh, God. I just want to hear it one more time.
The military ran a very secret program where aliens that were living were in forced breeding programs with humans that had been abducted from war zones and from even the caravans of migrants.
Imagine you were in a position where you could be a congressperson, and imagine you were a congressperson, let's say like Marjorie Taylor Greene, and you felt very strongly about a whole host of things, and your party was only had a majority by one person or two people or three people, depending on who was ill that day. And imagine you were locked into that job for another 9 months, 10 months, 11, really a year, actually. And you'd be able to take all these votes. And then you decided, like, what is going on is absolutely horrible. It's despicable. People are dying. What you do?
Yeah. It's disgusting. Right? You're there. You got... It is your duty to uphold the Constitution and all this shit.
Disgusting and probably illegal.
Oh, God.
Illegal.
Probably illegal. What do you do in that scenario? Do you fight?
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up.
No.
Resign. And you walk away from all of your power sources so you can just go on television and talk about it. That's Marjorie Taylor Greene. Here's another guy, Matt Gaetz, who apparently has some information that's really, really important, but he only brings it up every now and then, when he's on with Benny Johnson. Or maybe this is code. I don't know what's going on here.
I think the most important information will be the biologics that are not human that have been discovered. And even some of the briefings that aren't classified just need.
When Matt Gaetz says the biologics, that's when I'm like, oh, good. So Matt is just, he's just shooting from the hip right now. He's just making all of this up. I'm fairly certain every single one of these things that Matt is saying right now is just a live, it's like a live streamed fever dream, like a daydream. He's like awake for, we're all awake for it. We're all watching him have this weird out of body situation, saying all these crazy things. Oh, the biologics.
To be out in the public. I mean, I had someone come and brief me who was in a military uniform, worked for the United States Army, that was briefing me on the locations of hybrid breeding programs where captured aliens were breeding with humans to create some hybrid race that could engage in intergalactic communication. An actual uniformed member of the United States Army briefed me on that.
This is the most outlandish thing I've ever heard. In order to do intergalactic communication, we're having sex with aliens? Is there no in between? Is there no in between I'm sorry, I almost called him Bill Gates. That Matt here can imagine? I love that. I love that. The only way to commute with aliens, we couldn't possibly communicate, I don't know, with like language, you know, like send a message. Maybe an email or something. No, we're banging them for communication purposes.
A what now?
Non-human biologics, interracial alien mating.
I love how they had to clip that. Wait, is this the Benny show? This is a Benny show clip. It's hilarious. I love how they had to cut, like, because hold on.
Interracial alien, non-human.
Like right there. Do you see the clip? Do you see the clip fade right there? Like he goes from this look of shock, and then they have to cut out the next however many seconds or minutes. And then they come back to talking about the non-human biologics. I wonder why they cut out that portion of the clip.
Interracial alien mating? What the F is going on? Look, wait a second. You had whistleblowers tell you this kind of thing? Can you please
yeah, that's not interracial, you weirdo.
Well, I mean, I like the idea that some military guy who's probably in charge of psychological operations is like, where can we find the dumbest idiot that might repeat this on television at some point? Yeah. Oh, here we go. Matt Gaetz.
Well, wait a second. I want you to just think about this. If somebody came up to you and you're a congressperson and somebody from the military called you, said there is a interspecies, we have an interspecies breeding program because we have secret aliens and we're actually like breeding them with, you know, homeless people or whatever it is. And
yes.
You feel that you're able to tell people, like nobody says this is top secret. If you tell anybody, we're going to, and you just bring it up casually every now and then. I mean, doesn't the guy have a TV show? Like, don't you think that if this was real, you would be like, I can't focus on anything else because.
I think we all need to take this much more seriously than we've been taking it up to this point. Okay, we're all laughing. We're all having a good time right now. Sounds funny, but just take 1 second and think about if this was in fact true. And the only thing preventing intergalactic war is us banging aliens. Oh, good God. We are on such tenuous ground as a species right now. Can you even imagine? Here I am. We've been trying to solve the homelessness crisis. Turns out the homeless are the only thing preventing intergalactic war right now. That's big picture. Okay. Okay. That's big picture. Okay. I need to rethink everything now. And I now see Thanos clearly had a point.
Alien breeding system we have.
Yeah, I think this is on the same website, the classified website where Jordan Peterson's human milking tables were
This
from.
is just insane. Like, who watches this shit and believes it? Like, oh, you know, he just like, I'm sorry. If I got information about this and I got it from what I consider to be a reputable source, as a congressperson, I feel like I would be like, hey,
yeah,
taking a field
I
trip.
can't get this out of my head. I mean, listen, I I'm pretty upset about that post office that we're naming, but this whole interspecies breeding thing, shouldn't we be talking about this?
I mean, it's more evidence that this alien crap is just like another psyop, honestly. I mean, like they started ramping this up again after the Epstein files when they can't whip. They've caught the car with Epstein, so now it's time to whip the base into some sort of mindless conspiracism that does not challenge their power, and it gives the illusion of transparency.
Exactly. This is much safer than even the pedophile conspiracies, because you can't like show up to a UFO with a gun and say, "Where's the basement at?"
Exactly.
Yeah.
Is there? Yeah, keep going.
Oh yeah, there's 2
He also looks awful.
Which one of them?
What do you mean? He looks great.
Matt Gaetz?
I think he should do whatever he's doing. He should do 100% more.
I mean, look
He
at
looks incredible.
Do
that
more of it.
T-shirt under the jacket.
Do
Is,
100%
the neck is
more.
quite loose and stretched.
It's working.
Non-human biologics, interracial alien mating. What the hell is going on? Look, wait a second. You had whistleblowers tell you this kind of thing? Can you please unpack that?
I had a guy who was.
Yeah, I've just decided to tell about it now. I've been out of government for what, years now, or a month or two, and I just decided to tell you.
One guy can't stay silent any longer.
Wait a second, is this interesting to you? Because I've never really thought to bring it up.
Oh, weird, yeah.
I guess now that I think about it, the interspecies mating program did seem a little odd now. Yeah, good.
A senior enlisted
That's really
with the
weird.
United States Army came into my office in Crestview, Florida, in a non-classified setting. I had members of my staff there, and what they explained is that the military ran a very secret program where aliens that were living were in forced breeding programs with humans that had been abducted from war zones and from even the caravans of migrants. Now, again, I didn't verify this, but what the whistleblower
I didn't verify it.
was
Pause
telling me
one
is that
second.
there
Whoa.
were-
Of course, he doesn't verify it because he can't. I mean, everybody's going to deny it. So why not talk about it on a news program?
Yeah, I
didn't
mean,
verify
when
it.
they said illegal aliens, they meant literal aliens, I guess.
He's literally telling a story of someone who is emotionally disturbed, came into our office once and told us a story, and I just sounded right.
Yep. I mean, honestly, it was a great segment. I'm glad we can have fun. You know, what I hope for next on the Benny Johnson show, I really hope Benny calls in. He calls a crackhead. That should be great content. Well, Sunday Fun Day. I think I've been making it as value-taining as I possibly can. However, now that we're done... Now that we're done with the space news, I am afraid things are going to start taking a turn for the worse. Not yet, not quite. I'm just building you up because, of course, Iran is coming, the Middle East, Operation Epstein Fury. It is coming up. Not gonna be a lot of valuetainment there. But before we do any of that, in the Middle East, let's go down to the Caribbean and talk about Cuba with the great
Hassan Parker.
Hassan Parker. That wasn't fun? Wow. Wow, Pitchforks, that wasn't fun. That wasn't fun. Has anything up to this point in the last 5 hours been fun? What must I do?
Are you not entertained?
What must I do to value-tain you? I don't understand. Let me just recap the last 5 hours. Easter messages from Trump. The Trump Library. The Trump Museum Library. The Trump Hotel Museum Library. Chocolate. Christian nationalists acting crazy. Spring. Eggs. More Easter. Trump's praise be to Allah message on Easter. Kristi Noem's husband's extracurricular activities. Tiger Woods calling Donald Trump while getting arrested for a DUI. More Easter stuff, including little kids getting free bikes. Opening day for MLB. Easter parades in New Orleans. Greg Bovino getting mogged by... what's his name at the Good Liars? Can't think of his name. That's just a tiny fraction of what we've done. We've done gardening. We've done nature. And space. But I just don't understand what I can do. What more can I do? Here I am thinking I'm doing a good job. I think I'm doing a good job and everybody's appreciating. And then you say that? Incredibly.
How rude.
Incredibly rude. I'm hurt. You can't see my face because I'm wearing a helmet. But I'm crying a tear right now. A single tear of sadness. A single tear of sadness because of that.
What's up, guys? This is Sam Piker. Just got back from Cuba. We were on a humanitarian aid mission, and I saw firsthand the struggles of the Cuban population on the island. This is going through a massive energy crisis. The United States has had one of the most rigorous and over-encompassing sanctions regime on Cuba since Cuba had a successful revolution and developed sovereignty for itself. However, the situation has gotten much worse in these past couple of months as Donald Trump came out and openly implemented a total blockade of oil.
Cuba's in its last moments of life.
Whether I free it, take it, I think I could do anything I want with it. You want to know the truth?
There's around 10 million people living on this Caribbean island, and there are rolling blackouts. Food is spoiling. Sometimes there's no running water. I mean, it's an absolute devastating situation that is totally man-made as a consequence of the American blockade. It's unbelievably cruel. So they're starving the hospitals. They're starving the entire energy grid. One of the things that was so shocking was if the electricity grid fails, you have to wait for the generators to turn on. There's like a 5-minute window. Talking to some of these doctors, and they were saying that, you know, they have to hand pump the ventilators that children are on for the 5-minute period until the generators kick in. And sometimes the generators also run out of fuel. And when that happens, a surgeon that we were talking to basically said, look, we just sew up the patient and we try again afterwards. And then also getting to and from work is virtually impossible as well. The surgeon was explaining to me that because gas prices are so high, it's like you would have to pay more to go to and from work to the hospital than what you get paid by the government. There's tremendous medical research coming out of Cuba, especially in the field of biomedicine. They have been able to design new drugs like a lung cancer vaccine. I talked to a neuroscientist that was working on what is now known as sign neutral. Like a lung cancer vaccine. I talked to a neuroscientist that was
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Okay, I'm back. Thank you to Pitchforks Dragon for the sweet super chat. Comment before was fun fact Matt Gaetz trafficked a teenager, but YouTube blocked it.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Sorry you're being repressed, Pitchforks. It's not fair. It's not fair. And Logan Hill gifting 5 sweet galactic memberships to the community. Such incredible generosity from all of you. This evening, we had a very slow start on the galactic content goal. Now we have beyond surpassed it. Cheetah Man, Harry Puddles, Jem Williams, Dan Wally, and Ravy Baby. All getting one of those sweet galactic membership gifts from Logan. Thanks, Logan. Alright, back to Hassan. Talk about that vaccine, which is pretty crazy. By the way, over 100,000 people die from lung cancer every single year. So a vaccine for lung cancer would be pretty crazy. Where was he? Right here?
Real, active, successful treatment for Alzheimer's and dementia. It's currently being tested in Canada as well. I mean, these are incredibly impressive feats for any country, but it's exceptional when you think about the conditions that Cubans are subjected to and the restrictions that they have, even in the field of academia. Obviously, there's a lot of emphasis on education in Cuba, a lot of emphasis on providing healthcare. It's a big part of the social contract. Not only does the Cuban government...
Where's the traffic person? When is Matt Gaetz' court date? You didn't hear about this? You didn't hear about Matt Gaetz? He resigned in disgrace. He resigned in disgrace from Congress as a result of that scandal. No court date that I'm aware of. But there certainly were some allegations flying around out there, and some amount of evidence as well, it would seem.
Most of the resources to offer education and healthcare to citizens unconditionally for free. But also, Cuba has this incredible international medicine corps where they educate their doctors coming from all around the world, and then they send them to some of the most underserved countries, developing nations all around the world. I believe Cuba sends more doctors to developing nations than the entire G7 nations combined. Cuba's tried to send doctors to the United States of America after Katrina. We refused. There's this incredibly cruel thing that America is doing, obviously, to regular Cubans, but the cruelty doesn't end there. Marco Rubio last year announced that he was going to stop these international medical. Marco Rubio successfully pressured countries like Jamaica and Costa Rica and many others to discontinue the medical missions. They've sent back in Jamaica all of the Cuban doctors that were working there.
I'm very worried for the country. It's unfortunate that we are victims of great power rivalry, because that's exactly what it is. And it's unfortunate that we're trading the healthcare of our Jamaicans for diplomatic goodwill.
I talked to the head of this program, and he was very shook. He was very sad about this. He's like, I've been to Jamaica. We had 100% coverage in Jamaica. Maybe the politicians that were pressured and caved to American pressure will still be able to get healthcare. Maybe they'll even be able to fly to America. But a lot of the people that we were taking care of, they're not going to get any healthcare whatsoever any longer. They're very resilient. And in spite of the horrible conditions, obviously no society is monolithic. But the one thing that I saw that was consistent is everyone has an attitude about it where they think life goes on, you know? We're still going to play dominoes in the dark. We're still going to try to make the most of the situation, the cards we were dealt with. The thing that shook me, aside from the cruelty of American policy and the invisibility of it all and how little Americans know about what we are doing to this island, is the fact that there is so much potential. Increasing its literacy rate to 88%, which is higher than the United States of America, having a higher life expectancy than the United States of America. Like, all of this happened in spite of American intervention, which left me wondering, what would Cuba look like if we didn't do all of this? What would Cuba look like if we didn't stop Cuba from being able?
What would Cuba look like if the United States didn't actively repress it for decades? I don't know, it'd probably look like a modern society, I guess. Probably like a thriving modern society. Rather one that's like trapped in like the 50s. Alright, it's not quite trapped in the 50s, but I guess what I'm saying is that, like, they can't, like, there's so much that they can't import that, you know, like, they have some serious difficulties having up to date, like, current modern technology, right? Okay, speaking of thriving societies. Let's see society thriving in the sunshine. Oh yeah. A little more Sunday Funday action. Harvest Festival time in Chile. People celebrating.
Primera vez en el año, entonces, ¿qué lo hacemos?
Well, there we go, people. A long tradition continuing with the stomping of grapes. The Harvest Festival in Chile. They make the wine that you drink with your mouth. I still think it's strange. I still find it strange that we haven't found something better than feet to crush grapes with, but okay. tradition. All right, now across the pond. To a game that is helping people through difficult times. BBC News from 2 days ago. Let's talk about something called Power Wash Simulator.
We have lots of people writing, and this is where I end up getting upset, writing in and saying, you know, how we've helped them like get through cancer treatments and stuff. I don't know. It always makes me really upset whenever I think about it, like in a nice way.
Kirsty, thanks so much for having a chat with me about Power Wash Simulator. And I've got to say, first of all, congrats on being nominated for a BAFTA.
Thank you very much. Not one, but two.
I mean, did you ever think a game about power washing would get BAFTA nominations?
Absolutely not. Like maybe if there was a BAFTA for most chill game, but no, like it's incredible. It's slightly surreal to be up there alongside, you know, alongside like Nintendo. Yeah, nuts, crazy.
What is it about Power Wash Simulator 1 and 2 that, you know, has just got people wanting to keep playing it?
I think it's really struck a chord with how people are feeling in the world right now. Like the world is quite a sort of a stressy place. There's lots of bad news all the time. And with Power Wash, it really just does condense all your focus onto something really meditative and zen-like. I know that like the premise is like you're power washing, and that's kind of the joke of it. But the reality is you're just focused on something, and it's such a pure form of like meditation and like dopamine for all the small little things that you are doing and achieving. And we say our target audience isn't like a particular demographic. It's like a time and an emotional state that people are in. And this is for like anyone, regardless of where they are in the world, where they are in their life, etc. Like it's for the time where you just want to decompress and unwind and to get away from the world and just have like just the right amount of like brain engaged.
Did you always set out to make it like that, or did that just happen naturally as you were making it?
I guess it was always going to happen. So it stemmed from me watching videos of people power washing. There's a whole thing online. I'm sure you're aware. Millions of people like me really enjoy watching videos of people power washing because it is really soothing.
That is... It absolutely, there's something about this that does absolutely feel very much like keyed into social media, right? It's like oddly satisfying videos turned video game. It's honestly, it's kind of awesome. It's kind of crazy.
There's something about the contrast and the simplicity of like seeing dirt turn to cleanliness that it just really scratches a bit of your brain. So it was always going to be the same in video games.
Because like
but
to
we
some
can
degree,
make stuff that's really visually.
Like to some degree, like when we watch oddly satisfying videos, do we not a little bit want to do that thing ourselves just for the satisfaction? And it's just, I feel like it somehow it connects, like it connects something that is like, it's like scratching an itch, like you didn't know you had.
Exciting rather than just like pathways that you're cleaning.
Yeah, I suppose it is one thing watching these videos, but then trying to gamify that and turn it into something people will want to keep coming back to. I guess that's another challenge, really.
It is, and we realised the way to do it was to remove the challenge. So we kept putting in things like, oh, let's have a time limit, let's do this. And I was It still gets in the way of the experience. So just let me clean the way I want to clean, at the pace I want to clean, and give me loads of dopamine while I'm doing it.
And when you were first explaining it to people, what was their reaction?
I get it, but where's the game? That's what we heard so much. Like, so there's going to be ragdoll physics? No. There's a timer? No. There's a limit on how much water you have? No. Like, it's just pure toy.
Yeah.
And then it's just all about the controls and the experience, and there's no pressure and there's no antagonism. And I think that's what I feel like sometimes we've just kind of forgotten how to enjoy and have fun without like an external pressure.
Got a vast amount of players now. When they kind of meet you and tell you about their experiences, what do they say? What kind of things do people say about the games?
Oh, they're so lovely. We have lots of people writing, and this is where I end up getting upset. Writing in and saying, how we've helped them like get through cancer treatments and stuff. I don't know.
No. I mean, gosh, that's incredible, though.
It is. It always makes me really upset whenever I think about it, like in a nice way. This is why I'm terrible on camera.
No, don't worry. No, but I mean, that's such a lovely thing to like provide to people, isn't it? It
is. Yeah, we've hang on,
it's gonna make me cry now.
Did this in front of my politicians. When people talk to us about their experiences with power wash, it's really lovely and uplifting. Like, people tell us that we've helped with their anxiety or depression. I think it's just that mindfulness and being able to focus in on one thing kind of like blocks all the other distractions out.
Are you looking at other...
It looks very satisfying. It looks like a very oddly satisfying game to play. Well, there you go. A fascinating game where you can clean the world. Getting nominated for 2 BAFTAs. Felt like another good Sunday Funday story to pepper in here while we continue going through the news of the week. Now, while we're in Britain, we may as well visit the British royal family, who celebrated Easter by attending Easter Mass at Windsor Castle. Now, of course, it is notable that one member of the royal family was quite missing from the festivities, from what I could tell. No Andrew Mountbatten Windsor at Windsor Castle. No Prince Charles. Oh, wait. Is that him? Was that him? Wait, I think I saw him. Was that Prince... Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, not Prince Charles. Prince Andrew. Was that Prince Andrew? Hold on. Where is he? Was that him? Hold on. Sneaky motherfucker. I was looking. I thought I didn't see him earlier, but he was... I think he was blending in. Was that him? Hold on. God damn it. I can't. I can't. Is that it? Is that Prince Andrew? I can't tell. All these motherfuckers look alike. I don't think it is. I think he's too young. He's too young. He's got gray hair, right? Not, yeah. Yeah. Sorry. He's got the same face. It's got the same stupid face. I can't say for certain, but it did seem to me that he wasn't in this line. And that he wasn't allowed to come to Windsor Castle for Easter. It's very sad. He loses the mansion. Now he can't even hang out on Easter. They're really trying to distance themselves from Prince Andrew. I'm going to keep calling him Prince Andrew, of course, because I refuse to allow the royal family to distance themselves from this guy. It's ridiculous. I mean, until it became perfectly apparent to everyone just how involved they were, they did fuck all to distance themselves from him. In fact, it seems like, according to all the evidence we have, they seemingly enabled it. All of Andrew's behavior. Now they were celebrating Easter Sunday in Spain as well. Here's Forbes breaking news with the clip.
Abrazo.
Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence that the royal family helped Prince Andrew avoid scrutiny? They literally gave him millions of dollars, $15 million for a hush money payment to a woman he claimed that he never even met. It's a little weird, don't you think?
It's weird.
There you go. End of Holy Week procession on Easter Sunday. People celebrating in the streets. The giant effigy of some lady. Okay. Not far away in France, Canadian pop superstar Celine Dion made a massive announcement.
What?
As merely repeating existing measures.
Pop superstar Celine Dion has announced that she's returning to the stage with a series of concerts in Paris As Solange Moujon tells us, the announcement of her comeback has her fans going wild.
The excited anticipation and hope of snagging a ticket. Across social media, Celine Dion fans posted their giddiness.
Oh my God. Do you see what's happening here? Do you see what's happening here? There is a fully grown woman, a mom,
Snagging a
with-
ticket.
Across the microphone. Wait, hold on. Hold on. I don't think that is an actual microphone. No, I don't think that's a microphone. I think that might be a loofah or maybe some kind of scrub brush. But lip syncing into a scrub brush with the daughter. She's got the hair. The hair dryer for wind. The kid, the little boy here. He's almost completely obscured from view, almost hidden. With a little, I think it's a little cowbell. Oh my God.
The excited anticipation and hope of snagging a ticket. Across social media, Celine Dion fans posted their giddiness about her upcoming concerts in Paris.
Oh, and
Humorous
by the
video-
way, just for context, because sorry, I'm getting carried away here. But what this means is when you learn that Celine Dion is going to do a concert.
This is ridiculous!
Anticipation and hope of snagging a ticket. Across social media, Celine Dion fans posted their giddiness about her upcoming concerts in Paris, with humorous videos about the nerve-wracking wait that's begun to see if they'll be among the lucky ones. It has been 6 years since the diva's given
Jesus
a concert
Christ.
outside of her show-stopping rendition of Edith Piaf from the Eiffel Tower to kick off the Paris Olympics. So in anticipation, fans gathered at the monument, and Dion did not disappoint, lighting it up with the words, "Paris, I'm ready." Now her fans are too, pulling out all the stops to see her live.
I'm definitely getting tickets. My whole family and I have been fans since I was little. It was our CD we'd listened to in the car when we drove down to see family at Christmas, so we'll be there.
Really excited, incredibly so. We're really happy she's coming, that it's happening in Paris, that there's a concert, several concerts. It's going to be a show.
Celine Dion announced on social media that she'll be performing 10 shows starting September 12th at Paris's La Défense Arena. It's the largest covered concert hall in Europe. But getting a ticket will be no easy feat. To get one, fans must sign up on her website to enter a lottery, and that's just for the pre-sale.
Wow. Wow. So you have to sign up for a lottery to hope to win a chance to buy a pre-sale ticket. Jesus Christ. People are freaking out about Celine Dion. 10 days of concerts in Paris. And Celine Dion fans are literally melting the internet. Hoping to get their hands on some sweet Celine ticks. All right. Now, before we leave France, we should go to Marseille, where vessels are leaving the port to join another humanitarian flotilla bound for Gaza in an attempt to break the illegal blockade. Telesur English from 13 hours ago.
Vessels from the humanitarian flotilla, organized under the movement 1,000 Madeleines to Gaza, set sail from France, with the goal of breaking the Israeli blockade in the Palestinian enclave. Around 20 vessels departed from the airport of de Marseille on Saturday to join the new flotilla, which is expected to bring together nearly 100 boats in total, with the goal of breaking the Israeli blockade and reaching the Gaza Strip. Most of the vessels that form the movement will depart from Barcelona on April 12th and sail towards Gaza on April 20th, with a one-week stop planned in southern Italy for non-violence training.
Did anybody else chuckle when she said flotilla? Oh, God. It was incredible. All I could do, it was just amazing. Oh, yes, the great, great flotilla. Made me kind of hungry. And, you know, like, all I get, like, and all the ship sails are shaped kind of like tortilla chips. So that's all I could think about. I should have got snacks. Yeah, that's probably just a result of me being hungry. Do I have food? Oh. Oh, no. Not great. Okay, all right, yes. While we're in the Mediterranean, let's go to Italy. Where one Italian city is sort of the epicenter of this day. I'm of course talking about Rome, where Pope Leo XIV held Easter Sunday Mass and delivered a blessing to the people.
In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti.
You also will appear with him in glory. Then Simon Peter came, following him, and went into the tomb. Light that never fades.
Right into the tomb.
The fullness of joy
Right
that
in
nothing
there.
can take away. Death has been conquered forever.
Forever, death conquered. That's it, no more death.
Et sanctificas universa, et populum tibi congregare non desinis, ut a solis ortu usque ad occasum. Libera nos quesumus Domine, ab omnibus malis, da propitius pacem in Diebus nostris, ut ope misericordiae Tuae ad
Look at this old guy. Is he alive? I think he's breathing. Okay, well, there you go, Space Fams. 3 hours of that. That was 5 seconds every 10 or so minutes for like 1.5 hours. We could do this for another few minutes, but I do feel that you get the point. Easter, Rome, Pope Leo XIV, all of it. You get it. Catholicism.
That's in the Bible. That's in the Bible.
Ep Silver Art with another sweet super chat. Pizza Balla is from Rome. Which Pizza Balla? Pier Battista Pizza Balla? Is that the Pizza Balla you talk about? You are the only reason I know that name, by the way. I would not know that name if it weren't for you. Okay, on the topic of Easter, let's go to Germany, where we are going to briefly visit a German egg dyeing workshop, bringing a wonderland of colors to this Easter Sunday. Oh, there you have it. Leave it to the Germans to automate coloring eggs. This factory turning out 34,000 eggs a day.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
How was your day at the egg factory, yeah? If you're not mistaken, those dyed eggs are sold year-round here? Wait. What? That's right, you're from Germany. I'm sorry. Did you just tell me that you have multicolored eggs for sale all year round? For what purpose? Why? Why have you done this? I don't understand. I'm so confused. But now that you're saying it, this does seem now that you're saying it, this does seem like a lot of effort for one day. Right? Like, why in the hell would you have an entire egg dyeing factory that can churn out 34,000 eggs a day if you only need it for one day? It's a huge waste of space, you would think. Man, oh my God. Huh. That's weird. I'm thrown. I'm very thrown. Yet I also feel like I've just learned something. All right. Let's go here to CBC News, Canada, from 13 hours ago, where the former NATO ambassador said that damage has been done by Donald Trump's threats regarding Iran.
Donald Trump gives Iran 48 hours to cut a deal or open up the Strait of Hormuz. If that doesn't happen, Trump threatens, all hell will rain down on them. It comes after Wednesday night's national address where Trump said the U.S. military operation in Iran will wind down.
All hell will rain down
immediately, if not sooner.
I forgot. I should have done this in a completely different order. We're going to come back to this one. I meant to put this somewhere else. This doesn't make sense here. Let's go to Kosovo. Let's stay fun. Let's stay fun for a little bit longer. A little bit longer. TRT World. To TRT World, where a historic cinema is getting a second life.
For centuries, Prizren has been one of the cultural hearts of the Balkans. A city shaped by empires, architecture, and artistic life. As part of the Ottoman Empire, among others, it boasts the Sinan Pasha Mosque, built in 1615, the Gazi Mehmet Pasha bathhouse, which was until the Kosovo War struck in the late 90s and financial and logistical difficulties meant it could no longer function properly.
After the war, its technology was made redundant and it could no longer be operated the same way. Restoring cultural infrastructure was not a priority at those times, and local authorities had an intention to turn it into a parking lot or a shopping mall. Therefore, civil society, DocuFest, the cultural organizations stopped 2 attempts in 2007 and 2014 for the demolition and privatization of the cinema. And since 12 years, we've been actively advocating for it to be restored and revitalized as a cinema and a cultural community hub in Prizren.
For several years, the cinema waited for funding from the European Union, which was frozen after Brussels imposed restrictive measures on Kosovo. And while Kosovo is not an EU member, the decision came about after tensions in the country's Serb-majority north. According to the Kosovo think tank Gap Institute for Advanced Studies, approximately $720 million of funding was suspended, including just over $17 million for the cultural sector. The EU's measures had affected the city's long-running DocuFest film festival. But following the EU Western Balkans summit in mid-December, the EU decided to lift those measures.
Ne e mirpresim vendimin e Bashkimit Evropian për të hequr mos
There you have it. People doing everything they can in Kosovo to make up for the budget shortfall as the result of the blocking of funds, trying to protect a historic cinema. Okay, why is everybody arguing in chat right now? I don't understand. It seems like it's it seems like it's also not going anywhere. Like, I've been kind of watching this assuming that this argument would end. Like, but why is this still going? Like, I also didn't quite catch the very beginning of it all, I don't think. But it just, it's weird. Well, while we're talking about the cinema, may as well talk about another art form. Dance. But not just any dance. Dance is a geopolitical weapon. PBS from 2 hours ago. Wait, sorry, 2 days ago. Same thing. Days. 2 weeks. 3 weeks. I just realized that this is like filled with. Like I watched this earlier, not thinking about it, just like enjoying like music, the dance, and like just like trying to learn the history of some of this. I was like not thinking about how copyrighted so much of this music is. I'm gonna get slapped. Anyway. Suffice to say, Martha Graham was an American modern dancer, teacher, and choreographer who was also potentially used by the U.S. government as a form of diplomacy, geopolitical influence. Okay, speaking of geopoliticals, let's talk about NATO with CBC News as we enter into the discussions of course, Operation Epstein Fury.
Donald Trump gives Iran 48 hours to cut a deal or open up the Strait of Hormuz. If that doesn't happen, Trump threatens, all hell will rain down on them. It comes after Wednesday night's national address where Trump said the U.S. military operation in Iran will wind down in the coming weeks, but not without intensifying strikes.
I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong, In the meantime, discussions are ongoing.
Since that address, attacks on both sides have ramped up, with the U.S. and Israel hitting a century-old medical research center in Tehran, steel plants, and a bridge near the capital. It's part of Trump's vow to hit Iran's bridges and electric power plants if its leaders do not agree to his terms to end the war. This past week, Trump also reignited threats to pull out of NATO after allies refused to engage in the war. Earlier, I spoke to the former United States ambassador to NATO, Douglas Lute, about the status of the conflict. Ambassador Lute, thanks so much for joining us.
It's good to be with you.
So the president has said a couple of things over the past week, particularly in his address to the nation, that the U.S. is very close to finishing objectives in Iran, but also says the next 2 weeks will involve intense military action. As someone that's worked very closely on wars in the Middle East, do you believe that the end of this war is in sight? Do you understand what the president is saying when he says those two things?
Well, I think he's conflating two parts of the operation, right? On the military side, the military objectives. So the Iranian Navy, the Air Force, the drone and missile capability of the Iranians, and the production facilities behind those military capabilities. That part of the campaign, I think, is nearing the point of diminishing returns. That is, that we have fewer and fewer targets that we've identified. And the ones we've identified, we've pretty much hit, and probably hit and struck again. So the military campaign is reaching sort of a logical conclusion. What is not concluding is the political end state that these military objectives should be connected to, but from the outset have not been connected to. So what we're really facing here and confronting is the disconnect, the strategic disconnect between the military campaign and the political end.
And so the
I mean, honestly, Donald Trump is not a diplomatic person. He doesn't care about, he honestly doesn't seem to give a shit about the consequences. Aside from gas prices, really back, like at the pump back in America. Like, I know that that's hurting him, and I don't think he was expecting that to happen, but I don't think he, honestly, he doesn't give a shit about, like, you know, like, any of these alliances that we have, or of even seemingly the objectives to this thing. It's just, it seems to be a war for the sake of a war. Get that IQ checked? Anyone can make multiple accounts. I've lost the interest of this chat after this. You'll never see me here again. Says the enigmatic citizen. What a weird fucking thing to say. I gotta say, pal. That's a really strange thing to say, pal. Why are you saying this? Is that, I assume this is Huey. You must have wound up getting timed out for a day or something by a mod. Ranting about IQ in this chat is not a good plan. It's a really weird thing to do. And it's not a measure of the measure of greatness that you're ascribing to it, okay? Jesus Christ. I don't see how is that productive? You're just in here telling everybody that you're smarter than everybody? Oh, my IQ is superior to all of you peasants. I am no longer interested in this chat. Good day. I said good day. That's what you're doing right now. Come on. That's pompous and shitty. And you should think about that.
You have a mental health problem.
You little bastard.
Such a strange choice. Like, honestly, like, I'm like kind of stuck on this. I don't know why, but like, I'm just like so struck by that decision. It's like, well, what are you even proving to everyone by yelling about your IQ? What does that do? What are you proving? And to whom? If anything, you're just proving to everybody that you think you're better than everybody. Because at some point, supposedly, completely unverifiably, I would point out, that you took an IQ test and that you were given a high score of 140. Something which nobody could ever surpass, of course. And this is somehow evidence for your superiority. The fact that you felt compelled to do that, I just don't even understand what would lead you to that decision-making process. All right, let's go to Iraq. Wait, did I? Hold on. Wait, sorry. Hold on. I gotta check something. Did I do this? Nah, I didn't. I did. Okay, yes, let's go to Iraq. And before we talk about the war more, little Sunday Funday action for you folks. Iraq winning an important World Cup qualifying match. Mayhem in the streets. Pandemonium. Excitement. Throngs of people turned out to celebrate.
A thousand congratulations to the Iraqi people and to the players who did not disappoint the hopes of this nation. A joy for 46 million that has been long awaited for 40 years. Praise be to God and thanks, our efforts have not been in vain.
By the way, while we're talking about IQ, when I was 9 years old, I was tested to have a 200 IQ. Okay? So who's the most stable genius? Exactly.
You're a moron.
Okay. Now, while people are celebrating in the streets of Iraq, of course, Iraq has been dragged into this war, as was mentioned by at least one of those Iraqis.
Kuwait state news agency has reported that Tehran struck one of its oil refineries and damaged a power and desalination plant. The attack on the Mina Al Ahmadi refinery set it on fire, but officials say no injuries were reported. The facility is one of the largest in the Middle East.
Sorry, France24 is doing double topics on me here. I don't appreciate it. I'd like to talk about Baghdad and Iraq, not...
Now, I want to begin with this article that you wrote in Foreign Affairs. You said that so far, Iraq has managed to stay out of recent regional conflicts by pursuing a careful strategy of multi-alignment, maintaining ties with both Iran and the United States. Now, can it still pursue that policy with what's currently happening in the region?
I think the scope of this war now, this latest iteration of the conflict, and the fact that Iran is now fighting what it sees as an existential fight, means that that's no longer the case. For several years after October 7th, after Hamas's attack on Israel and Israel's response across the region, and wars in Palestine, but also in Lebanon, in Syria, in Yemen, Iraq managed to stay out of it, largely out of it, insulated from it. And Iran was still trying to hold on to that status quo, seeing these kind of as small fights and talking about this strategic patience. Iran was being patient. This is no longer the case. Iran is no longer holding on to the old status quo. Iran is looking to create a new status quo. And insofar as that is the case, Iraq can no longer stay out of it. And what we've seen in Iraq, which is a very integral neighbor for Iran, what we've seen is the conflict both in military terms. The Iraqi government forces have actually been hit by both sides, Iranian-linked groups and American groups, or America and Israel. And at the same time, we've seen that Iraq is turning out to be a battleground or a shadow war, or one of the many different wars, which are also happening in Lebanon and elsewhere, which really leads us to sort of conclude that this war is nowhere near its completion.
There we go, a senior research fellow from the Middle East and North Africa program at Chatham House, London, saying that Iraq is potentially going to have to get involved in the war. Which would be, you know, bad. This war already has enough fronts. For Iran to get involved militarily in any real way right now would be bad. But to be fair, things are pretty chaotic in Iraq, and I wouldn't be shocked if something like that happened. Like I've been saying, this whole thing is going to continue to devolve into a broader regional conflict every single day that it's allowed to continue. Here's a question to ask ourselves. Does Israel have a right to exist? We've heard this quite a number of times over the years.
What are the risks for Iraq?
Excuse me. Let's go here. Mehdi Hassan.
I have been debating hardcore Zionists, Israelis, supporters of Israel for years now, decades. And the conversation always comes back to one line, one phrase, one talking point. Do you or do you not support Israel's right to exist? You've all heard that line before, right? It's the go-to move. If you don't support Israel's right to exist, you're an extremist, you're an anti-Semite, you want to wipe Israel and millions of Israeli Jews off the map. Even many critics of Israel are often left frantically conceding, yes, of course I support Israel's right to exist, but you don't have to concede on this point. It's a bullshit argument. Some of you may know I wrote a book about debating, and if you don't know, you know now. And today I want to share with you 3 arguments you can use if you find yourself stuck in a debate with someone who insists you recognize Israel's right to exist. Here's how you debunk their argument. Time for a debunking. Number 1. Right to exist where? Where? Where does this right to exist actually apply? Because Israel is the only country in the world that refuses to define its borders. So if you want me to recognize Israel's right to exist, does that right of Israel's extend into Gaza, the West Bank, the Golan Heights, East Jerusalem, all of which are considered illegally occupied territory under international law, and yet all of which are claimed by the current government of Israel as Israeli land? So right to exist where? Number 2, what is this right to exist? Where does it come from? Because states don't have a right to exist. No such natural or legal right exists. People, individuals have a right to exist. Human beings have that right, not states, not countries.
Is the very definition.
States change their composition, their governing structures, their ideologies, their regimes, their borders all the time. They're not fixed for eternity. The USSR broke up into Russia and 14 other new states. Yugoslavia broke up into Serbia, Bosnia, Croatia, and the rest. Czechoslovakia split into Slovakia and the Czech Republic. What happened to the USSR's right to exist, or Yugoslavia's, or Czechoslovakia's?
China!
Does the UK have a right to exist? And if so, does that mean Scotland, for example, can never vote for independence? Would we say to Scots who voted in a referendum to be independent from the UK, sorry, you can't leave? That would be going against the UK's right to exist. Of course not. People have rights, not states. To be clear, there is no right for countries to exist, nor for countries to continue to exist. None whatsoever. And number 3, last but not least, if there is a right to exist, as they claim, does Palestine have a right to exist? Because last time I checked, Israel exists. As a matter of fact, it's a country with sovereignty. It's on the map with its undeclared borders. Over at the UN, it's Israel that's a full member state, not Palestine. And it's the US, by the way, blocking Palestine's right to exist at the UN as a full sovereign member state. The idea that in a world where...
Exactly. And before watching this video, that's always sort of been my go-to on this, is does Palestine have a right to exist? That's, I mean, really, that's the response. Because anybody who's asking that question, who's making that, or who's like using this framing as a way to make an argument, is, you know, almost guaranteed to have some struggles with answering that question.
Israel is genociding the Palestinians in Gaza, ethnically cleansing them in the West Bank, and blocking their legal right to return from refugee camps across the region. The idea that in that world, Israel's right to exist is the one we should be concerned about, and not Palestine's, is both ridiculous and, let's be honest, racist.
This is ridiculous.
But look, this entire discourse is clear propaganda by supporters of Israel. Have you ever heard this phrase used in any other context other than in the context of defending Israel? Do we talk about Belgium's right to exist, Luxembourg's right to exist, South Africa's right to exist? Of course we don't, because it's all demonstrable bullshit. So don't be cowed when the right to exist gotcha is thrown in your face. Don't be browbeaten or intimidated or guilted into giving Israel a pass. That's what they want, a pass. But this isn't about Israel's existence, it's about Israel's actions. Its apartheid practices, its endless war crimes, and yes, its ongoing genocide in Gaza.
Illegal.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mehdi. That incredibly informative rhetorical what do you call that? explanation, I guess you might say. A helpful list of tools in responding to a ridiculous question. And the fact is, like, the same goes for ridiculous questions like, do you condemn Hamas? Which I would point out they've stopped doing. But it's always been the same with that, right? It's like, do you condemn Israel? They're literally in the middle of committing a genocide and an apartheid nation state with, unequal rights for the people in its borders. Do you condemn all of that? Do you condemn the illegal settlements? Or the prison camps where people are held without any actual legal rights? But it's difficult when you live in a constant live under constant barrage of propagandistic comments and questions. Speaking of propaganda, media fight happened on Al Jazeera earlier this weekend. I think it was, at least. I think it was this weekend. Between a Iranian and the Gulf analysts.
طبعا إيران لم تستهدف المدنيين. لو استهدفت المدنيين لقتل الكثير. على عكس.
Oh, this one's rough. This one's actually really rough. Actually, I can't do this one. Like, we can watch it. I can't do the subtitles, unfortunately, because it's an argument and they're constantly interrupting each other. So it's really, it's going to be better just to watch it. It'll be really difficult for me to do it properly. I'm sorry.
طبعا إيران لم تستهدف المدنيين. لو استهدفت المدنيين لقتل الكثير. على عكس ذلك في إيران حتى الآن وصل العدد أكثر من 2000 مدني غير العسكريين. ثاني شيء، نقطة أخرى، أنه سياسة حسن الجوار. إيرانيا ينظر إلى حسن الجوار على أنه مرحب به، لكن حسن الجوار لا يأتي بإتاحة المجال للآخرين بقتل أبنائك في أرضك. هذا حدث ويحدث على قدم وساق. نعم. كل الإنكار هذا للدور الذي تطلع به دول اشتركت في الاعتداء، هذا لا يغير الواقع. الواقع يقول لي أنه هاي مارس التي مداها 300 إلى 500 كيلومتر وهي صواريخ أرض تدك جنوب إيران، تطلق من الجنوب، لا تطلق من مراكب من باخرات، تطلق من أرض. أين هي هذه الأرض؟ الواقع يقول لي أنه أول مرة 5 أعيدت الضربة، 2 من الطائرات المزودة للوقود ضربت في الرياض. الواقع يقول أن طائرة أيواكس ضربت في الرياض على الأرض.
هذه طائرة سعودية دكتور. هذه طائرة سعودية الأواكس التي ضربت ليست أمريكية. ثم هذه القاعدة سعودية خالصة، وهذه الطائرات تزود بالوقود.
طائرات تزود بالوقود أمريكية.
لا أبدا، راجع مصادرك.
هي كلها قواعد وطنية أولا.
قواعد وطنية، طائرات وطنية، ثم
يا دكتور، عندما تقف على ضفاف هذه المياه لا تحتاج إلى أجهزة معقدة لترى ما يأتي وما يذهب.
طيب لماذا أنتم
لستم بعيدين عنا؟ أنت حدودك بضع كيلومترات من
قدرات نووية وصاروخية وبرنامج صاروخي يصل مدى إلى 4000 كيلو، وأنتم أيضا على الضفاف. يا سيدي، هذه ازدواجية دكتور حسن، معلش.
يا دكتور،
احترم عقولنا. أولا قضية الذي ذكرت الزميلة أنه هناك مدنيين، كم عدد المدنيين الذين قتلوا في دول الخليج مجتمعة؟ ألم يلفت نظرك أي من المدنيين الذين قتلوا؟
أنا لفت نظري أنه جاري يعطي أرضه لعدوي ليقتل أبنائي في مدرسة في جنوب إيران 170
الأهداف العسكرية لدى جارك
وهذا ما يجري بالمناسبة. هذا ما يجري. 14 قاعدة أمريكية خرجت من الخدمة يا رجل.
هي شراكات أمنية لا تتعلق
أي شراكات يا رجل؟ أي شراكات؟
ثانيا
أنت أطلب من قاعدة منها إن استطعت أن تخرج من بلادها.
ثانيا يتم استهداف المدنيين، ولولا الدفاعات الوطنية لدول الخليج التي أبرزت قدرتها على الدفاع ضد هذه الصواريخ، المسيرات، الطائرات المأهولة، لكان الامر
في مغالطه حسن.
معلش استاذ حسن، ايضا بهذا المنطق دكتور احنا نقدر ما نبي ننبش في التاريخ. عندما شكر الرئيس الامريكي الرئيس الايراني نجاد بفتح اجواءهم لضرب العراق لغزو العراق، الم يكن هذا ايضا دفعا للجوار عندما فتحتم حدودكم للامريكان في هارات
ونكل بكم وبنا؟ في افغانستان صدام كان هناك ونكل بكم وبنا.
دكتور احمد ديان،
هناك مصلحه صدام حسين انما تم الاقتصاد فيها.
لا نريد ان نبحث عن السياق.
Well, there you go. A rather contentious debate between at least 3 different Al Jazeera analysts. One from Iran, 2 from not sure which Gulf states. I think the UAE and Bahrain, but I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. The Gulf states claiming Iran is waging an illegal war against them, doing illegal strikes. Iran pointing out that Iran's neighbors are giving up their land to the United States so that it can wage this war against them. And said that all that Iran is doing is eliminating essentially the U.S. threat from the region, striking bases and other sorts of military targets. And that while Gulf states are making claims that civilians are dying, that the immediate days of the beginning of the war, the United States and Israel murdered hundreds of... Actually, it was the United States, according to all the reports, not Israel. The United States struck Iranian school, killing hundreds of children, or 170, close to whatever. Too many. Honestly, one's too many. All right. Let's get to updating ourselves some more on what's been happening in the last 24 hours, I guess, since we were last talking about all of this. Here's Al Jazeera English. Get us talking about Lebanon and Israel's supposed strategy, if you can call it that. I'd call it a campaign of terror.
An Iranian missile has hit an industrial hub in southern Israel.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
A major explosion was heard in Ramat Hovav, that's near Beersheba. It's unclear exactly what was struck there. Iran attacked a chemical factory in the same area last Sunday, prompting evacuations. It has kept up attacks on critical infrastructure since the US and Israel began strikes on its territory on February the 28th.
You know, I'm just realizing we made it almost 6 hours on this Sunday fun day without talking Iran. You can't tell me that you're not value taint, okay? Nearly 6 hours during these days? During Operation Epstein Fury, we went 6 hours without talking about Iran? Come on.
Come on!
I just realized, though, unfortunately, for those hoping to get this story right now, we're going to have to take a quick break. Went way over the time when I said we would take another break. So we'll be right back after these brief messages. Okay, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. While you're at it, do wait, I just said that. Where was I at in my spiel? Individual, a lot of great ways for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal, Throne, and of course, the very best way to get most base benefits for your Earth dollars, Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right, everybody. We are back in action. 6.5 hours in, break over. Second break over. Prepare yourselves, Space Fams, for the rest of the show. Okay. Damn, I just got chilly on this space station all of a sudden. Is there a leak in here or something? Good God. That's cold. Okay. Now, before we get moving with the rest of the show, I just want to remind everybody of an unfortunate but very real fact. We've got 24 days left in April, and we do have a galactic deficit, which can only be solved through Cash App, PayPal, donations, and Patreon memberships, unfortunately, as our donations on YouTube and Twitch are not seen until next month. The third and fourth weeks of next month, to be exact. And while we do have a less of a deficit than we had last month, which was a smaller deficit than the month before, which, you know, to me proves that we are making slow but incremental progress on things in general, we do have to make progress somehow in the form of... Let me think. How do I do the math? I guess I could just do a calculator, because I'm too tired. My brain is broken. Let's see. Should be easy. I think it's 20. Nope, that's not how you do that. I think it's like $20 though. A day. $19.50 a day. And every day that we don't make progress on it, that number gets bigger. On the daily count, if you will. All right. Back to the show. Just a reminder to everybody, not that we have anything necessarily has to be done about it today. We're in okay territory. Threat level green. Just a friendly reminder. Okay. Let's go to Lebanon. Where Israel's continuing to wage a war of terror on the population. Even straight through Passover and Easter.
An Iranian missile has hit an industrial hub in southern Israel.
Wow.
Wow.
A major explosion was heard in Ramat Hovav, that's near Beersheba. It's unclear exactly what was struck there. Iran attacked a chemical factory.
Remember when Israel used to like pretend to like half care about things? Like, remember when they took that break, that respectful break during Ramadan, like 2 years ago? Remember that? Not anymore. Not anymore.
Same area last Sunday, prompting evacuations. It has kept up attacks on critical infrastructure since the US and Israel began strikes on its territory on February the 28th. Hezbollah says it's confronting Israeli forces in southern Lebanon. It's released this video. Take a look. It's said to show attacks on Israeli tanks. Well, Israel's army has been expanding.
Can't do deficit financing? That's literally what we're doing. That is exactly what we are doing. That's why it's called the galactic deficit. As you can see here, quite clearly, galactic deficit in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen.
A ground offensive there. It's ordered Lebanese to evacuate from dozens of villages south of the Litani River. The military says it wants to create a buffer zone. Nida Ibrahim has more from Mala in the occupied West Bank on how the Israeli media is reacting to all of this.
Most of the conflict now happening in Israeli media.
Yes, Choki, I was being slightly sarcastic. But yeah, but I mean, do you remember the humanitarian pause? I mean, it was a joke at the time. And yet somehow it does actually sound preferable, even as ridiculous as it sounds, to what's been happening lately. Somehow. To be frank, they're probably reloading or something back then, too. Okay. Okay. A lot of dark humor in chat, and people are, to be fair, making pretty accurate jokes. Why is the West Bank on the east? Why is the West Bank on the east? Why is the West Bank on the east? It's a question I don't have an answer to. I've never considered one time. I think it's west of... I think it's the west of the River Jordan. I could be wrong. This is literally just me, like, thinking of the geography in my head. I think it's because it's west of the River Jordan. And like, you know what I'm saying? Like the bank of the river, from the west bank of the river to, do you see what I'm saying? I think it's possible.
Regards
I'm gonna look
to
it
the
up.
northern front, what happens with Hezbollah, especially that there was a military source quoting that, you know, the disarmament of Hezbollah might not be the ultimate goal of this current battle between Hezbollah and Israel. That has drove the defense minister.
Hey, I was right. Hey, look at that. West Bank is named for its location on the western side of the Jordan River. Look at that. I deduced something with my brain.
Reiterate that the occupation of the area from the border of Israel until the Litani River is still happening, it's still going on, but there's some pushback from certain people, specifically those who served in the army or in the political echelon before. Let's listen in to some of these debates on Israeli media.
אני חושב
I think there were wrong estimates at the start of the war about Hezbollah's strength.
Hezbollah's missiles can reach far beyond 50 kilometers, and the idea that Israel controlling up to the Litani River would take the missiles threat off the table for northern residents is misleading, plain and simple.
So it seems that the Israeli military is aware that the disarmament of Hezbollah is not going to happen merely by occupying this area from the southern Litani River until the Lebanese-Israeli border area. But at the same time, you have a political leadership that is trying to lobby for the upcoming elections, trying to show force and show that it can do that. But in the army, they know this might be very difficult.
I am tired today. I did not get the right amount of sleep. I did not get the correct amount of sleep today. Oh, God, I promised somebody I would do something today in the middle of the day, which is when I usually sleep, but that's when most human beings are awake. And so I was coerced into doing a thing in real life briefly during the real, but it totally threw off my sleep schedule. I wound up like sleeping after the end of the last night's stream. I went to bed for I got like 3 or 4 hours maybe. Wake up, and then I come back. I come back to my Earth apartment, and I wanted to nap. I tried to nap. Really, I don't think I ever got any sleep. I think I laid down. I don't recall actually napping. I'm feeling a little delirious right now. Ay, ay, ay. All right, let's go here to the Associated Press from 18 hours ago, showing footage of another Israeli strike in the capital of Lebanon. Vampire GSL confirmed. Look, I can go in the sunlight. I'm not a vampire. Okay, I'm a man. A human man.
This is a human man.
But I mean, is my schedule not apparent to everyone? I do an 8-hour live stream well, not every night, but 5 nights a week. In the middle of the night. I have to sleep at some point, and it's almost always during the day. It's the schedule I've created for myself, okay? Well, Israel continuing to strike indiscriminately inside of Lebanon as they continue to encroach further into its neighbor's territory on the ground. However, my understanding is Israel is incurring casualties as a result of this decision to re-invade Lebanon. Adult babies, says Smooth Bandit. I think you found the right place. I think you found the right place there, Mr. and or Mrs. Bandit, however you might identify. I guess you could be a non-binary bandit as well. Option I hadn't considered. Is Stephen Miller a human man? I don't think so. Probably not. Probably not. It's a very creepy man. It's a very creepy man if he is. But most of us think he is an actual vampire. My working theory is that Voldemort and Nosferatu had a baby. And that baby was Stephen Miller. All right, staying with Lebanon, now to France 24 English from 16 hours ago to continue the discussion of Israel's war. On his northern neighbor. Latest strikes, the strikes that we just witnessed, killed at least 4 people. At the time of this clip.
Israel, too, is carrying out airstrikes. It's carried out 5 raids on targets in the southern outskirts of Beirut after issuing evacuation orders. Lebanon's civil defense says one of the strikes on a building killed at least 4 people. The country's state media is reporting that a strike hit 100 meters from the Rafik Hariri University Hospital. That's the largest public facility in Lebanon. Another strike hit a gas station belonging to Al Amana, a fuel company that has...
Just really quickly, I'm distracted. We're going to get right back to this video. But a Smooth Bandit over there on the vertical chat. How'd you find the stream? Were you just scrolling through shorts or something like that? I'm just wondering how an Arun Brown fan found the stream.
Brown? Arun Brown?
What you talking about?
A what now?
What's an Arun Brown? That's weird.
outskirts of Beirut after issuing evacuation orders. Lebanon's civil defense says one of the strikes on a building killed at least 4 people. The country's state media is reporting that a strike hit 100 meters from the Rafik Hariri University Hospital. That's the largest public facility in...
This is a Paul Bet Davidson stream. Valuetainment incoming.
You're about to be valuetained.
Another strike hit a gas station belonging to Al Amana, a fuel company that has been targeted by U.S. sanctions for alleged links to Hezbollah. France 24's Olivia Bizot is in Lebanon, and she sent us this update.
The skyline behind me has been thick with plumes of smoke all morning. Here in Beirut, the southern suburbs have been hit again. Several loud explosions could be heard right here in the city centre, while further south, beyond the Litani River, the strikes have been relentless. The Israeli military once again says it's targeting Hezbollah, but on the ground, these are dense residential streets. In the southern town of Kfar Hatta, 7 people were killed in a single strike today. 6 of them were from the same family. They had already been displaced once, but they were trapped by a simple, cruel lack of logistics. They didn't own a car.
Well, that's not value-tainting at all. I'm so sorry, everyone. That's false sound shot advertising. Paul Bet Davidson just told us we were about to be value-tained. I'm not even close to being value-tained. I'm sad. I'm sad thinking about people being displaced in Lebanon, having nowhere to go. Forced out of their homes. Just window shopping. Ooh, fancy. Window shopping. So all of a sudden feels very voyeuristic. Okay, let's talk about this story. The rescue operation of the downed F-15 airmen and how it unfolded. BBC News on the story.
President Trump has announced that the US has rescued the missing crew member of a military jet that was downed over Iran in what he's described as one of the most daring operations in American history. The US and Iran had been searching for the airman since Friday after his F-15 fighter plane was shot down by Tehran. Mr. Trump...
Mind the scrolling? No, I'm glad. I'm glad to know. I'm just curious because it's good to know that people from streams that I watch, that I enjoy, are finding this stream. It's just a good sign, in my opinion. You know, that just some random Arun Brown viewer would appear out of nowhere.
Arun Brown?
Fact is, we have a bunch of Arun Brown viewers in the chats.
That's
Mostly
on YouTube.
on YouTube. And I gotta say, I don't know if I assume Arun Brown never watched these streams, but if he ever does, I hope he knows that I appreciate the fact that he put his soundboard on the internet. Because it's incredibly helpful to me. I maxed out my soundboard. Which is a physical device. 100 and... How many did we determine it was? 116 times 8. 128, I think. Max that out. The Arun Brown soundboard has added at least another couple hundred.
So the rescue involved dozens of aircraft operating deep in enemy territory. The weapons systems officer was aboard a US F-15 that was shot down in southern Iran. A pilot who was also on board was rescued earlier. Let's take a look at what Donald Trump has been posting on Truth Social. The president said, "We got him," before going on to call the rescue one of the most daring search and rescue operations in US history. The president confirmed the second pilot is now safe and sound, before saying this is the first time in military memory 2 US pilots have been rescued separately deep in enemy territory. He then said, "We will never leave an American warfighter behind." Our World Affairs correspondent Joan Wood has the story.
It was a race against time, one the Americans seem to have won. Across the rocky hills of southwestern Iran, local people searched for the missing weapons systems officer. A large reward had been promised. "Don't worry, he'll be found," the man says. The F-15E pilot had already been rescued. Now, in what President Trump called one of the most daring search and rescue operations in US history, the weapons system officer has also been found. In an online post, he wrote the airman was never truly alone, as they were monitoring his location 24 hours.
You laid your tablet right down on a sleeping Guantanamo? Oh no. You know what? When you think about it, though, Guantanamo with the tablet on top of is really the cat. It's like the cat is literally under the watch of GNN. See what I'm saying?
You are not funny.
A day.
That was dumb. Every night, 5 nights a week, I'm here all night, 8 hours a night, and every joke can't be a winner. Okay, come on.
Leave an American warfighter behind, he added.
We lost the 2 aircraft, and in this particular case, fate was on our side, and we've been able to recover all 3 of those pilots. So I think it's going to be a morale boost, but then again, those military operations are going to be ongoing. So we may find disappointment right around the corner.
It comes amidst intensifying attacks at the heart of Iran's oil industry. Donald Trump has repeatedly threatened to destroy this country's power plants, its economy, even its desalination plants if a deal is not reached. Although these strikes appear to have been claimed by the US's main ally in this war.
By the way, I forgot to mention, thank you to Saxia. I'm not sure if that's how I'm saying, if I'm saying that right. Saxia. Thank you for the subscription. The new Prime subscription. Very smart choice. That's a great life choice. That's a 200 IQ move. Since we've been talking IQ in the chat for some reason today. Weird. But that's a great choice. Great life choice. Taking money directly from Jeff Bezos and giving it to your pal StreamLord, keeping the Galactic News Network alive, and really not having to spend a single cent more in your daily life. That's smart thinking. That's what that is. That's 2 birds, 1 stone.
Israel.
After we destroyed 70% of their steel production capacity, which serves as raw material for their weapons, today we struck the petrochemical plants.
It's not just industrial sites now being targeted. New footage has emerged of the moment US airstrikes destroyed the recently constructed B-1 bridge near Tehran. Donald Trump threatened to bomb Iran, in his words, back to the Stone Ages. Even as they looked on the ruins of their own houses, Iranians living nearby did not take kindly to that suggestion.
When we were in the Stone Age, we were still more advanced than the Americans. When you love your homeland, you'd even love the rubble left from your homes.
Earlier, Donald Trump renewed his threats against Iran, taking to social media to say, "Remember when I gave Iran 10 days to make a deal or open up the Hormuz Strait? Time is running out. 48 hours before all hell will rain down on them." The Strait of Hormuz is a vital waterway, which has been effectively shut by Iran. The Revolutionary Guards released this footage showing what they say was their 95th missile barrage of the war. This has turned into an asymmetric conflict. US military muscle being met with Iranian economic pressure. It is still far from clear which will prove decisive.
All right, people, let's keep going through the clips. Holy shit, the whole MR crew in here. I mean, this isn't even a fraction. We're like practically like a satellite. We're like the late night satellite majority report stream. Unofficial, of course. No no official endorsement from Sam or the MR crew, but we do have at least one Galactic mod who is a majority report mod, and I'm actually thinking about giving another majority report mod Galactic mod status. He's not here right now, but we do need more Galactic mods. Bob's on my short list for mod right now. I'm stalling because I've lost my fucking place over here. Ah, yes. Okay. Global news up next. From 15 hours ago, I'll continue talking about the rescue, the successful rescue mission. I mean, it's successful. Massive cost to it. That's one thing I would like to point out. Is that while this was a successful mission, there was a massive cost. Monetarily. As well as apparently this soldier, this airman, was... I don't know exactly how badly, but badly wounded. Because not only was this downed, but apparently, like, in the process of this, that like there may have been like 3 or 4 more planes and like a combination of planes and or helicopters, Blackhawks, and I think C-130s? Are they like shot down or like blown? I don't know exactly what happened. It's not fully clear. Iran's making claims. They've been trying to unpack, but I think they're claiming that the United States, Iran's claiming they shot them down. The United States is claiming that there was like, I don't think I don't think it's disputed that they were shot, that they were blown up, but it is disputed just how, what was going on at the time.
The U.S. military has retrieved a second missing crew member from Iran following the downing of an American.
Okay, why are you just saying mute right now? I'm not muted. I think you should refresh your stream. I think you should refresh your stream, Groove Dragon, because yeah. We should be good. I'm getting levels over here, which every time, like 99% of the time, means that you should be hearing something.
Fighter jet by Iranian forces. Donald Trump announced the development on Sunday, adding that the crew member is safe but injured. Officials say the complex operation involved dozens of Special Forces personnel and several dozen warplanes and helicopters. The rescue ends a high-stakes mission that began on Friday when Iran shot down a U.S. F-15 fighter jet. The other crew member on board the plane was rescued earlier. Meantime, Tehran and Washington continue to exchange an
Now, I'm not going to say that this isn't a military success, because to some degree it is, and you can't deny it. But, like, there's an operational objective, and that operational objective was completed. Right? Like, there's no real argument to be made there. Just like on the bare bones success. And it is clearly to some degree of a loss operationally for Iran, whose objective was to capture that airman alive, which they'd expressly said on numerous occasions, including having put out a bounty on his head. Well, not his head, but on his capture. And not succeeding in doing so is certainly an operational failure for them. As well as, in my opinion, I think Iran would have preferred to have seized, because the United States is claiming, I think, if I recall, like, I was like trying to go through this. It was only like right before the stream that I found this story regarding the C-130s and the Blackhawks. But from what I understand, like, the U.S. is claiming, I think, that we shot them after the fact. Like, they malfunctioned. They got parked on the ground and then got blown up so that Iran could not seize it, which, I mean, to some degree checks out. And if that is in fact the case, that's probably also something of a lack of an operational success for Iran, who I'm sure would have rather just seized that military technology. But also, there's no way not to count that particular thing as a massive loss for the United States. Even if we did manage to blow up our own planes and Blackhawks, like, to avoid Iran capturing them, it's like, you remember Afghanistan? You remember when Donald Trump and all of his supporters said that the Biden's withdrawal from Afghanistan was that we lost a bunch of, like, military technology? Like, was people's only objection to that the Taliban wound up getting their hands on it, or was there anybody who had like fiscal objections to it? Because I feel like, you know, considering all the fiscal conservatives, you think that some of them would be objecting to that aspect of it. Just these sort of, just, you know, the massive waste of money blowing up your own shit just so somebody else can't have it. Probably what most people would call a waste. You know what I'm saying? Like, how much is a Blackhawk? $20 million a piece. So does that be like $40 million? And two C-130s, $100 million a piece. So that's what, 240? So like $250 million, $250 million, just fragged in a second. Is that a victory? I guess if money is no object. as an American taxpayer, hard for me to see money as no object, especially with tax season. Literally here right now. All right, let's watch CNN get downright giddy over the United States' success.
Don't be creepy.
I want to start with you, Jim. First of all, what are you learning about this rather daring U.S. operation to rescue the service member?
Yeah. Well, Wolf, it was daring and dangerous and highly intricate, involving dozens of warplanes, hundreds of U.S. military personnel and intelligence personnel, but also the remarkable actions of this missing pilot over the course of more than 24 hours as the military sought to bring him to safety. It began on Friday, of course, when the F-15 was shot down. The U.S. got their first communication from the missing weapons service officer later that evening.
Okay, so here's how I'm going to end this clip. This is where I'm at on all of this. Look, you've heard what I've said. Generally, operational success for the United States, which is, I mean, it's, I would point out, it's a success that was only necessary because of a failure, right? We failed. We succeeded to fix that mistake, right? Cost us who knows how much money to do it. Billions, possibly. I mean, operational, like every single day costs $1 billion. You add in a random fucking 36 hour search and rescue mission inside Iran, probably costs a bunch of money as well. On top of that initial $1 billion a day cost. Fact is, I'm glad that this guy is alive. I don't like thinking of people dying fighting for my freedom. One big problem with that in this particular case is that I don't think, whether or not this particular airman believes they're fighting for my freedom, I do not believe that this war is making America more free. I object to the war. I object to the premise of the war. So I'm not going to get excited. It's not like some exciting moment for me. I'm glad. I'm like back to being like, okay, this war is Operation Epstein Fury has to come to a fucking end. Great, glad. I'm glad we got him back. Now, let's stop fucking. What's the fucking word? Let's stop celebrating the military-industrial complex and the illegal war that the United States is fucking waging right now. How about that? Because that's what all the fucking mainstream media seems to be intent on doing, and I'm not going to do with you tonight. I'm afraid that's not happening.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Okay. Let's get to talking about Donald Trump's deranged threats. His expletive-laden diatribe. Well, I guess diatribe's the wrong word. Well, actually, it's Donald Trump, so take it back. It's not clear. I mean, well, actually, no, that's the right word. That's not. I just had to look that back up. Yeah, no, that is the right word for this. Yeah, it was absolutely a diatribe. My instinct was right on that word. Let's go Let's go to the BBC first to start this one off. 17 hours ago, Trump issues expletive-laden
Well, President
threat
Trump has
to
also been
Iran.
repeating his threats to target Iranian energy and transport infrastructure if Tehran doesn't open the Strait of Hormuz. This is what Donald Trump has posted on Truth Social in the last hour or two. We've blanked out one expletive. He said Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped up in one.
Now, the American press, as we'll see shortly, was not as polite as the British press was here in this particular instance. BBC, oh no, we won't be publishing that word. Dear no, that's
How rude.
Incredibly
in Iran,
rude.
there will be nothing like it. Open the, and that's where the president uses an expletive, straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah, President Donald J. Trump. Let's speak now to our North America correspondent, Simi Jalal. And Simi, a growing sense of frustration in the president's social media posts.
Yeah, this is the second reminder President Trump has Truth Social this weekend of the 10-day deadline.
You know, Lefty, you make a very fair point. In this entire sentence, I think the word fuck is, in fact, the least offensive part of this. I mean, maybe it's shocking that the president would say such a thing. But here he is saying tomorrow will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day. And that's not Donald Trump threatening Iran with building infrastructure. This is a war crime that he is threatening. And yet they're like, oh no, we can't see the word fuck. That's too much. Won't be doing that today, thank you. I do believe that's actually a bit much, don't you?
Yeah, this is the second reminder President Trump has Truth Social this weekend of the 10-day deadline he gave Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz by the end of Monday, 6th of April, or that by Tuesday, the U.S. would strike its energy infrastructure like power plants, the U.S. would strike its bridges. I mean, President Trump's deadlines have shifted repeatedly, and they've come amid his claims that talks with Iran are going well and that they are productive. But these are talks that Tehran has denied. But as you've mentioned, he's really dialed up the rhetoric in this latest post. You can sense his frustration. To some, it might make for a slightly uncomfortable read. He uses a swear word. He calls the Iranian regime crazy bastards. He says that if they don't reopen the strait, they'll be living in hell. But it's unclear exactly what's going on here because President Trump has previously
We have a deranged idiot in charge of the country.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
said that Iran is begging for a deal and that they asked for a 7-day deadline, but instead he gave them 10 days. And then you've got Iran saying they're not begging for a deal and that if the US strikes any of its energy infrastructure, it too, in retaliation, will strike oil facilities in the Gulf region. But I think...
Okay. I keep noticing people joining as free members on the Patreon. I don't know if everybody's doing that on purpose, but I keep noticing people joining the Patreon as free members. Got like 1, 2, 3, 4. It's fascinating.
What's important is to look at the reality on the ground, because the last time the US said they were in negotiations with Iran, they struck Iran, and that's how we got into this war in the first place. So I think it's important not to underestimate what President Trump is saying here, because we've seen that buildup of U.S. military assets and personnel in the Middle East, a unit comprising of up to 3,500 Marines and sailors arrived in the Middle East in the past few days. We know paratroopers from the 82nd Airborne Division have been deployed to the Middle East as well. There's speculation as to whether this is simply a pressure tactic or indeed signs of an escalation, if the U.S. will strike Iran's.
Yeah, well, it's quite a threat. I mean, if anything, I mean, the threat in itself is it's a threat of a war crime. Seems fairly escalatory in itself to me. But I guess the United States has already been committing war crimes, so. Is it an escalation? Or is it a continuation? Question I've been asking myself. All right, let's see how CNN responded to this deranged Trump tirade.
He has just threatened Iran in extraordinary graphic terms, giving the Iranian regime just over a day to either make a deal, reopen the Strait of Hormuz, or face hell. If your children are watching, be warned, the president did not use polite language. Quote, Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the fucking strait, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. We should note that destroying civilian power infrastructure is generally considered to constitute a war crime.
There's something about the fact that there's something about Jake Tapper having to say that sentence. I don't know why, but it just broke me inside having to hear Jake Tapper say that shit. Hearing Jake Tapper say, "Open the fucking strait, you crazy bastard," just broke me. Oh, God.
We should note that destroying civilian power
It's a good point. Why didn't he say praise be to Allah? Now that you bring it up, I'm very disappointed that Jake didn't say praise be to Allah. Where are the producers? Where are the producers? We deserve this sound shot. Like, am I the only one that feels that we've been wrongfully deprived by CNN's editorial decision to not force Jake Tapper to say praise be to Allah? We could have a sound shot right now of Jake Tapper saying praise be to Allah, and now we don't. We never will, most likely. The entire Milky Way galaxy has been deprived. I mean, damage. At this point, I think damages. I hate to go that far, but I think... I think it rises to that level. All right, I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna do it.
Living in hell. Just watch. We should note that destroying civilian power infrastructure is generally considered to constitute a war crime under international law, though the president could argue that the infrastructure has dual use and also is utilized by Iran's military.
To break this all down, we have an excellent panel of reporters. Margaret Talev with Axios, Zolan Kano-Youngs with the New York Times, and Mariana Sotomayor with the Washington Post. Good morning to you all. Okay, wow. That was, this just happened. Yeah. Trump is making he's been making these threats repeatedly. He has not been carrying through with some of these threats, but he's been talking about going after the civilian infrastructure, the people that they presumably want to help here, the civilians in Iran who would be hurt by going after the power plants, the water supply, and the rest. What do you make of this threat?
Is that
The
still one
president
of
is
the
either
objectives?
emboldened-
I mean, it's not clear to me that that's still one of the objectives. I mean, I know that at one time that was allegedly, supposedly, one of the objectives of this operation.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
But last time I heard it, we were doing this for the oil now. Didn't Donald Trump literally say that we're going to go in, we need a little more time, and then we're going to go in and we're going to take the oil. We're going to make a lot of money. Billions of dollars, trillions. I don't remember exactly what he said, but it was something like that. Now we're back to talking about the Iranians, like the people?
rescue
Okay.
this American, or very angry at the fact that this American has been apparently seriously injured, or just very angry that gas prices are really high and the American public's roundly against the war. But
Maybe all of the above.
Yeah,
perhaps
maybe,
all the
exactly.
above.
Yeah.
We have seen this sort of toggle between saying this is going to be wrapped up in a couple weeks and
Immediately,
escalating
it's
threats.
not
And this
sooner.
is, I mean, certainly the most over-the-top language we've seen so far. It also comes on Easter. There are a lot of things to unpack right here. But this is a social media communication by a sitting U.S. president. It is laden with the F-bomb and invokes hell and all kinds of stuff.
I mean, yesterday he had said that, this came after yesterday, where he said that, remember when I gave Iran 10 days to make a deal or open up the Hormuz Strait? Time is running out, 48 hours before all hell will rain down. And then today he went even further. You'll be living in hell, he said. So this is my question, because he has been all over the place about the Strait of Hormuz. Just before you jump in here, even Wednesday night, this is what Trump said about whether the Strait of Hormuz was really in the U.S. interest, opening that back up, and whether that was a chief demand of his.
The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't need it. The countries of the world that do receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage. Go to the strait and just take it, protect it, use it for yourselves.
I mean, so what is it, Zolan? I mean, is that the
Take
objective
it, protect it, and use it for yourselves.
Be best.
Oh, I need more tea over here. Here's the question, though. Is Donald Trump being best when he threatens war crimes and then starts cursing? like, is this be best behavior, would you say? I'm just asking for a friend. But is this tweet is this tweet the sort of thing that a man who's being best would tweet, or truth, or whatever? I would make the argument this is not best behavior. Okay? This is not best. This is opposite of best. Okay? This is whatever opposite of best is, this is what that is. It's very disappointing. Wait a second, I'm in the wrong office. In the wrong office. That room smells weird. By the way, has anybody ever taken a moment? I know we don't use this very much. I haven't had the bandwidth for Trump comedy. But to really get into it, but really, have you ever looked at this phenomenal set that I put together painstakingly? Like, have you ever looked at it? Basked in the glory? Like, really? I mean, this was hours of effort went into making this look as to the letter, to the detail, down to the finest detail. I even have a photo of Donald Trump's own mother back there. Look at her. You can see. Look at you got the World Cup trophy, the Space Force flag. You got a Rembrandt. Got a Rembrandt statue in the back and a bunch of other medals I'm sure Donald Trump didn't earn. Gulf of America. I mean, look at that. Louis the 15th? 16th? I can't remember which Louis. One of the Louis and Ronald Reagan. Come on. Come on. Are you not value tamed yet? Somebody cleaned up the McDonald's and the KFC. That's true, but that's because the government shutdown ended. It's a good point. There used to be a pile of trash in the corner. For the government shutdown that went through the holidays last year, or that was going into the holidays last year, that Democrats pathetically caved on when they had the most possible leverage. There was a pile of fast food trash over in the corner by the Gulf of America poster board, which got cleaned up, I assume, by the White House slaves. Okay, let's go to Owen Jones. See what this guy had to say about Trump's.
Donald Trump's had what can only be described as a meltdown. Now, I know a lot of you probably have felt kind of what kind of depths could he possibly plunge to that we haven't already seen. His latest post on Truth Social is, I think it's insane, actually. I think it's worth just spelling out what we're dealing with here. And it really is kind of terrifying, actually, in terms of its implications. We're going to talk about that and where things stand with the quagmire of the Iran war, which is now several weeks old. And I'm really delighted to be joined by Stephen Wertheim, who is got many caps, senior fellow at the American Statecraft Program at Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, visiting lecturer at Yale Law School, also the author of Tomorrow the World, which is about the birth of US global supremacy, which I would say is looking a bit shaky at the moment, not least because of the Iran war. But a brilliant analyst. I've been following his analysis all the way through this current catastrophe. It's great to speak to you. Happy Easter.
You as well. Good to be with you.
Just so it's clear that I'm not being hyperbolic in my description of the tweet. I'm sure a lot of people already see. I'll just read it out. I mean, bizarre having to read this out, I have to say. Tomorrow will be Sorry, let me get that right. Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. 3 exclamation marks.
Illegal.
Open the fucking, with an apostrophe, straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. In capitals, just watch.
At least,
praise be to Allah.
At least the
President.
At least he used the proper punctuation. Oh my god. Apostrophe. Fucking, okay? I did it on purpose, okay? I took away the G to let you know I am not kidding around. Alright? Ms. Blaze. Welcome to Galactic Individual. Thank you for taking the plunge and becoming a member. I think I might change the name of Galactic Individual to something else. I haven't decided what, though. I can't come. I haven't. This is what I put. I couldn't think of something, and I just like chucked it in. I feel like that's a better. I can't. It's like right on the cusp. I'm sure it'll come to me eventually.
Interesting. What's your what a place to have to put to a seasoned and informed political commentator. What's your take on that?
Well, we, I guess, are at the threatening imminent mass war crimes stage of Trump's war on Iran. And I'm afraid this looks quite serious. You know, Trump has made a threat to this effect for several weeks now. And a few times he's extended the timeline, claiming that there were productive talks ongoing between the United States and Iran. There's no real evidence that such talks are taking place, aside from Donald Trump's claims. And I think he's now having to go the extra mile to try to say, no, this time I really mean it. And he says that he wants a deal or the opening of the Strait of Hormuz. That's what he said yesterday. Today, emphasizing only the opening of the Strait of Hormuz. But, you know, I'm afraid that the threats are themselves quite credible. The United States and Israel in recent days have been ramping up attacks on civilian infrastructure in Iran, including attacks on universities, scientific and medical research centers, steel plants, power plants. So already it's, you know, we've shifted into an escalatory phase of the conflict where civilian infrastructure is being clearly targeted. And Trump is basically saying that he'll do a big intensification of that existing effort, suggesting that he might go after all power plants or electricity plants at once.
We're gonna do even more crimes. Sure, have we been doing crimes already? Yeah. But now we're really not kidding.
Violent crime.
Now, just to add a bit more flesh to that, people may know that journalists randomly ring Donald Trump to see if he'll pick up, but he often does. And then they have these conversations with him. One of them was Rachel Scott at ABC. She said, spoke with President Trump. He told me the conflict should be over in days, not weeks. But if no deal is made, he's blowing up the whole country with very little off the table. If it happens, it happens. And if it doesn't, we're blowing up the whole country, he said. I asked if there's anything off limits.
New a new chatter and galactic subscriber over on Twitch, Azaxia, with a fairly intriguing name suggestion for the YouTube membership name. Galactic Citizen. I like that one. That's on my list. Dark Sparkle likes. individual. Okay, some people like individual. Well, maybe this is probably something for the Discord. Now I'm thinking about it. You can ask the galactic community what you all, you can just ask you all what you think. You can vote. You can decide. You can do
Very
democracy.
little, he said. Now, just to be clear, we are, as you said, talking about grave war crimes being promised there. The destroying civilian infrastructure and the way that's been discussed en masse is just open, flagrant war crimes. There's no legal dispute about that at all, actually. I mean, this is partly his frustration. I mean, look, we're dealing with not a rational person. I get that. But he's been driven to the point of madness, isn't he? Because he thought this war would be over in days, and it hasn't been. And now the US, for the first time in a very long time, is suffering quite severe consequences because of a war. We're not just talking about service personnel being killed by guerrilla warfare over a period of years, as happened in Iraq and Afghanistan, for example. We're talking about severe economic damage. But that's what's driving. I mean, this is frustration.
Absolutely. I mean, Trump has put forward all possible courses of action, claiming to take all of them seriously. That's what his speech to the nation and the world was about last week. And in a way, he's just doubling down on that right now, but it has much more specificity in terms of the kinds of actions that he may take in the near future, namely Tuesday. In a way, this is kind of a classic Trump. Trump has this appeal to some for being an America first, sort of quasi-realist character. And the idea is that, Trump's going to put American interests first, but he understands.
These are not American interests. These are American delusions. Seeing a lot of recommendations. I'll open up recommendations in the Discord when I get a chance. I've got so many things on my fucking list right now, guys. Oh my god, I'm creating more work for myself right now that I'm thinking about it. Oh god, we'll have to probably do that later this month. Not this month. Later this year. I have so much shit. I have to know where to draw the line. Think about it. We got the fucking primaries right now going. Yeah, the primaries going right now, starting next month. Those elections are going to start happening again. First week. I've got so many things already on my list that aren't getting done, that need to get done. I'm also in an Earth wedding party in May. Oh my god. Oh, good. We have a flat earther in the vertical chat. Dude, the vertical chat is a magnet. What's funny is like some great people find us through the vertical chat and some unhinged idiots find us in chat. Earth is flat. What a dumb thing to say. I don't suppose you have any proof of that, dude. What a fucking moron.
You're a moron. You little bastard.
Okay. Staying on this topic, one last video on Donald Trump's Truth Social tirade. BBC News from 10 hours ago.
President Trump has issued an extraordinary warning to Iran, threatening to blow up its power plants and bridges if it doesn't open up the Strait.
You're not here to play stupid games with morons. Is that true? Wow, wow, wow.
I'm not here to play stupid games with morons.
So he wants to play stupid games, you get stupid prizes.
Hormuz by his deadline of tomorrow. The threat, which was laden with expletives, is being interpreted by some as in breach of the rules of international law. Earlier, Mr. Trump celebrated the rescue of a US crew member who was on board a fighter jet shot down over Iran on Friday. With more, here's Joe Inwood.
Deep in Iranian territory, the remnants of a mission that Donald Trump has called miraculous. The wreckage you can see are US C-130 transport planes, which they say had to be abandoned and then destroyed. But they were there to find a US airman, missing since his jet was shot down.
Honestly, this is one of those sound shots that deserves to be on the soundboard that I just don't have space for because it's full.
Stupid games, you get stupid prizes.
Stuff like that. I mean, what else have I got in here? Baby sounds, sad baby. We should have sad baby. It's kind of sad that we don't have sad baby on the sound, but I have to go over here for this one. I also have to edit these. I need to write that down. Gotta edit all these sound shots, especially the ones that are. I gotta create a folder for the ones that would actually make my life so much easier. I should make them a folder for the ones that aren't on the board. That would make my life so much easier. I don't know, I'm getting distracted. My ADD is taking over here. Because I'm getting tired. Okay, stay focused, StreamLord. 8 hours into the stream, you're fine. Everything's fine. No, 8 hours, Jesus Christ. Alright, everybody, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube. And do not forget that we are completely funded by individuals like you. Without your support, we would cease to exist.
On Friday, in the dead of night, he was successfully rescued, badly injured but alive. "We got him," President Trump wrote on social media. This is the first time in military memory that 2 US pilots have been rescued separately deep in enemy territory.
The ones that are trying to silence the dialogue, they're the ones who are the true.
Oh, that sound shot is... I'm deleting that. That sucks. That was actually a great sound shot. Makes me a little sad. Oh, this one's not on the board.
A war criminal pedophile rapist. A war criminal pedophile rapist.
So we're all going to learn this together.
That one needs to be on the board so bad. I'm just like looking through the list. I can't help myself. The ADD truly has taken over. How is this not on the board? This is wild. This Sam shot is golden.
So we're all going to learn this together.
I should be fired.
Never leave an American warfighter behind, he wrote. The rescue seems to have taken place far further inside Iranian territory than previously suspected. The BBC has geolocated the site of the wreckage to here, just 50 kilometers from the major city of Isfahan. There had been an operation to find the missing crew underway since Friday, when their jet, an F-15E, was shot down. Iranian state TV showed these images of the wreckage, but there was no sign of either the pilot or the weapons systems officer. This
Okay. Let's keep this thing moving. Now, earlier on Sunday, Iran's Revolutionary Guard said that it had destroyed 2 U.S. C-130 aircraft and 2 Black Hawk helicopters.
The Iranian Armed Forces spokesman, Ebrahim Zolfagari, describes the U.S. rescue operation as a failure. He says their forces destroyed the 2 C-130 aircrafts and 2 Black Hawk helicopters.
The so-called rescue operation by the U.S. Army, framed as a deception and immediate escape under the pretext of rescuing their downed pilot at an abandoned airport in southern Esfahan, ended in complete failure due to the timely presence of the armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Following prior intelligence, further investigations by experts on the scene revealed that 2 C-130 military transport aircrafts and 2 U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopters were destroyed. Thanks to the divine promise and assistance from the Almighty God, as well as the righteous fury of the Islamic forces in the powerful armed forces.
Well, as Donald Trump would say, praise be to Allah. He still can't believe he tweeted that. Praise be to the Almighty Allah. Somehow I missed this chat, Columbia Rican. Very sorry. I was too busy looking at my list of sound shots. Can flat earthers survive in space? Imagine if an astronaut sent to space is actually a flat earther. How would they perceive the space in their view? That's very strange. I think it would probably cause some sort of a mind rift that would cause them to have like some kind of stroke, something like that. Probably bad for your health, is what I'm saying. Best to just stay on the planet if you're a flat earther. Here's a secret. We're just trying to keep all the flat earthers on Earth. We don't need them going around in space. That's... Nobody wants that. There was something of a... galactic legislation passed at the UN. At least, well... people want to pass legislation. For now, we're just acting as if it exists, okay? But thank you, Columbia Rican, for the sweet, sweet super chat. Incredibly generous of you. Keeping the Galactic News Network alive. Wait, why can't I see the super chat? What is that? Potu Yit. Following and immediately feeding the puppy. Thoughtful of you. God damn. I am tired as hell, space fams. Tired as hell. I think what I might do... Just because I'm so tired, I'm trying to look ahead right now. Oh my god, I've been moving so slowly. I don't know how this happened. I have too many videos. And I'm just, unfortunately, I'm just beat. I'm beat tonight. Oh, no, I'm not gonna give up. I'm not giving up, Space Vams.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Never give up. Never surrender, Space Fams. Forbes breaking news up next, 16 hours ago, with a clip from On the Ground in Tehran. Okay, so as you can see here, a banner, a advertisement essentially for the IRGC was put up center city in Iran, showing what seems to be IRGC soldiers holding a net which has in it a bunch of U.S. military technology. From what I can tell, you got like I think a C-130, actually, a Black Hawk, F-35, what's that kind of drone called again? I can't think of it right now. Some like a Predator drone, I think, and a battleship. All caught in Iran's net. So this is from Easter. Everybody having fun on Easter, apparently. All right. Oh, God. Is that the Reaper? I couldn't remember which one it was. It's all the same shit. All right. Let's keep the stream moving. Al Jazeera English up next from 16 hours ago. Oman and Iran opening up diplomatic talks on restoring transit through the Strait of Hormuz, a continuation of seemingly a line of countries attempting to work with Iran, as they have said they are open to, do with countries willing to pay the new toll, among other things.
Oman and Iran are reportedly holding a meeting to examine options to ensure the smooth flow of transit for ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran and Oman share that critical waterway, but Iran has been asserting control over it since the war started. The few ships that Tehran has allowed to pass through the strait have been forced to cross closer to Iran's coast. Same as Ravi is in Dubai. So, Zain, both countries are talking about transit through the strait. We know Oman historically has been a very crucial mediator in the past between the US and Iran for talks. So what sort of direction could they take with these discussions?
Well, the direction hopefully is towards reopening traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. That's really the singular objective here. And it says a lot that Oman is currently the only GCC country publicly saying that it is still in open conversations with Iran. And certainly from the statement that they issued earlier today, they confirmed that these talks are happening, something that's been reported for the last few days as reports that they are talking. They say that it is happening at a deputy minister level. So that is at a fairly high level. And the foreign ministries are talking to each other. And the goal, yes, as I said earlier, is to open the Strait of Hormuz. Now, how that happens will determine how the region is affected, how global maritime traffic and the economic conditions globally are affected. If it happens through dialogue, good chances are that without shots fired, there's unlikely to be more retaliation on the GCC. There's unlikely to be a great deal of military activity in the Strait of Hormuz if it happens how the US wants it to, which is if they don't open right away, no conditions, they'll attack. Then we're likely to see more retaliation in the GCC. Now, what does Iran want? Iran wants to continue most likely to maintain a pressure point on the Strait of Hormuz. They're not going to let this go. They don't have a nuclear deterrent. They have military capability and have put up stiff resistance against this US-Israeli attack. But the reality is they don't have a nuclear deterrent. They don't have the ultimate deterrent. They have this economic deterrent. And however things play out, however the war ends, however it carries on, however trade in the Strait of Hormuz is affected, they're most likely going to position themselves now in an economic position to be able to continue to put pressure on this important pressure point. So that may mean putting in a protocol in place that allows for tolls, that allows for them to be able to continue to have security, to allow Iranian maritime security apparatus to be consulted whenever a ship passes. Now, in terms of what Oman wants, probably some kind of arrangement that allows for de-escalation when things like this happen, some kind of backup plan to maintain a level playing field so that you don't have this massive impact on global energy prices, on trade. And all of this happening with less than 24 hours to go with that self-imposed deadline by the White House to yet again escalate attacks on Iran, which will inevitably mean an escalation for the GCC.
Zain, stay with us. Second, some other regional developments, because Kuwait says it has been hit by a series of overnight drone attacks. Authorities report 2 major power and water desalination plants were targeted. One of the plants is situated in the city of Al-Zur. That's nearly 90 kilometres south of Kuwait City. In a separate incident, the Ministry of Finance complex was also hit. That building sits right in central Kuwait City.
There you go. Oman opening up diplomatic talks with Iran. Kuwait struck a number of Iranian drone strikes, I believe you just said. Now, amidst all of this, of course, as I've mentioned a number of times, for how many more days? 3? 4? I can't. My brain's broken. Yeah, 3 more days. Pesach, or Passover. One of the big ones of the Jewish holidays is still ongoing. Forbes breaking news with the on-the-ground footage of Israelis in Jerusalem attempting to celebrate Passover. Wait. Oh, I guess everybody's celebrating both holidays simultaneously. I didn't actually watch this clip. I guess it's both Christians and Jews celebrating Passover and the Holy Week here in this clip. Jesus Christ. Really just reminding me how nonsensical this fucking holy war that seems to be going on in the Middle East right now. When will it end? Question I keep asking myself. Now, hopefully... Oopsies, didn't mean to do that. What was I doing? Ah, yes. Hopefully, this guy can bring some levity to the holidays and this Sunday Fun Day stream. Jon Stewart.
As a father of mixed faith children who are exposed to both Christian and Jewish holidays, I can't help but feel that we Jews are getting our asses kicked out here. In fact, you know what? Jews, camera 3. What are we doing? Come on! We've already conceded defeat in the Christmas v. Hanukkah kerfuffle. Seeing that the Christians are celebrating the birth of their Savior, and Hanukkah is acknowledging oil lasting longer than it would normally last. That's in the Bible! That's in the Bible! And to be honest with you, truth be told, there really is no gauge. I mean, how much oil was in there? Could have been 8 days worth of oil. We don't really know. I mean, it could have been a very reasonable amount of oil to burn for... It's not the point. It's not the point. The point is this. There's no contest there. Hanukkah, Christmas, no contest. But we can't afford to lose this one, too. The key is the children, people. That's what Christians have figured out. You get the children, you win. Let's check out both sides' holiday pitch. Okay, kids. Easter weekend is an observation of Christ's crucifixion and resurrection. So, ba-bam!
Why can't I shut up about Jesus?
Bam! A basket with candy. We got chocolate bunnies. We got candy eggs. We got chocolate bunnies who lay candy eggs filled with more chocolate. How are Christians the one that came up with plastic grass, by the way? We're the ones with hay fever. But all right, it's cool. It's cool. Jews, what do we got? Well, we're celebrating our freedom from slavery. So, ba-bam! Let my people nosh.
Well, there we go. Jon Stewart. Lighting the menorah of competition on this Passover / Holy Week. I'm not sure do we need... Here's a question I have for John in this moment. Do we need more competition right now? Between religions? Is that necessary? Just asking for a friend. But it seems like we have a pretty large amount of conflict between the religions right now. I'm not sure we need to add to it. Now, this seems like a friendly competition, but as we know, these things can get out of hand quickly, and that's what I'm worried about. That's my main concern. As we all know. Okay. Well, while we're talking Passover, may as well stay in Israel. Baruch Hashem, says Smooth Bandit. Right? I just realized it's Smooth Bandito, isn't it? My brain, it's Smooth Bandit 0, so I was just skipping the 0, but I'm just now realizing in my brain is just now realizing that that's actually Smooth Bandito, isn't it? Oh, I'm a failure. All right, let's stay focused. To Haifa. To Haifa, where airstrikes killed at least 4. Leaving behind wreckage at a residential building. Forbes breaking news from 12 hours ago with the clip. Yep. Pretty sure that's a war crime. But nobody in this war seems to be at all concerned about any of that. Just sort of, you know, really we're just living in a genocidal doom loop that Israel's sort of started 2.5 years ago.
A dangerously hubristic, genocidal doom loop.
Yep. Daniel Levy is right. Okay. One more clip from this strike in Haifa, now with Reuters. Search and rescue teams continued coming through the wreckage throughout the day. Paramedics treated several people from shrapnel and blast injuries. Now, to this fascinating development from earlier today, probably should have made it in the title if I'd had space. It would have. But this only spells bad things for this whole everything. The whole thing, especially right now, Palestinians. Because undoubtedly Israel will use this as justification to ramp up its starvation of the population of the Gaza Strip. This is Al Jazeera English from 11 hours ago, and apparently, according to them, Hamas has said that it will not be disarming, which was one of the points in the supposed framework to the Gaza ceasefire that was never agreed to, right? Because we We've talked about it feels like it's been so long since but it was like 6 months ago. Right? It was like September. It's literally been like 6 or 7 months since that ceasefire was announced by Donald Trump. I think it's actually been less than that. I mean, hold on. October 9th. See, it wasn't even September. It was October fucking 9th. Jesus Christ. So, yeah. As we said back then, it's a completely fucking nonsense ceasefire deal that Donald Trump announced and applauded himself, like patted himself on the back for, with that ridiculous parade in Egypt. Preemptively, right? Like, he preemptively congratulated himself for a ceasefire deal that was not agreed upon. That we said Israel was never going to... Like, first off, the premise of the deal sucked, but that Israel was still not going to abide by, which was proven literally, like, basically day one. And every single day after that, the last 6 months. And I said this day was coming, right? Like the ceasefire agreement was never agreed to. One phase of a 3-phase plan from a guy with a 10-second fucking attention span who, like, you know what I mean? Like, this was never going to act. Then you start this, like, you start Operation Epstein Fury, and you're telling me, like, you expect this to continue. And so, yeah. Hamas has said it will not be disarming because Israel has not abided by the ceasefire and is continuing to murder Palestinians day in and day out.
Illegal.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world right now. In the Gaza Strip, Hamas says it will not disarm. Disarmament is part of the second phase of the Gaza ceasefire plan, but the armed group says calls to lay down its weapons are unacceptable, especially as Palestinians continue to be targeted by Israel. More than 700 people have been killed since the ceasefire came into effect in October.
As for raising the issue of weapons in this crude manner, it is nothing but a scandalous attempt by the occupation to continue killing and genocide against our people, which we will not accept under any circumstances. We affirm that what the enemy was unable to seize from us with tanks and genocide, it will not seize from us with politics or at the negotiation table. The occupation's aggression against our people and its continued closure of the blessed Al-Aqsa Mosque to worshippers in an unprecedented manner, and the approval of the law for executing Palestinian prisoners, we call upon the masses of our Palestinian people in the brave West Bank, the blessed Jerusalem, and the occupied interior to march toward Al-Aqsa Mosque.
Let's speak to Muan Robani, managing editor of Jalal.
Hey, I'll be right back, Space Fams. I need hydration over here. I'm parched.
And non-resident fellow at the Middle East Council on Global Affairs. He joins us from Montreal. Good to have you with us. Hamas is now openly saying disarmament is off the table under any circumstances. How significant is that? What does it tell us about where these talks really stand?
Well, it basically confirms that the talks are completely deadlocked for the following reasons. What Hamas informed the mediators is that it will not discuss issues such as disarmament relating to the second phase of the plan for the Gaza Strip until the items of the first phase are implemented. That includes a cessation of hostilities. As you noted, virtual daily Israeli attacks on the Gaza Strip have resulted in more than 700 Palestinians killed. Humanitarian aid continues to be restricted. And most notably, this National Committee for the Administration of the Gaza Strip, which was established by the Board of Peace, continues to be prohibited from entering the Gaza Strip by the Israelis, and the Board of Peace is doing absolutely nothing to ensure its ability to get in. And so I think Hamas is taking two positions. A, it won't discuss the second phase until the first phase is properly implemented. And B, when those discussions do take place, it's not going to simply surrender its weapons unless Israel clearly meets its own obligations as well. And those are obligations that have to be consistent, not just with what the Board of Peace wants, but with the international consensus and the rulings of the International Court of Justice that this is an illegal occupation that must end.
Abu Ubaidah called these demands extremely dangerous. Is this a warning to the mediators that the entire ceasefire is at risk of collapsing?
Well, there isn't really a ceasefire if you consider that daily shootings and bombings during a supposed ceasefire agreement render that ceasefire null and void. It has been the case that Hamas has thus far refrained from responding to these continuous Israeli attacks, and I suspect that its ability to respond is very limited. But what we're also seeing now is that very similar to Israeli demands with respect to Hezbollah in Lebanon, with respect to Iran, it seems to be a consistent Israeli demand that its enemies are not entitled to have any weapons, while Israel retains the capacity to launch unrestrained attacks for them. And I think this is really, if you sift through these statements, what the Palestinians are saying is, no, we won't accept that we will be completely disarmed and you can simply continue with your genocide as if nothing has happened.
If disarmament is off the table, what does that mean for the future governance of Gaza?
Well, the future governance of Gaza remains very much in the balance because, as I noted a few moments ago, Israel continues to prohibit the committee that was established to govern the Gaza Strip from even visiting the Gaza Strip.
Yeah. 100%. 100% of 100%. Now, in a continuation of people rejecting the ridiculous claims of Israel and the United States, Iran rejected Donald Trump's deadline, rejecting his insane deadline of open the strait, the fucking strait. No, I'm sorry. Open the fucking strait.
A matter
or prepare for, what was it again? Oh, that's right. Power Plant Day and Bridge Day. And all hell.
The agreement could come within a matter of days rather than a matter of weeks. So you've got this dichotomous approach from the president, on the one hand threatening obliteration to civilian targets within Iran, which some observers would contend to be a war crime. But on the other hand, what he is saying is, yes, we are talking, the talks are going well, and they could come to fruition before that new deadline I set, which is 8 p.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday.
Okay, I don't know why I feel compelled to do this right now, but we're doing this. Can you... let's unpack what you just said, Miss Blaze. It's not the Palestinians, it's Hamas. They are extremely scary and insane. They have no care. They have no care for life. I'd like to reverse this logic for you. Is Israel not the exact thing that you are claiming? But more so, I think it's important that you actually explain what you mean here. Explain to me how Hamas is more scary and insane how Hamas shows less concern for human life than Israel. Can you describe to me with detail and with evidence how Hamas is scarier? I mean, granted, scariness and insanity are rather subjective, but let's nail down the last thing you've said here. They have no concern for any life. Can you prove that Israel has any concern for human life? To me, I would just love to know about that, because I know that I could sit here and unpack that Israel has shown zero concern for any human life across the Middle East. There's a litany of evidence of that. The International Criminal Court seemed to think so. Columbia Rican with a sweet, sweet super chat. Sadly, the world has become nothing but the Wild West at this point. Pure lawlessness from two rogue nations, the United States and Israel.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Mike Hanna, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Well, the Speaker of Iran's parliament has also responded to Trump. In a social media post, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf wrote, quote, "Your reckless moves are dragging the United States into a living hell for every single family, and our whole region is going to burn because you insist on following Netanyahu's commands. Make no mistake, you won't gain anything through war crimes." Let's bring in Mohammed Val, who's live for us in Tehran. Mohammed, so Iran standing firm against President Trump's threat to target its power plants if the Strait of Hormuz is not reopened. He's also been accusing Washington of potential war crimes. What else have we heard from Iran today?
Well, that's right. Many Iranian leaders have been expressing the same ideas, particularly over the last 24 hours as that deadline approaches. And we have more statements from the foreign ministry spokesman, Ismail Baghai, aside from what you have mentioned in your intro. He also talked about the foundational principles of Iran's approach and why Iran thinks that it has the right to defend itself in this war and that it is waging a legal war, an existential war. On the other hand, he described the American war as illegal and as a war that is imposed on everyone, and also as a war that is based on a series of lies, including the lie that Iran has been pursuing the production of a nuclear weapon, also that Iran has been presenting an imminent threat to the United States, and also that this war is waged for the liberation of the Iranian people.
Okay. Oh no, Smooth Bandito. Not you too. They turned rainbow flags into props? What does that even mean? Please tell me you're being sarcastic. I feel like you are being sarcastic. It's weird though. What happened? What, Miss Blaze? Why you claimed you made these claims, but now you've gone silent, and it's weird to me. I was kind of expecting a response. I asked you to provide literally any evidence for your claims, or to at least attempt to defend Israel caring about human life. You've done neither. A little disappointed, but not shocked. Okay, final Middle East clip. Of the evening. Oh, wait, I take that back. I take it back. The final, well, technically the final clip, but we are going to the middle, of course, the Al Jazeera live stream after this one. This is Easter services held in Gaza City. A place I assumed actually didn't have any standing churches left. So this clip was genuinely shocking to me when I saw it. The fact is most religious sites, most religious sites in Gaza have been destroyed. So the fact that any church still stands is utterly mind-blowing. Although you can see fairly clearly here that while it stands, it does not go unscathed. The roof of the building showing clear damage from some sort of blast, it would seem. Well, there you go. Christians in Gaza celebrating Easter. Ah. All right, let's go to the Al Jazeera live stream. We have a few, hopefully, slightly pick-me-up videos after this that I threw in here for Sunday Funday. Although it is officially no longer
behind
Sunday.
Closed doors. There's still room for diplomacy. You will see more.
That's when you know it's a good Sunday Funday stream, when it officially stops being Sunday and it starts being Monday Funday.
Stances being taken in a hardline manner from both sides before something gives. And if the history of the US president is anything to go by, he's going to up the ante to a point where everybody is going to scamper to find some sort of a ladder that they can ask him to come down on.
Yeah, that's the moment we find ourselves in right now, because less than 48 hours from now, and as I say this, I'm fully aware the US president has extended his deadline several times, but still, we're under this deadline, which is also a threat to bomb Iran's power plants and bomb Iran's bridges. Thank you very much for this brief on the diplomatic efforts and where they stand. I think it's very important. Osama bin Javed, thank you. Israeli media is reporting that at least 4 people have been killed in an Iranian strike on a building in the city of Haifa. earlier, search and rescue teams recovered the bodies of 2 missing people from under the rubble. The residential structure partially collapsed after the attack on Sunday. At least 4 others have been wounded. Al Jazeera's Nida Ibrahim is following those developments in Israel from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Nida, can you give us a picture after 5 weeks of war of how much damage Iran has actually done in Israel?
Well, there's several ways you can assess the damage. First, how these missiles continue to disrupt life in Israel, and every time the home front tries to ease restrictions, they are surprised with more attacks from Iran, forcing them to change that estimate. Also, when you talk about the economy, it's taken a toll when it comes to how much disruption is happening. No one is allowed to go to work if they don't have a close-by shelter. There are limitations on how many people can gather in one place. But also, you have the damage. You have the damage to infrastructure, to homes. You have this idea that the Israeli military censor does not share everything that is related to the damage caused to strategic assets. So this is something we won't know until a long, long time. Also, you talk about these continued barrages from Hezbollah that threaten the northern Israeli communities, and you have this skepticism amongst these communities in the strategy that the government is employing, not just in the war with Hezbollah, but also in the war with Iran. Remember the war goals that Netanyahu has talked about in the beginning, then he started backtracking on, saying that you cannot force Iranians to take to the streets to revolt against their government, and that the existential threat of Iran has been gone, but not necessarily the continued barrages of rockets or missiles. These things do not sit very well with Israelis. Remember, when you talk about Haifa, this is a very strategic, important location, but today it was a scene of chaos because for 18 hours the civil defense were looking for those trapped under the rubble. And why did they do that? Very delicately, because there's a warhead in this missile where the shrapnel have hit that did not explode or detonate, and they were fearing that as they're going through the rubble trying to recover the 4 bodies, that they would face yet another disaster. They say it's by sheer luck that this warhead did not detonate, cause more damage. So you were talking about the damage that is continuing, that is showing no signs of abating.
Nida, Israelis have been broadly supportive of this war that's being carried out by their government and their military. But it's 5 weeks now, 5 weeks of this being under constant threats, going into bunkers, hearing the sirens. There are casualties. There are deaths as well. Do you have a sense of how much more patience they're going to have with this war?
Well, this patience is starting to be tested, as we've seen with multiple religious people taking to the court, saying that they have the right to worship and that court allowed them to gather in.
Whoa, Miss Blaze is back. Wait, what? You still haven't actually responded to anything I said. All you've said is that Israelis don't support Benjamin Netanyahu. Who gives a fuck? Israelis support the wars and the genocide. I would point out a genocide is, you know, I think most people would argue maybe the epitome of not caring for human life. Why is it that you're incapable of addressing the very thing that you're accusing Hamas of right now when it comes to Israel? Prove to me that Israel cares about human life. If they care about human life, why are they still blockading aid? Why aren't they just letting aid into the Gaza Strip? When the ceasefire started, why did they just open the gates and allow the aid in, rather than painstakingly preventing things from getting in, like, I don't know, baby formula? If you care about human beings, why wouldn't you allow baby formula into the strip? Are babies Hamas? I just need like an answer to that last question. Are babies Hamas? Yes or no? Can a baby be Hamas? So you're accusing Hamas of not caring about human beings, but you agree with me that Israel doesn't care about human beings. And by Israel, I mean the current government of Israel and previous governments of Israel. You don't agree with me. Baby, or you're saying no, a baby can't be Hamas. I don't know what your point is. Because you bring up that Hamas doesn't care about people, meanwhile Israel is preventing babies from eating. It's a fucking moot point. It's a moot point. I don't want to hear about it. Because for 2 years, 2.5 years, and longer than that, technically, Israel has been forcing Palestinian people into some of the most atrocious conditions you can imagine humans in. I don't know why anybody would defend that. And for you to be calling people in here uneducated, like, and Hamas supporters for objecting to genocide, right? It's ridiculous.
Groups that are up to 100. Of course, the same does not apply to Christians celebrating Easter or Muslims trying to go to Al-Aqsa Mosque compound. But you can sense that level of trying to go back to normalcy. Yes, in the beginning of the war, we were reporting that the support for this attack is around 80% amongst Israelis. But that is being changed with more Israelis sensing that the war goals are not being met, that the estimates of Hezbollah's capabilities and power have been hugely underestimated. So they feel like there's not a real strategy, and they're wondering whether what they're going through right now is because of Netanyahu's political calculations as he tries to win this war, tries to show victory. But that's proving very, very difficult in light of the defiance of the Iranian regime, in light of the continued barrages of missiles being targeted towards Israel. So all of that is playing against Netanyahu's image. And in recent polls, these show that should elections be held now, Netanyahu's coalition will take very little seats, and basically he won't be able to create a majority, 49, while the opposition's chances are at 61, so they can form this government if elections were held now. If that gives you an idea, it gives you an idea about Netanyahu's popularity and why he's trying to expand the war, to hit the power plants, to hit the energy infrastructure as a way to try and boost his popularity and show that he indeed is succeeding. That is not.
Is that success? War crimes? Like, she just listed war crimes as a possibility for Benjamin Netanyahu to increase his support in Israel. Meanwhile, we have somebody in chat claiming Israel cares more about human lives. I mean, than anybody is a complete farce. Oh, God. What a fucking upside down world we live in. All right, that's it for the Middle East tonight. We're going to do Asia. And then wrap this stream up. Boy, oh boy, 9 long freaking hours. I would probably take another break here, but I'm just so tired that I'm just going to power through it. We don't have that many videos left, too. But that's the other thing. We've got like half a dozen videos. Start in India. Talk about an ambitious cinematic undertaking. An ambitious cinematic undertaking involving an ancient Hindu epic the Ramayana.
We were actually filming a very intense scene. It's one of the and a very dramatic scene. But like my producer, who's sitting on my left, he had the demand of doing this. But when you're making something and you're working so hard at it, and you see the potential, the marketing of a movie is as important as making.
I gotta say, I haven't watched this yet. Like, I didn't watch this clip because it's like, it's about a movie. Like, I didn't need to know. But, like, I gotta say, my one question before watching this clip, honestly, I figured it'd just be more fun to watch this with you guys than alone. But my one question before watching this was, the flying chariots, how epic were they going to be? And at least in this very short clip, I'm starting to think they might be pretty epic. Although I'm just realizing that's not a chariot. The graphics are looking pretty sick. But I'm realizing I haven't seen any chariots yet. I'm expecting serious, I don't know if any of you have read the Ramayana, but the chariots are kind of important.
We were actually filming a very intense scene. It's one of the and a very dramatic scene. But like my producer, who's sitting on my left, he had the demand of doing this. But when you're making something and you're working so hard at it, and you see the potential, the marketing of a movie is as important as making the movie. Unless you go out there and you spread the message that, listen, this is the work we're doing, and come and sample it, come and give us an opportunity, because this is the greatest epic coming from my country, India, the greatest story where so many stories have stemmed from. Marketing is a very hard aspect of at least for me, because I come from the world of creativity. But sometimes, you work on something which is a once in a lifetime opportunity, like the Ramayana, and then you really want to go out there and, scream at the top of your lungs, come and check this out, because, it's really going to be worth it.
That's right, Nadia. Goodbye, Hollywood. Hello, Bollywood. You notice how they didn't double tap the first responders? That's a very fair point. Those Israeli first responders look very comfortable as they all bunch together in the dozens and go completely unscathed. Honestly, we just need less fucking human suffering on this planet. But excited to see what this movie brings. Hopefully I get a chance to see it at some point. It looks like we don't get any clips. We just get them talking about it in a rather quietly mic'd interview. So I'm going to skip this. But cool, good to know. And it's looking pretty good. IMAX. Apparently it'll be offered in. I don't know if you'll be able to see that in the United States, but hopefully. Hopefully America might get a chance to watch this epic film. Now, I'm not going to go too far. Let's just go a little east to Cambodia, where one rat is receiving an incredibly high honor. A military rat is getting honored with a Cambodian statue after having detected 100 landmines, saving countless lives, in theory. Yeah, here is Reuters from yesterday. I need a drum roll. You know what? I just realized I think I could do this, couldn't I? You're right. I'll figure that out later. I can't find the sound chart right now. All right. Cambodia honors Magawa, a landmine-sniffing rat, with a statue to mark 100 landmines. Look at him. Magawa has found over 100 landmines, unexploded ordnance items, and won a bravery medal. By the way, those landmines in Cambodia are a result of the United States' military campaign in the country back in the 60s and 70s. So this rat, this brave Cambodian patriot, is picking up after America's mess. Okay, this is the exact same footage. It is the exact same footage. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to disappoint. Only one clip from Magawa, the great Cambodian rat. All right. Now to China. For a dive into prehistoric discoveries. Rewriting history of complex life.
China!
Global news. No, wait. Yes, no. Associated Press.
Among our animals today, we have this huge array of diversity of animals, right? They live on land, they live in the ocean, they swim, they move. Most of that diversity is actually from animals that have bilateral symmetry, just like ourselves, okay? And that's, you know, more complex animals versus things like corals or sponges, which are more simple. If we think about the origins of animals, what our site does is it brings back those bilateral animals which enable all these really extensive lifestyles back into a much older period, into the Ediacaran period versus the Cambrian. Most of what we knew about bilaterians before came from the traces that they made in the sediments. So the burrows or the little trackways, we didn't actually have the fossils themselves. So we knew these things were around, but we didn't really know what was making them. Now we know what's making them because we have those fossils for the first time. So I think it's a really significant discovery that tells us how this immense array of animal diversity emerged.
Yeah, so the traditional view is that in the Cambrian, you see this appearance, sudden appearance of all these kinds of animals, typically bilaterian animals like trilobites and fish and all kinds of things we see today. But new discoveries like this one are showing us that the story is much more complex, and that animals like this may well have existed for some time before in the Ediacaran period.
Well, there you go. Fascinating discovery. In China. Trilobite fossils in the wrong fossil layer, leading scientists to rethink prehistory. I'm gonna need a serious nap after this one, Space Maps. All right, now up next, let's talk about a Taiwanese fashion designer who is stunning audiences with their latest garments. I don't know. I can't think of words. I'm so tired.
This series actually comes from my wife, because there's a 111-year age gap between us, and I took her to a museum when she was in her 20s. When we saw these ancient portraits, I was so excited, saying, "Look, this is so cool." She said, "It gives me the creeps." Because museum items are 100 or 200 years old, it gave me an idea. Hey, creeps. Maybe she looked at it and got possessed by the souls inside the paintings?
You know, this is giving me like a bunch of different vibes. Like some of it's giving me like Chapel Roan, like the outfit back here. This partly the hair, I think, is also giving me Chapel Roan vibes. But it's also like kind of like pirate, almost like almost like One Piece vibes a little bit, but like very avant-garde. And maybe even like a little bit, what's it called? Can't think of it. JoJo? What's it called? Can't think. Oh, it's too many animes. There's too many animes to keep track of them all. God damn it! Some fascinating pieces in this show.
100 years old. It gave me an idea. Hey, creeps. Maybe she looked at it and got possessed by the souls inside the paintings? So this whole series is about streetwise kids visiting a museum and getting possessed by the souls of paintings or artifacts, so you'll see a lot of clashes. For example, it's like a street-style, tracksuit-like set, but embroidered with.
My brain is broken. Why can't I think of that fucking anime right now? Somebody help me. It's like on the tip of my fucking tongue, and it just like stuck in there. It's stuck in there, and I don't like it. Oh, it'll come to me. No, I already said One Piece. I already said One Piece. That is not it. That's not it. Oh, no, you're getting further away. Just forget it. Everybody forget. It'll come to me. Oh, God. Let's go next to Japan and talk about a revival suddenly happening for an old school Japanese guitarist being sparked by Gen Z. Masayoshi Takanaka, excuse me.
There's an age difference. A lot of my Japanese...
I'm not gonna lie, I can totally vibe to this right now. This is absolutely 100%.
There's an age difference. A lot of my Japanese fans are in their 50s, 60s and 70s. I suppose it makes sense they're that age because they've been with me. We've grown up together since I was young. But my fans abroad are mostly in their 20s. They've got a different character. They're much more open and vocal with how they express themselves. When a song ends, the cheering is amazing. It's so loud. I was honestly surprised, but of course I'm happy too.
People are kind of getting bored of modern music because it's just kind of like the same thing all over again. It's really repetitive. There's not much variation. And when you discover people like Masayoshi Takanaka from the 80s era, it makes people feel like there's more to music.
Well, there you go. One 80s Japanese guitarist going on a big tour as he is embraced by Gen Z. All right, final video of the night. Oh, Jesus, I forgot the... Everybody, great job for making it this far. Round of applause to all of you beautiful space fams. You 9-hour long stream. Ending it with more music talk. This final video is for all of Asia. The Eurovision Song Contest. It's coming. With an Asia edition. France 24 English. From last Wednesday.
This is a new chapter in the Eurovision story.
Known as the world's longest-running international music competition, Eurovision's show-stopping glitz has arrived on a new continent. Organizers have announced Eurovision Asia 2026. 10 countries are confirmed to compete.
I gotta say, this is dumb. I mean, not the contest itself. I mean, we've had some issues politically with Eurovision in the past couple of years, but like the name is dumb. Am I the only person?
Asia.
Am I the only person who thinks that's the dumbest fucking name? Why wouldn't you just call it Asia Vision? Eurovision Asia? How is that better? Why? What was the thinking behind that? Why Eurovision Song Contest Asia 2026 instead of Asia Vision Song Contest 2026? It just doesn't sound right. Sounds wrong. Doesn't make any sense. Eurovision Asia Huh?
A what now?
It would only make sense. Here's the thing. The only way that this makes sense, which is not the reason why it's named this, would be if Eurovision was doing a global song contest. If this was like part of a rollout, maybe this is like a secret rollout that they're planning, but like as of now, I've not heard of anything like this. And so, like, as a standalone, it makes zero sense. There's absolutely no sense to name it this. Aside from the fact that they just want people to not disassociate it from Eurovision. Like, I know it's about marketing, and it's one of the reasons why I hate this decision, because it's about marketing, and it's like not about the name making any fucking sense at all. But like, it would make sense if they were like doing like Eurovision South America, or like Eurovision America, right? Just in general. Right? And then doing like a Eurovision Worlds or something like that, right? But that's not what they're doing for now. At that point, why don't you just change the name of the whole thing to World Vision Song Contest? Once again, marketing, and it's dumb. Dumb idea. Just erase this word, right? Follow me. Nope, not quite. Too much. Whatever. You get what I'm saying.
2026. 10 countries are confirmed to compete, with a promise of more to follow. Thailand, the host country, will be joined by the Philippines, Vietnam, Malaysia, and South Korea, already a powerhouse on the world stage of pop music. Other iterations of the contest, including an American version, have failed, but the allure of K-pop alone could draw in millions of viewers for the Asian spin-off. BTS, the most successful act in K-pop history, has just launched a new world tour. And the second most streamed album of 2025 was the soundtrack to the Netflix film K-pop Demon Hunters. One of the tracks on that album, Golden, won an Oscar for Best Original Song. The original Eurovision is marking its 70th anniversary in Vienna on May 16th, but is being boycotted by at least 5 competing nations over a decision to allow Israel to compete, following the war in Gaza and Israel's second-place ranking last year. It's yet to be seen if politics will interfere with the Asian contest, which retains the word Eurovision in its title despite its location. Each of the countries competing will hold their own
Exactly.
contest to
I'm not the only one, thank God. I'm not the only one who noticed that that's weird. Asia Vision doesn't roll off the tongue right to you either. Let's be real, the name Eurovision doesn't actually make sense at all. Right? Because it's a song contest. So what does vision have to do with it? Right? That word's just in there for no good reason.
an entry for the finale, set to take place on November 14th in Bangkok.
There we go. Bangkok, Thailand, to be the host, it sounds like, of the 2026 Eurovision Song Contest Asia 2026. Terrible name. The Euro Oral Song Contest. Yes, that's a more apt, at least a more appropriate name for this competition. Doesn't sound right.
Phrasing?
Sounds wrong, actually. But it would be more accurate. Okay. Well, week is just beginning, folks. Hopefully that was enough value-tainment.
Are you not entertained?
To restart your computers, if you will. your brains. Get this week going. Only took us 9 hours and 15 minutes. Well, we got through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully, we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Owen Noah, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchfork Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Rica, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Herman Horologist, HBX, Manda, Glory Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benihana 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perf XL, and Winnie and Robin. That's right. All of these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.